Just over a month ago, we left Alton Park and headed on the summer break. Now the British Touring Cars returns. It's Croft here in Yorkshire. We are down Steve Ryder, but that does not stop the British Touring Car Championship from continuing. It may be different, but we are all still here to race for a championship, and the 6th weekend heads to the 16-corner 2.13 mile circuit. Turn 1 Clervaux, up to Hawthorne Bend, then the chicane, then up to Tower Bend, the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, sunny in, sunny out, then into the complex, and then the hairpin to end out the lap. Well, British Touring Cars are out on track for their first practice session, so let's get ready to head down and hopefully join the trackside commentary team.
.10:20. Then we've got the qualifying session for 30 minutes for the Virtue Mini Challenge. The Virtue Mini Challenge JCW class, to be precise, with the turbo power 275 brake horsepower minis in action. Their qualifying session, which will set the grid for both of their races, one this afternoon and one tomorrow. That starts at 10:45. Then we're already racing at 11:30. 3 races for the Legends today, 3 tomorrow, and the first of them is at 11:30, a 6-lap race for the Legends. I'm sure many of you have seen them before in action, either live or on the TV. If you haven't, make sure you are trackside, because they are hugely entertaining. And then to round out the morning session, actually just into the afternoon, starting at midday, we've got the second free practice session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, 35 minutes long again. We go into a lunch break, and then this afternoon we've got qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup, 2 more races for the Legends, 1 race for the Minis, and of course qualifying for tomorrow's first race for the touring cars, and that gets underway at 3:30 this afternoon. If you've not yet bought a race programme, it's well worth doing so. It's a great guide to the weekend. You can get them at various programme sellers around the venue if you're here at the track. They cost £7, but it's a full colour booklet. It gives you the timetable, all the entry lists for all the championships racing, loads of good articles on not just touring cars, but other activities as well, a venue guide, and it's a place to get your autographs as well if you're lucky enough to meet some of the stars that are out on track. So page 3 is where you'll find the timetable, and for touring cars, page 47 is the number that you need to turn to for the entry list for today's or this weekend's races. And there you will see there's also space to write in your grids and race results if you wish to do so, and we'll do our best to keep you on top of all that. So Alan is in the studio for Toka Live. We'll be looking after the touring car podiums on the grid for the touring car races tomorrow. But the third member of the team to say a very good morning to is Josh Barrett, who's down there in the pit lane for free practice one. Morning, Josh.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody, and yeah, welcome to the pit lane. It's a pretty narrow pit lane here at Croft, so it's all very compact, and the driver who's just pulled in front of me is the most recent winner in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship for 2025. That was Gordon Shedden just before the summer break. He became the 10th different winner to take a victory in those opening 15 races. Such a competitive season we are having, and it's great to have Gordon Shedden back here, of course, after a few seasons out. But at the moment, Chris, just lots of drivers going through some tyre changes before some serious lap times later on. Also making his way down to the pit lane, a new driver to the BTCC, and that is Max Buxton, who joins the Toyota Gazoo Racing team.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, Max coming in for his debut. Another promising young driver getting a feel for the BTCC with perhaps a look to the future and a more long-term entry into the championship.
And I hate the fact that he's turned up in the BTCC pit lane. Because it makes me feel incredibly old, remembering his father's debut in the championship.
Yes, I know. So yeah, his background is in Fiestas, so it's got a bit to learn. But some rather good drivers in touring cars. And you mentioned one of them already, Josh. Backgrounds in Fiesta racing. Gordon Shedden all those years ago. That's where he started out in terms of tin tops.
I was introduced to Max yesterday. And throughout the entire conversation, he didn't stop smiling. He absolutely brilliant little character.
Yeah, so he's an addition. Sadly, we've got One Motorsport, as I'm sure lots of you will have read. They've dropped out for at least a couple of weekends here and Knock Hill. So One Motorsport are out, which means no Josh Cook on the grid. It doesn't mean no Stephen Jelly on the grid, because one of the seats became vacated at Unlimited. And with Maxwell now dropping out of the championship, that seat for the rest of the season has been taken by Stephen Jelly, who's one of the 14 different BTCC race winners that we have on the grid.
Josh is here this weekend, which is good to see.
Yes, I thought he would be, yeah. So, yeah, very frustrating for Josh. Been a kind of frustrating year. It was looking very promising, and there's lots of potential there. But
he just needs one full year.
Yeah, where all clicks.
One chance.
Yeah. It's going to come, but it's not going to be this year, unfortunately. Now that he's got to miss a couple of rounds. 20-time race winner.
He's let himself go, you know. I mean, he's grown the beard. It's really
a bushy beard now,
yeah, really bushy. Yeah.
It's got all Rob Austin, has he?
Not quite to that degree.
Oh right, no. Okay. But yeah, hopefully
he'd have to go some to do a Rob Austin.
Hopefully he'll be back on track. In the not too distant future. But yeah, I thought he probably would still be here, but that's
really
be
good to see him
for
here,
isn't it?
I'm going to try and get him up to the studio to have a chat to him at lunchtime.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
I shall try.
Great. So those are the key changes coming into this weekend. Championship points wise, then, to remind you, because it's been a few weeks, Ash Sutton looking for his record-breaking 5th championship title. Has got the championship lead, but it's a fairly narrow one. He's got 233 points. Second is the 2022 champion Tom Ingram, who's got 223 points. Only 10 points between them. Bear in mind, you get 20 points for every race win. You can score bonus points for leading a lap and a fastest lap in the race. You can score a point for pole position as well at each race weekend. 67 points for each of the 5 race weekends still to come, and it's a pretty minuscule gap. So those two have been tied together, it feels like, all the way through the season. Third in the championship is one of the 5 Yorkshire-based drivers that we got on the grid, the 3-time Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion, Dan Camish, having a good season. He's twice finished third in the Touring Car Championship already. He's third this season at the moment as well on 161 points, but could do with closing the gap. He's 72 points behind Ash Sutton. And just 2 points behind him is another rapid Napa Racing UK driver, Dan Rowbottom, having his best season so far in the BTCC. He's 4th on 159 points, with Jake Hill, the reigning champion, 5th on 143, 90 points adrift, so needs to start closing the gap if he can. But BMWs, and in particularly in the hands of the great Colin Turkington, have a fantastic record around this circuit. Colin had 15 wins around here. So they'll be hoping to have a really good weekend like they did at Brands Hatch, the BMWs. Jake, 5th in the championship, 90 points adrift, and 6th in the championship, having a good season with Team Virtue, is Adam Morgan on 120 points. So for this session, it's a bit stop-start to begin with normally, because they're just testing systems out, essentially, making sure everything's working, even down to just checking that the radios are working. So they quite often go out, don't even complete a lap and come back into the pits. Only a few drivers, 3 in fact, have actually crossed the finish line and recorded a time at the moment.
Speaking of making sure the radios are working, I've just checked on 87.7 FM, and thanks to Mike, our radio engineer, we are, loud and strong.
Very good.
Which is really good news.
Yeah, so if you're here at the circuit, or indeed just outside the circuit, 87.7 is the frequency on FM where you can listen to us locally, as well as listening to us on Tocal Live.
This is the first weekend this year that the WhatsApp number that I paid for at the start of the year has actually come into its own.
Because
the number is 07482 877 877.
I didn't know that.
See what I did there?
I've never texted us.
Well, you should.
Us. I wouldn't get on. No, it's been great, hasn't it? Having so much interaction with everybody so far this season, with messages coming in on WhatsApp. And we know lots of you, particularly on a Saturday, listen in. If you're not able to get to the circuit as well, even if you are coming tomorrow, you might be listening in to what's going on. So wherever you are, even if you're not able to come this weekend, thanks for your company. We'll do our best to describe everything that's happening to you. Weather-wise here at Croft, it is brightish, a little bit cloudy, and around about 20 degrees. Weather forecast looks pretty solid for today, but we've said that before. Tomorrow morning there might be some showers. The forecast looks a bit better than it did a couple of days ago. So it looks like some showers in the morning, but the afternoon largely will be okay, but I'd never trust the forecast until the morning of the forecast. Josh is out in all weathers. It's not bad at the moment, is it?
No, it's okay, Chris, and over the course of the weekend, spectators are very much welcome to join us on the podium, which hopefully you can hear loud and clear from my location currently. So opposite Park Ferme, and I look over Park Ferme. Chris, there's 2 cars off the road, so I'll let you describe that.
Yes, indeed, coming out of the infamous chicane, cloud of smoke. One of them's going again, and the other one is properly stranded there. Nick Halstead has got the engine running. He's the one that's had the moment, or one of the cars that's had the moment, and he now gets going again, waits for a gap in the traffic. That's coming out of the chicane. So Nick slowly makes his way in the Cupra up towards Tower Bend, and might well dive for the pits and get the car checked over, particularly the tyres, because he will have definitely given those a big old flat spot.
Yeah, so go back to the point I was trying to make before that happened. Park Ferme, which is at the end of you can view from post-race. The podium's just opposite that, so you'll be very much welcome to join in the celebrations over the course of the weekend.
Yes, absolutely, all welcome, and it's great to have you all cheering your favourite drivers along in whichever category they are competing. So we're starting to get a few more times being set in now, just to give you an idea of what's a really good lap time around here. The qualifying lap record set last year by Tom Chilton is a 1 minute 21.0. The lap record in a race set by Colin Turkington 5 years ago now is a 121.7. So averaging around about 94 miles an hour. It's a quick circuit, this. And Dan Rowbottom, who's on the hard tyre at the moment for this, has been on the hard tyre for this free practice session, going pretty well. It's a decent early lap in free practice, 122.516 for Robo, but Dan Camish crosses the line, goes quicker, then Rowbottom goes back to the top of the times with the 121.7. So those two Napa Racing UK Ford Focuses running together on track. They're just at the chicane, and Ash Saxon now goes quickest with a 121.5 ahead of Rowbottom and Camish.
And you spoke about Nick Halstead's incident at the chicane, Chris. When he came down the pit lane, the car was crabbing, so I think he's broken a toe link. Looks like on the left rear corner, so the team are currently going to work to see if they can get Nick back out in the final moments of the session. So sort of a hot pit stop in this first free practice to repair Nick Halstead's car at the moment, car number 50.
Yeah, just caught that after it happened, so whether there was another car that he hit or he's made contact with the barrier, but it's obviously, and there's no tyre stacks at the moment at the chicane.
It was a BMW that was off as well, wasn't it? I think. And I can tell you Aidan Moffat's in the pits.
He
Whether
is.
that's totally unrelated, I'm not sure.
Okay, there's no frantic work going on, but yeah, if you can investigate if there's any damage to BMWs. Aidan's been dropped off the jacks at the
That's
moment.
it, yeah. So obviously if there was any concern, perhaps he just had to avoid Nick. Obviously there was contact somewhere along the line, otherwise there wouldn't be that damage. But Aidan Moffat's BMW, at least may be involved, may not have been involved, goes back out into the session. It looks all okay.
Yeah, so damage to the Astra of Nick Halstead, and that might be in for a while then. So Nick in the Power Max run car in the pit lane for the time being. Ash Sutton is leading a trio of Napa Racing UK Ford Focuses at the moment, because Sutton, Camish and Rowbottom have set good early pace. 121.0 now for Sutton, a 121.3 for Camish and a 121.6 for Rowbottom. But we're about to see Senna Proctor go quicker than all of them. He'd done absolute best sectors in sectors 1 and 2, and he completed the lap with a personal best. So Proctor now goes to the top of the times in free practice 1, and that is considerably quicker, 4/10 quicker than what Ash Sutton had done previously. So Senna Proctor in the Team Virtue Hyundai missed, of course, the start of the season, hadn't raced for 4 years, but was very impressive at Alton Park when he came back to the British Touring Car Championship. Was lost none of his verve, and he's up there looking good again, having had 3 top 10s in the races at Alton Park. He's top of the times in free practice 1. Senna with a 120.675 second lap, 4/10 quicker than Ash Sutton. Then Dan Camish. Then Aaron Taylor-Smith has just popped himself up to 4th place. Now all of those drivers set their times on the soft tyre, the white sidewall tyre, which is the quicker tyre. Dan Rowbottom is 5th, but he did that on the hard tyre, which should be around about a second a lap slower, so that's still a good effort from him. Chris Smiley 6th quickest, also on the hard tyre. And then Jake Hill 7th currently, Dexter Patterson in 8th, Charles Rainford in the BMW on the hard tyre in 9th place, and then Darryl DeLeon currently running in 10th place with a 122.5. So at the moment there's a second covering the top 5 in the session.
Where are you, Josh?
I'm coming just by Nick Halstead's car. Alan?
Yeah. Yeah, don't go there.
Okay.
The radio mic's interfering a little bit, so come closer to home, Josh.
On my way. My mic was off at the time, Alan, but...
What? Off?
Well, on mute, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're trying not to go that into the pit.
Yeah, no, don't go there.
Okay. The car's back on its way anyway, so I can report that.
We'll find all our little dead spots for the radio mic over the course of this morning, and endeavour not to use them again over the course of this weekend.
So while that was happening, Ash Sutton improved his lap time to a 120.759, which means the gap between Proctor and Sutton is now just 84 thousandths of a second. Camish had another better lap. He's still 3rd, but a 121.011 as he went through as well. So Nick Halstead back out, which is good news. The Vauxhall wasn't so seriously damaged that it was a long visit to the pit stop. We haven't yet had a lap from Tom Ingram, 2nd of the championship. His teammate, Tom Chilton, hasn't set a lap time. Sam Osborne or Gordon Shedden have been out but haven't completed laps as yet. As Tom Chilton now does complete a lap, and it's a good one. He goes 4th straight away in the number 3 Hyundai.
You mentioned Tom Ingram. He won't be setting a lap just yet, so Chris, because he's come back down the pit lane. We saw this though at previous meetings this year, I think, where that car in particular comes in and out of the pit lane a lot to do various changes, and then he normally goes quickest. So perhaps at the end of the session we'll see something from Tom Ingram. Yeah,
not worried about him at all. Yeah, exactly right. It's certainly what he did last time out at Alton Park. He was pretty late on parade in certainly the first free practice session. Ash Sutton then, the one driver that's ahead of him in the championship, and this is the scene of his first ever British Touring Car Championship podium. And then later the same day, this is 2016, he got his first ever win on a very, very, very wet race 3 in the MG, and that was his first season in the championship. He's done quite good things since then. 4 championship titles. He's got 46 wins in the championship now. He's already got 105 podiums in 10 seasons or 9.5 seasons of the championship. So Sutton will be pleased to be here, that's for sure. The only drivers that have got more wins than him around here or the only driver that's got more wins around him than here is Colin Turkington. He's got 3 times more wins. He's got 15 wins, Colin Turkington. But Ash has had 5 wins around here. Tom Ingram's actually only had one win around Croft, so that might be a bit of a worry for him. Gordon Shedden's had 4 wins. Tom Chilton's had a couple of wins here. And Dan Camish, Jake Hill and Aidan Moffat have all had 1 win each at Croft in the past. Session flying by, just under 16 minutes of the session to go. On this dry track, it's getting brighter. The track temperature is starting to increase. And these 2 punchy 35-minute sessions, this one to get your head into it all. You've got to try and work out what's happening with the extra boost that you get as well, where to apply that. Now, you're not limited onto how much and where you can use it during the course of free practice. So a lot of the times you'll see the blue lights flashing in the windows to say that they are on the boost and delivering that extra 60 brake horsepower, figuring out where the most effective place to use that, or places are to use that around the laps. That's one of the things they'll be checking out. Also the tyres and what works in terms of how long the tyres are going to last if you're on the softer tyre, and looking towards race distances as well. But free practice 2 very much more attuned to single lap pace, with qualifying to come. Now we've got a black flag for Dan Rowbottom, so he's got to leave the circuit, and this I can only assume is for track limits warnings. It's a straight black flag. We've had this every now and again with drivers, and so Dan for the time being has got to leave the circuit. The number 32 Napa Racing UK Ford Focus, currently running in 6th place, having set that time on the hard tyre. So no massive improvements at the moment. We've got Chris Smiley's just gone back out, having switched from the hard to the soft tyre. The hard tyres are the red sidewall. If you're on the soft tyre, it's a white sidewall. We've got one driver on the medium, which is the BMW of the reigning champion, number 1, Jake Hill, and that's the yellow sidewall tyre. So that's just to look out for. You can use what you like during the course of these free practice sessions. And then tyre-wise, here at Croft, the main tyre is going to be the soft tyre, the white tyre. They get 12 tyres, or 3 sets of those, 1 set of the hard tyre, which is the red sidewall tyre for race day. So as long as it's dry for all 3 races, you have to use the hard tyre for one of the races. And as we saw at Alton Park, if you finish in the top 3 in race 1, you've got to use the hardest tyre available to you. So if you use the soft tyre in race 1 and finish in the top 3, you have to then run the hard tyre in race 2. It was the top 10 last year. It's changed to the top 3 this year. And what happened last time out at Alton Park? Race 1, Ash Sutton running in a podium position, suddenly slowed towards the end of the race, finished 4th, and then was able to choose which tyre he wanted and chose to use the soft tyre, and then it all went rather well for him in race 2. So some tactics, some strategy to think about. It's the same tyre combination at Croft as we had at Alton, with the main tyre being the soft and the option tyre being the hard, which you have to use once if it's dry for all 3 races. Of course, that didn't happen at Alton Park because the rain came for race 3, and then that was a great win in the end for Gordon Shedden, his first first podium, in fact, of the season. He's just going across the start-finish line. It's a great drive by Gordon. He really did control things, and he's just going through now to start what will be his first flying lap of the session, because he's the only one now that hasn't yet recorded a time. So Shedden in the number 52 car, the 3-time champion, makes his way through Clervaux into Hawthorne, about to come into the chicane, goes right, goes left. All looks very neat, very tidy, very controlled for the now 53-time race winner. Headlights flash as he comes up to a slower car and doesn't quite get past on the way into Tower Bend. Just to let you know as well, in terms of the split of the lap and the way it's divided up into sectors, when we're talking about sector times and sort of live tracking how a lap is going for a driver, from the start-finish line until almost the end of the Tower, the run up to Tower Bend, the back straight there, that is the first sector. So sector 1 takes in turn 1 at Clervaux, Hawthorne, the chicane, and most of that back straight. Sector 2 starts just before you get to Tower Bend, takes in Tower. This is the fastest section, then it takes in the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, and Sunny in and Sunny out. So that's quite a long sector, sector 2. And sector 3 is short because it only takes in the last bit, or the second half of that final link straight at the back of the circuit before they come back into the complex and the hairpin at the end of the lap. So sector 2 is the one you've really got to nail. That's the longest sector. That's the one where you need a car that very much is underneath you in terms of balance, because that is super high speed at the back. Josh mentioned that Tom Ingram doesn't necessarily put many lap times in early on in a session, but when he does, they're very good. And he has got going now. And guess what? It is very good. He's not quite top of the times, but third quickest for Ingram in the number 80 Team Virtue Hyundai. He's gone 120.761. And just to prove the point that there's not much at all between Sutton and Ingram this year, in this session, there's currently 0.02 of a second between the pair of them. So absolutely nothing. Proctor still quickest with a 120.675. Then Sutton on a 120.759. Third is Ingram on a 120.761. Camish down to fourth with a 121.0. Chilton fifth on a 121.2. All on the soft tyre. Aaron Taylor-Smith on the hardest set of 121.3. Dan Rowbottom has been black flagged, but he's currently still sixth in the session with a 121.4. James Dorlin, another Yorkshireman, at 1 minute 21.535 in the number 132 Toyota. And then ninth, number 22, Chris Smiley, and 10th, number 1 on the medium tyre, the only driver on the medium tyre, the BMW of Jake Hill. So Gordon Shedden's first lap time that he set puts him 18th with a 122.831. He's about to cross the line again, though. Is it an improvement or not? And the answer is, of course it is. Up to 9th place for Shedden.
I can tell you, Chris, that Dan Rowbottom's got out of his Napa Racing Ford, so it looks like that black flag has brought an early end to his session.
Just what he didn't need. You want all the time in the car, don't you? Remember, at the support races, all got to have a couple of test sessions yesterday. Touring cars, you don't. You can have a shakedown away from a race circuit, but it doesn't really give you any feedback or data. So that is very frustrating for Robo, who is, of course, right up there in the championship. And it was on the Saturday that he struggled at Alton Park last time out, Dan Rowbottom, with his issues in practice and then qualifying, and he was only 15th. In fact, he looked pretty good in the practice sessions, but qualifying just didn't happen for him. A bit of head scratching. They went slower than they got in free practice, and he had his worst qualifying of the season last time out with 15th place. In terms of qualifying this year, looking ahead to this afternoon, we have had 2 pole positions for Dan Camish, who's been excellent in qualifying so far this season. He's been in the top 3 4 times, 2 poles, 2 thirds, and a 5th is his worst so far. That was at Brands Hatch. We had a pole position for Jake Hill, but he's only averaged 10th on the grid. He's had a couple of off qualifying sessions as well. We've had 1 pole position for Tom Ingram, who is, I suppose, the most on-form driver in qualifying, because he was on pole at Alton, and the 2 meetings before that he qualified 2nd. And Ash Sutton has had 1 pole as well, but has averaged 5th on the grid. Only 1 time has Ash not got into the quick 6th, the final part of qualifying this season. Ash about to go over the start-finish line, still supporting the yellow and black livery on his Ford Focus. So he goes through. That was a okay lap, nothing spectacular. 121.4 as he makes his way into Hawthorne. Josh.
So we're down in the pit lane with Dan Rowbottom. Dan, we saw you got a black flag. Can you tell us what that was for?
Yeah, it's just track limits, so it is what it is, but I'd rather get them now than in qualifying for sure. Yeah.
How did the car feel up to that point?
Really good. We've just run on a hard tyre. Obviously, it's such a difference in the way the tyre behaves on a race day compared to the soft. So, yeah, we just gave it a go, see what it could do, and we're relatively happy with our performance on the hard, so it's good.
Is having that 6-week break since Alton Park been a good thing for you?
I've just been busy, mate. I haven't really had a break. Yeah, it's been great. It's always great to get back racing, though. The championship, we all live in this championship, so it's great to be back here, and yeah, hopefully have a good weekend.
Croft, a track you like?
Yeah, I love Croft. It's a great place to come. The fans are great. Everyone's great. It's a really good old-fashioned race circuit as well. So it's nice that we still race here. But yeah, it's good.
Thanks a lot this weekend.
Thank you.
So that's Dan Rowbottom down here in the pit lane. Hopefully you got all of that, Chris.
Absolutely perfect. Yes, we did, and yeah, frustrating indeed for him.
Did you see his social media posts about going down to Goodwood?
No, right.
So he was towing a trailer, and he was towing a trailer with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan.
As you do.
Have you ever seen a Rolls-Royce Cullinan with a tow bar affixed?
I don't think so, no.
No, it wouldn't be affixed, would it? It would come out on a button and probably have a little star cloth over it.
I'd imagine so, yeah. Okay, all right, he was careful with it.
And the reason I know about this is that a friend of mine actually saw him on the road towing, going down.
Dare I ask what was in the trailer?
I can't remember what was in the trailer, but I think it was a car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the next question, is there any footage of him trying to reverse the trailer? Because that's not easy, is it?
Certainly not, no.
That's counterintuitive, isn't it, when you reverse a trailer?
It's far too sensible for that sort of thing.
I used to do it all the time. We used to put the race cart in the trailer back in the day, back in the 90s.
It was never nice, was it?
No, not when everybody starts watching you.
Exactly.
In the paddock, pointing and laughing. We just lost our timing screen pictures at the moment,
but I've got it online.
I've got it. Yeah, you've got it. I've got my laptop, so
yeah.
that seems it might be a couple of seconds behind, but that's doing the job for now. But hopefully we can get that sorted. Because once everybody turns up tomorrow, the Wi-Fi and the 4G won't be quite as good, I don't think, up in the commentary box.
No, it won't.
The main thing to report is that while we were listening to Josh, he's gone into the pits now, but Tom Ingram did go to the top of the times with a 1:20.514. So finally dislodging Senna Proctor, who's been up there for a long time, and by nearly 0.2 of a second. 1:20.514 for number 80 Ingram. Number 18 Proctor, still with that 1:20.675. Sutton in the 1:16 Ford Focus. 1:20.759 third. They're the only three to break the 1:21 barrier. We're back on time. Great. Thank you very much. That's somebody's pressed a button. That's been sorted. Or plug something back in. And I don't think any other key changes while that disappeared, other than another Yorkshireman going quickly. And it's a slight relief that he's here, actually, because he had a sponsor dropout, which worried us, but he's found 3 more, which is fantastic, and quite right, because he's having a really good season. Dan Lloyd back in the BTCC this year after a year away, where he went back to racing in Porsche Carrera Cup last year. And Dan currently is in 10th place in the number 123 machine for restart. So 1:21.677, both the restart cars. Cooper is going well with Chris Smiley there. Up in 5th place. More track limits warnings. Just going back, with 4 minutes to go, just going back to Dan Robos. I think I'm right in saying he lost a lap time or two in qualifying last year for track limits. So track limits are not his friend around Croft. He only ended up 13th in qualifying, which I remember speaking to him on the Saturday night last year. He was incredibly disappointed with, because he felt there was a lot more pace. So, as he said, rather get done for it now and realise where my limits are and where what I can and cannot get away with, than it happened in qualifying this afternoon. Speaking of Dan Lloyd, he's also had a warning for track limits as Nick Hamilton and Stephen Jelly go over the line. Stephen in the all-black Cupra making his way down into turn 1. The driver from Leicestershire goes through. Where's he at the moment? Down in 21st place, but acclimatising to the car. Tom Ingram is back out and going over the line now to start a quick lap. That was his out lap, so he's pushing on. And Dan Lloyd certainly pushing on, is up to 4th place now with a 1:21.005. So it's Ingram from Proctor, Sutton 3rd, Lloyd up to 4th, Camish 5th, Smiley 6th, Chilton 7th, Dorlin in 8th, 9th place Taylor Smith, 10th Rowbottom, 11th Shedden, 12th is Hill, 13th Patterson, 14th Rainford, 15th Doble, 16th Moffat, and then 17th De Leon, 18th Morgan, 19th Hamilton, 20th Osborne, 21st Jelly, 22nd Halstead, and 23rd at Buxton, as he gets used to life as a touring car driver. Dexter Patterson in the rocket liveried Cooper about to go through. The talented young Scot back in the BTCC this year for the first time since 2023. He's currently running in 13th place as it stands. Josh has got more news down in the pit lane.
Yeah, one car you won't be seeing out on track anymore in this session is Tom Chilton, because his Team Virtue Hyundai has been pushed back into the garage, so he's forfeit in the last couple of minutes of this first free practice.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, it's been a pretty good session for Tom, though. He's having a strong season this year. One of the most experienced drivers ever in the British Touring Car Championship. We've just got over 2 minutes to go. Lots of drivers keep kicking up the dust, as is kind of tradition on the way through Clervaux. No big wobbles as yet. As Charles Rainford dashes down the pit lane to try and get back out and get one more lap in with 2 minutes to go.
It's quite interesting. When I met Max Buxton yesterday, and I met his mum, and I had seen a lady walk into the hospitality area who looked familiar, and then she introduced herself. She said, "Well, we did used to know each other 20 years ago." 20 years ago, and what she reminded me of was that Danny made his debut in the BTCC here at Croft.
Oh right, okay.
I didn't realise the significance.
Oh right, so that was. Yeah,
I didn't remember that.
No. So that's quite nicely tied in then, isn't
Isn't it just?
Blimey. Does make me feel 20 years ago, though.
20 years ago.
Also, that he's got a son old enough to race in BTCC.
It's
quite scary.
It's absolutely terrifying, isn't it?
Yeah. It is a bit. Time flies. Just over a minute to go in the session and into the pits. It is rather nicely liveried. Hyundai comes, the driver that's still sitting second quickest, Senna Proctor. So that's the end of Senna's session. Really impressive he has been throughout the course of his return so far to the championship. And so those point scoring races, with 4 years away from not just touring cars but any kind of driving really at Alton Park, that was really good stuff from him. He's already shot up to 15th place in the championship, having only done the Thruxton and Alton Park weekends. He's been in the points 6 times out of 6 so far. His best is a 4, so had a 5th, a 6th, 2 8ths and a 9th. So 9th place is his worst finish so far, having joined the championship just a couple of meetings ago. With all that time away, excellent stuff from him. He's now a dad, they're married, now a dad as well, comes back and has lost none of his pace. So he's in the technical check area. Ingram is still out there, but not on an absolute flyer. The perfect lap has not yet been found because Senna Proctor was quickest through sector 1, Tom Ingram through sector 2, and sector 3 Ingram as well. So,
speaking of touring car dads, obviously Aaron Taylor-Smith has news from the last week. He's got little Hunter,
yes,
born last weekend, and I've seen Aaron, albeit very briefly this morning, but he said it feels like a weight off his shoulders for this weekend because he was concerned, quietly apprehensive that it was going to be a weekend that he might receive a message on his phone. Yeah,
they never arrive on time, do they?
No. So little Hunter is the addition to little Oakley, little boy and a little girl.
There must be a stat somewhere about how many babies are actually born on the day they're supposed to be born on, the due date. I don't think it's very many. It doesn't feel like it anyway. Neither of mine were, that's for sure.
No, nor was I.
No.
2 weeks late.
I was 2 weeks late, yeah. Story of my life. Session has ended. Tom Ingram, fastest, has taken the checkered flag already.
That's why my mother was always furious with me.
Yeah, one of the reasons.
One of the reasons, yeah.
120.514 for Tom Ingram, who starts the second half of the season in the way he wants to complete and finish it. Top of the sheets, 120.514, 0.161 seconds quicker than the impressive Senna Proctor, who was second. Third, Ash Sutton with a 120.759. Fourth, Mikey Doble popped up there late on in the Vauxhall, 120.996. And then Dan Lloyd, fifth, 121.005. Dan Camish, sixth, with a 121.011. That means the top 6 were covered by less than half a second. Seventh was Chris Smiley, 121.1. Tom Chilton, 8th, with a 121.2. James Dorlin, 121.3 in 9th. Only 12,000 slower than him was Aaron Taylor-Smith, who we've just been talking about, who was on the hard tyre at the end of the session and finished in 10th place with a 121.326. 121.4 for Dan Rowbottom, who missed the second half of the session due to excessive track limits and a black flag. So he was back in 11th place. Gordon Cheddon was 12th, 13th Jake Hill, 14th Dexter Patterson, and then 15th Charles Rainford, 16th Aidan Moffat, 17th Sam Osborne, 18th Darrell De Leon, 19th Adam Morgan, and then 20th Nick Hamilton, 21st Stephen Jelly, 22nd Max Buxton, and 23rd Nick Halstead, who had an off early on in the session. Josh?
Standing next to me, Senna Proctor, second in the session's a good way to start the day.
Yeah, no, that was good. The car felt good from the offset. We didn't really make any changes. Obviously Tom pipped me towards the end. I was just a little bit slow off the mark, really. Didn't get the best out of my tyres, but yeah, good start to FP1, and yeah, just trying to make a few tweaks in between now, and we'll press on for qualifying.
Obviously, this originally was going to be the start of your season. You've had 2 weekends that have gone pretty well prior to this.
Yeah, I feel better prepared coming in after 2 meetings in the car. We've already got a couple of test days in, but nothing prepares you like the race in itself. So yeah, it's great to be here, and everyone at Accelerate's doing a great job, and we seem to be getting we've got a good car underneath us, and it's just down to me to drive it now.
Best of luck this weekend. So Senna Proctor, second quickest in the Team Virtue car, car number 18.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, that's a bit of a worry for everybody else. He said he was a bit slow to switch the tyres on, could have gone a bit quicker. So, yeah, but excellent stuff from Senna to go second quickest. So, free practice one complete, done and dusted just like that. The touring cars have got 2 more sessions. The next practice session starts at midday, and qualifying, which will run for around about an hour, split into 4 sections and 3 parts. That starts at 3:30. But coming up next at 10:20, we've got a 10-minute session, free practice for the legends.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
Here at Croft Circuit on 87.7 FM. Our thanks to Josh and to Chris. Josh might be able to run up and down the pit lane. Well, not necessarily run, but walk up and down the pit lane and bump into a couple of other drivers following FP1. But it's good to get the season back underway, isn't it? It's good to hear the very unique sound of a BTCC car and around this circuit. I've just had a little walk out to the spectator bank here at towards the end of the circuit, just behind our commentary box, and it is great. It is absolutely superb to see so many of you here bright and early on Saturday morning for day 1 of 2 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here at Croft. It's always a really good crowd that we have, a real fan base of the BTCC. So welcome everybody. If you are just arriving, great to have you here. Something that's new for Croft this weekend is that we are broadcasting the commentary. So if you're a little way away from one of the speakers, 87.7 FM throughout this weekend, and you can tune in. And of course, we are streaming online at tokalive.net. If you go to tokalive.net, it will take you to the live audio page on btcc.net, the official BTCC website, and that's where you can stream us over the course of this weekend. If you're here at the circuit, if you're lucky enough to have a little bit of signal here at the circuit, you can stream it. But if not, if you've got an FM radio, 87.7 FM. And you can get in touch with us as well for a shout out, whatever you might want to say. Maybe you're here to celebrate a birthday from one of your team, one of your family. Then you can WhatsApp us on 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877, or you can email the studio at tokalive.net. This message says, good morning Alan and team. Colin, Heidi, Abby, Sky and Alfie are here. We've been at all the races so far. Looking forward to a great weekend of racing and listening to you guys making the atmosphere great as usual. Thank you, with a kiss. And this one is from Vicky. Hi Vicky. Morning Alan and Chris and Josh, listening at home in Dorset all weekend, but please say hello to my friend June, who is there at the circuit. Have a great weekend, with lots of love from Vicky. Hi Vicky, and hi June, great to have you here at Croft Circuit. And all you have to do to get in touch with us is have the WhatsApp application, add the number 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877, and you'll get straight into the studio if you send us a message. Don't forget to put your name on the message, and we only need your first name. If you put your surname as well, I'm afraid we won't be reading it out, but just your first name on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. Right, Josh, down in pit lane, what have you got for us?
I was going to see if we could have a word with Max Buxton, but he's deep in conversation after that first session of as a British Touring Car Championship.
How wide
driver.
are his eyes? Just out of interest.
It was. I'll go back to see if he's finished that conversation. But yeah, he's actually in deep conversation at the moment.
Or maybe even Danny, if Danny's about to get the feelings of Dad.
I can have a word. Danny, all right for a quick chat for Toka Live. Danny, what's it like being a father of a British Touring Car Championship driver?
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, he did a really good job. He just needs slaps under his belt. Yeah. And I thought he did. I'm pleased. I'm pleased for him. He didn't make a mistake. Didn't put a foot wrong. Went through a load of processes and ticked a load of boxes. So that's what we're here for.
How different emotions is it for you when you debuted here all those years ago compared to now, Max?
Well, he's actually quite good, which helps. But of course it's different. At the same time, I try and make sure that you treat him like any other driver in the team. But at the same time, you're kind of drawn to his side of the garage. That was the first big tick in the box, really, to get that session underway, out the way, and then focus on where the time is and keep chipping away. But say he's finding chunks every sector, so not bothered at all. Really, really good.
From a team point of view, obviously the team is the most recent winner of the championship. Does that build confidence over the summer break?
Yeah, you better believe it. Morale's high. We've got a plan and and a program to work through. Drivers are excited. Chassis feels really, really strong. We just need a few things to align, and we'll be right there. This circuit plays to the strengths of the chassis of the Corolla. So with a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of help from Mother Nature, maybe, especially tomorrow, I think we'll be right in the mix.
Well, thanks for the chat, and hope it goes well on all fronts this weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
So there's Danny Buxton, still in deep conversation. It is Max Buxton, so it might be a case, Alan, we catch up with him at some point over the course of the weekend. As you can imagine, there's plenty to talk about after his first real session in the car.
Absolutely. So good to hear from Danny Buxton now. Shoes on the other foot now, isn't it? So racing dad. But very positive. Pleased with having gone through all the things he needs to go through. Just acclimatising at this stage, isn't it? In free practice, well, the whole day really is going to be about acclimatising. Just getting in as many laps as you can to gain as much experience as you can. Max with no dramas and all the boxes ticked so far. So he'll be going through all the data now, as will all of the drivers, going through everything. Overlaying compared to their teammates, where they can brake a bit later, a bit less, where they need to find time on not just each sector but each corner, down to the minuscule details. I'll look through that, change some things if they need to change some things, and head back out for that second free practice session. We've just got the last few cars running through the technical check area now.
I've got an important message.
Oh, you've got an important message.
If you want
to do that then.
so, yes, my important message is a Trump-all message because it's quite an urgent one, this one. If you are the owner of a silver VW Tiguan, the registration number is KR74. FGO, KR74FGO. You need to move it immediately, please. Not only is it in a place that you shouldn't be parked, if you have a pass, it hasn't even got a pass in it. So if you don't move it immediately, I'm afraid it will be moved. So the owner of a silver VW Tiguan, KR74FGO, you need to move it immediately, please. Thank you very much indeed. And move it to the car park that you are meant to park in. Just had a very strange conversation, Chris, when that information was being imparted to me, because Dan, who is the championship coordinator for the BTCC, passed this message on from security, and he endeavoured to give me the registration number, spelling it phonetically. And he didn't know what the phonetic words were, so he was being prompted from behind and started to make up his own
I do that because I don't know them either.
No.
T for Terry, isn't it?
So essentially, I didn't get the correct number at all. So KR74FGO, move it straight away, if you please. This message into the studio says, I did say no surnames, didn't I? And of course, ITV's commentator David Addison has to take it to the next level, doesn't he? Morning, Alan and team. I shall bypass David's message, but just say a very good morning to him. And it is David Addison is the reason why we have this shed obscuring some of our view here. This one says, morning, Alan and team. Pleased to be back at racing and looking forward to a good weekend, especially as it is our first time ever at Crofts and seeing the legends again. That's from Liz and Paul. Yes, the legends are coming out on circuit. They are back with us. Their one and only appearance with the BTCC. They are competing in what is the Elite Cup, which in the last couple of years were 3 meetings that they appeared alongside the BTCC. But they also this year, in addition to the BTCC, have had 2 other very high-profile meetings that all go together to form the Elite Cup. So those cars will be coming out on circuit in a couple of minutes, and I know they are for many of you very much a crowd favourite, bit of a favourite up here in the commentary box as well. This message from Lee. Morning both, loving the commentary so far, keep up the fab work. Give a shout out, could you please, to Dave, who is 54 on Thursday. Happy birthday, Dave, and thanks Lee for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. And this one says, hi from all the marshals on post 6, have a nice day. Let's try and work this one out. Chris, where is post 6? Where is it? Is it behind us? Oh, here it is. David Addison appears in his commentary box. He is behind us, yes. And yes, quite. We shall speak to David in a few moments. Where is post 6?
It's after post 5.
Yes,
before
I
post
know.
7.
Yes, yes, very
Does that
good.
help?
I reckon it's down here somewhere. I reckon it's down towards Tower. Where is post 6 then? Where are they waving? Where are they?
There they are.
Oh, there they are.
On the straight between the chicane and...
Morning,
Hello.
post 6.
And the Tower.
Thanks very much indeed.
Oh, you won't get any action down there whatsoever. You're going to be busy,
no,
busy,
of
busy.
course they won't. Very good. Morning, Adders. Yes, we've read out your message. Actually, we didn't, because you put your surname on the message. Yes, you did, yeah. No, that's okay. Try again. Must try harder. WhatsApp is 07482 877 877, and you'll get straight through to the studio here on Toka Live on 87.7. He's got his phone out again,
you're about to get another WhatsApp.
Oh dear, oh dear. This one says, morning Alan, BTCC is back. Could I please ask you to give a shout out to my Facebook group, please? BTCC British Touring Car Chat, almost at 22,000 members now. Have a good day and thank you. You are very welcome. It's a very good Facebook group as well, and BTCC British Touring Car Chat is growing and growing. All you need to do to get in touch is to WhatsApp us, message plus your name, your first name, to 07482 877 877. David Addison is the living example of why people over a certain age should not be allowed a telephone. Very good. Right, we've got legends about to come out on circuit. They are essentially taking part in 10 minutes of free practice. It will be their qualifying session, essentially. However, Chris Hartley, what we see as far as times are concerned while they're out on circuit bears no relevance to the grid that we'll see when they race later on this morning, and that's all part of the excitement.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just a session to get a feel for it, really. But there's no qualifying session for legends because they like to do things differently, and they like to mix it up, and they like to provide entertainment, and that they certainly do. So each day you get 3 races. The grid for the first race is drawn by ballot, so it's potluck where you end up on the grid. Could be first, you could be in the middle, you could be at the back. It has no relevance to how quick you are or where you are in the championship. The grid for the second race is then that ballot grid reversed. So if, for example, you to end up third on the grid for the first race, you'd be third from last for the second race. Then the points are combined because there are points scored in each of the races. The points are combined from those 2 races to set the grid for race 3, kind of, because they're then reversed. So if you do the best and you score the most points across those first 2 races, bad news, you end up at the back of the grid for the final, just to make life even more difficult. What does all that mean? Absolutely tons of overtaking, and these cars overtake anyway. I'm sure lots of you have seen the Legends before. You know what it's all about, but as we've heard, there are people here at Touring Cars for the first time. They might not have seen the Legends when they've been on the category before, on the support bill before. They might not have seen them elsewhere. You're about to be blown away across the course of the next 2 days because they are fantastic. So the Legends, when they come out, you'll see they look like 1930s hot rods, essentially. They're scaled down versions of those types of cars that you would have seen in the 30s, the Fords, etc. They've got 1,275 brake horsepower engines, but they weigh next to nothing, so the power to weight ratio is immense. So basically, some motorbike engine powering a very light car, and it means they can do 120 miles an hour. There's no gizmos on these things. There's no traction control or ABS, so it's pure racing. Josh?
We'll quickly go back to touring cars for a moment because I've got Tom Ingram, who was quickest in the session. Tom, you had to wait up at the weighbridge for a little while, but a good session there for you.
Yeah, really good session actually. Yeah, I mean, we always say that you can't read too much into the performance from free practice 1. So, yeah, good start. We'll see how we go in free practice 2 as a starting point. I don't think we can be too annoyed with that. So yeah, fairly nice place. Car feels phenomenal, just as it was when we left the first half of the season. So yeah, good.
Is there much you can do in the summer break to get ready for the second half of the year?
Keep working on our flat floor. That's obviously a big. If we can make sure that the performance just stays consistent, I think that's the most important thing that we can really hope for. I think we've seen the start of the year, we've been quick at every single venue and every single track. So it's just a case of making sure we keep working on what we need to work on and keep nibbling away.
Thanks, Tom. Good luck for the weekend. And as we finish that interview, Chris, we have legends on the circuit.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, good to hear from Tom Ingram. Fastest in free practice one, and picking up the second half of the season where he really did the whole first half of the season at or near the top of the time. So Legends out for a 10-minute free practice session. So they have a full season championship, but within that, as Alan said, they have the Elite Cup, which is in its third season now. It was brought about in 2023, where they have a selection of 3 weekends that are counted as a separate point scoring championship, and that's what we're concerned with really this weekend, because this is the third of those weekends. So they've been to Alton Park, they've been to Brands Hatch, now they're at Croft, and in this Elite Cup championship it is all to play for. Tyler Reid, number 6, is in the red Lightning McQueen liveried car. Now we all thought he'd won the Elite Cup last year as he crossed the line. And as Jack Parker, who'd been involved in an incident in the final race, tried to make his way through the order and didn't, we thought, quite get far enough up the order to rescue enough points to win it. But then the order changed once the checkered flag had dropped. One driver was put out of the results. It moved Jack Parker up a place and just did enough to win the Elite Cup. So it was Jack that won it last year. He's in the number 4 car. Tyler thought he'd won it, but then had it kind of taken away from him at the 11th hour. But he's leading it this time, Tyler. And provisionally, the provisional points that we've got, he's got, wait for it, 1,885 points. Because they do things big in Legends, and that includes the points. You get 200 points for a race win, 185 for a second, 170 for third, down to 20 points for 18th, even points for starting a race as well. So he's got 1,885 points. Don't need to remember that. All you need to remember is that he's 35 points clear of Ollie Schlupp, who's his nearest rival. He's only been in the championship for a few years, a former front runner in his first season in the rookies, and one of the drivers that got into this through his dad, Mike Schlupp, who's also raced for a long time in the championship. I think it's 13, 14 seasons he's raced in the championship. Ollie came in a few years ago and has been very rapid, and he is second in the Elite Cup. He's in car number 9. The thing you need to remember is only 35 points between them, but there are 200 points available for each race win this weekend. So that means there's 600 points available today and 600 points available tomorrow. 1,200 points. You've only got 35 points between the top 2. In fact, you've only got 35 points between the top 3, because the reigning overall champion, who's a double champion now, not in the Elite Cup, but overall Legends champion, Will Gibson, who's in, of course, the number 1 car because he's the champion. He's also on the same points as Ollie Schlupp, 35 points behind Tyler Reid. Connor Mills, 110 points behind, still very much in it, 4th in the championship. Chris Needham, former 250cc gearbox racer, has been involved in this championship for quite a few years now. He's 390 points back, 5th in the championship, and 6th in the championship is Marcus Pett. 7th is Jack Parker, the reigning champion, 420 points adrift. But, as I say, it's still all doable. All the rounds count, you don't drop any scores. So that's the situation in terms of points. If they were to tie, and this is possible given how close it was last year, when we get to the end of the weekend on points, you look back, who's got the most wins? And if that's tied, who's got the most seconds, and so on and so forth. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. In terms of wins this year, Ollie Schlupp, who's second in the championship, he's got the most wins with 3. Tyler Reid, who's ahead of him in the championship, has got 2 wins. So could that become a factor? We'll see.
Don't remind me about last year. I still feel bad about that.
Yeah, it was the most dramatic of finishes to what was a really dramatic weekend at North Hill.
Tyler Reid, by our calculations, was champion for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah.
And then the timing screen updated about 5 minutes after the race, and somebody that had been put in the results was dropped down as a non-finisher.
Do you remember Chris Tarrant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, when he would let them hold the corner of the check?
Yeah.
And they say, but we don't want to give you that.
Yeah. Do you want to get... Yeah, it was a bit like that, wasn't it? It must have been absolutely horrible for him. And then cheer delight, of course, for Jack Parker. So Tyler, number 6, the one to watch out for. Unfinished business, I think you'd say, having just missed out last year.
Jack Parker, who limped over the line and took the checkered flag with bits hanging off
Yeah.
the car,
Yeah.
a flat tyre. It was a most incredible finale at Knock Hill.
This does show, though, doesn't it? Never give up, because you
Never
never
give
know.
up.
Even if you're back
Never
in
give up.
18th, 20th place, few points might make the difference at the end of the weekend. So, yeah, Tyler in the number 6 car, he's the one that leads. He's an engineer by trade from Whedon. You get air and water-cooled engines in the championship these days. He's in one of the water-cooled cars, the Yamaha motorcycle engine that powers his car. And he actually built the car with his dad, which is quite a common theme, actually. Lots of family-run teams within the championship. He first showcased his Lightning McQueen livery at the end of the 2023 season, raising money along with James Newbury for a charity for motor neuron disease, MND. So that's the story for him. He's a former Oval national champion. Lots of these drivers have other racing backgrounds as well when they come into this championship. Some, like Rob Barrable, rally drivers, loves the wet conditions, like most rally drivers, like slipping and sliding everywhere. You've got quite a few drivers that came through from karting, because they're not dissimilar to drive to karts, these Legends cars, in the way that they handle, I'm told. And you've got drivers that have come through from short track racing, from oval racing as well. So that's Tyler Reid, who leads the championship. He's in car 6 to watch out for. Ollie Schlupp, number 9, who's his closest rival, the blue and orange number 9 car, as a student. And his first full season was only back in 2022, and he just missed out on the rookie title. And then he finished 4th in his second campaign in the championship, 4th in the overall standings, and last year was 6th in the championship and finished 5th in this Elite Cup as well. So he was one of the front runners last year, and he's one of the drivers, like his dad Mike, that runs with Mickle Motorsport, John Mickle, the multiple world and British Legends champion. The story with John, he had a big accident a couple of years ago at Cadwell Park, was meant to do the season, couldn't, and certainly couldn't do the Elite Cup. So Jack Parker, who kind of dropped out of the championship, took his car on, and after a year or two away, came back into the championship and nearly won that first season, then did win the Elite Cup last season.
Do you know what, Chris? Many drivers decide that they are going to retire from Legends Racing, and they reappear. And one great example of that, and back absolutely on form this year, is the, I think, 2010 champion, Stephen Traherne, who has been really good in the championship this year.
Yeah, he's 2011. He won the championship.
2011.
So, yeah, what's 14 years ago? But he's popped up every now and again, hasn't he? But yeah, he's popped back this
had an entry
championship
a few years ago in a team car, just to sort of dip his toe in the water.
Here, actually,
and
here
then
at Croft,
it was here, and then yeah, the the bug was back.
Yeah. So he's in the number 12 car, white and green. That car is one of the Ford Coupe replica cars, number 12.
Not the colour of the flag that's out at the moment.
No, which is a session stoppage red flag. Trying to look for why as well. I can't see anything obvious, so it might be out of our sight. At the back of the circuit, because Taben, the chicane, Hawthorne and Clervaux look clear.
I've done a deal with ITV this weekend. They're going to provide us with camera shots. Okay, not moving camera shots, but no, not on that page.
There's a lot
Certainly
of TSL
not on that
pages.
page.
That's a good page, though. We like the tracking page.
Nothing yet.
Your deal hasn't.
No,
worked.
the deal has not come. So the deal was made because of Addison's shed.
Yeah. So the commentary, if you're here at the circuit, the commentary box is up on a sort of, it's above the media centre on a raised on the roof, on the terrace of a building. That's the commentary box. So we get a good view up here of 2/3 of the circuit, I would say. They come back into the complex, they go left, they go right, and then they disappear for a fraction of a second behind a shed which has appeared, which is normally elsewhere, which is the ITV commentary box. Studio, sorry, ITV commentary studio. So Alan was absolutely incandescent with rage about that this morning, and then did this deal.
I was crestfallen for you.
Then did a deal which hasn't worked to get camera pictures.
No.
You only paid £10, £15 for that privilege.
I'm sure they'll come online when they're ready.
Yeah, when they're good and ready.
I said confidently.
So that will be the end of the session, I think, because that was almost done anyway. And the clock will continue to tick down, and 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds left in that 10 minutes. They're pretty much done anyway. It's kind of irrelevant for what we're looking at for the racing coming up, but It was the championship leader that was quickest in that session, Tyler Reid, number 6, with a 1:33.330. Then the man you mentioned, former champion, 2011 champion Steve Traherne, number 12, second, with a 1:33.391. Only 61 thousandths between them. One driver making his debut this weekend in a ex-Will Gibson car, number 52, Trevor Krause, American driver with we'll talk about him later on, but a great record in Legends racing over in the States, and he's come here to the UK Championship for the first time and has impressed. Third quickest with a 1:33.821 in car 52. Then Will Gibson, who's in the top 3 in the Elite Cup Championship, number 1, 1:33.853. Fourth place, fifth place, number 4, Jack Parker, 1:33.874. Sixth was number 19, Connor Mills, who's still involved in the championship fight with a 1:33.993. Then seventh was number 13, Chris Needham. Eighth was the driver second in the championship, number 9, Ollie Schlupp. Ninth was number 88, one of the Barrable brothers, that's Peter. And 10th place was number 79 in that session, Marcus Pett. As we go down to Josh in the pit lane.
Yeah. Speak to some of our drivers down here in Park Ferme. Stephen Traherne, who was second in.
So I think maybe Park Ferme is a step too far for the radio mic, because there is a big building in between Josh and ourselves. So unless you can maybe bring them around the corner, Josh, and just so you've got sight of pit lane, I think that might be a little bit more prudent.
Yeah, it's not working great, is it, down here, Alan?
Where are you, Josh? Where have we got you to? Yep. No, I think we'll leave that for now, Chris. I don't think we're going to be able to speak to the Legends drivers. Although you seem to be back.
You have to leave at Park Ferme, I think, Alan. So that could be a challenge over the course of the weekend for us, I think. But yeah, the Legend drivers are soon going to be heading on their way anyway, because their first race is very shortly, isn't it? I think within an hour. So we're let them do that. But yeah, I think when we are in Park Ferme, it seems the radio mic doesn't want to be our friend particularly.
No, I think I've discovered that in previous years. But this morning we'll find out exactly where the radio mic will work and where it won't, and we'll endeavour to get the drivers to where the radio mic will work, so we can hear from them afterwards. But you know what? Very often the Legends cars drivers, after free practice, do come back and say, well, it was just a question of seeing if the car was okay for the day, because they're busy. They have 3 races over the course of today. They'll have race 1 at 11:30 this morning, 6-lap race around the Croft circuit. At 2:20 this afternoon, they'll have another 6-lap race. They're the 2 heats, and then the final race of the afternoon is at 4:45 this afternoon. It's an 8-lap race for the final. No extra points for that. 200 points for a win, whichever race it is. But they do get 2 extra laps for the final, and they are very much a crowd favourite, and people happy to see the Legends back on the timetable for a BTCC weekend. We're all very happy to have them here, and a championship will be decided this weekend here at Croft Circuit. Josh?
Just for future reference, does it work here? I think it does, doesn't it? So right at the front of Park Ferme.
As long as you don't move, Josh.
It seems that way, doesn't it? So we'll see how we get on, Alan, I think.
Yeah. So get someone to give you a bit of gaffer tape. Put a big X there, and X marks the spot. I think that's what we'll do with Josh.
Live from every circuit, this is Toka Live.
On 87.7 FM here at Croft Circuit and around the world at tokalive.net. Something has happened in the last couple of minutes, and it doesn't refer to Josh's radio mic. It refers to the weather, because the sunshine is peeking through the clouds here at Croft now, and this is really good news, because we've got a full day of action out on track. In just a few minutes' time, we'll have the Virtue Mini Challenge, their qualifying session. They've got half an hour in total of qualifying. And then, as Josh was saying and Chris was saying, the first race for the Legends Cars Elite Cup. And don't forget their championship to be decided over today and tomorrow here at Croft. Their first race is at 11:30. We'll have all the action for you here live on 87.7 and all of your messages as well. Thank you so much to so many of you already that have written into us this morning. This one is from Mason, first time at Croft and loving the commentary. That's a really good way to get on air. If you say that you love the commentary, then that's absolutely superb. Thank you, Mason. Great to have you here for your first meeting. And this one is from Kev. Morning, Alan. BTCC is back. We've done that one. I do beg your pardon. This one says, could I wish my wife Sarah a happy 60th birthday for yesterday? We're here at Croft for a birthday weekend away and to see the BTCC racing. Had a lovely free birthday meal, birthday special offer last night at the King's Head in Richmond. Thanks, and that comes from John. John, Sarah, great to have you here, and that sounds like a rather nice deal down at the King's Head in Richmond, just down the road. This one is from Dean. Happy birthday to Andrew for tomorrow. This one from Danny, here with my dad, and it's his birthday. Could we get a shout out? His name is Paul. Yes, we certainly can, Danny, and happy birthday, Paul. Great to have you both here at Croft Circuit today. Morning, it's Ollie here. Shout out to Dangerous Dave, who is pretending to work, and Councillor James. It is their first ever BTCC. Well, great to have you here. I think there's quite a few first timers here this morning, but having walked out on the bank, look at that, so early in the morning on Saturday, Chris, here at Croft. Great to see such a good, hearty crowd enjoying now the sunshine. Yeah,
I noticed that when I came in at 8:30 this morning. There were already loads of people pitching up on the banking at the first two, just at the first two corners, which is great to see. So yeah, always well supported. It'll be packed tomorrow, no doubt. And yeah, it's going to be a great way to start the second half of the season. Coming up next, it's going to be our first qualifying session of the weekend for the minis. The entry list is on page 45, and this is the Virtue Mini Challenge. Now, at some meetings, we get the trophy cars, the Cooper cars, which are normally aspirated, and at others we get the turbo-powered cars, the JCWs, the John Cooper Works cars, which is what we've got this weekend. So it's those cars in action, as they were with us last time, actually, at Alton Park. And these cars have around about 275 brake horsepower, 2-litre engines on them, as I say, turbo-powered. They all run on Goodyear slick tyres when conditions are suitable, which they certainly are now, the sun breaking through. They run on a part sustainable fuel as well, 25% blend sustainable fuel. And you've got two divisions these days. This was introduced last year within the category because at the bottom of your programme, if you're here at the circuit, you'll see there are a number of drivers in the sport class, which was brought in for the 2024 season. So the cars are very similar. They're a little bit less powerful, but the key difference is that they have a H-pattern, a good old-fashioned H-pattern gearbox rather than a sequential gearbox. So that's meant as an entry into this championship. So lots of drivers come up through the normally aspirated category, the trophy category, come into this. But rather than going straight into it now, you do have the opportunity to jump for a season into the sport class. And a couple of drivers did that last year and have then moved up to the full JCW spec cars this year, including Albert Webster, who's in the number 2 car. He's one of those drivers that came up through that first season, that initial season in that spec car, the JCW Sport Class spec car. So that's the difference between the two types of cars. There'll be a fair bit of speed differential between them. The drivers had 2 test sessions yesterday, 3 in fact, one in the morning and a couple in the afternoon. And Jamie Osborne, who's been one of the stars of the championship this year, number 77, he's got a few seasons of mini racing under his belt now. He's in the Napa liveried car. And he was quickest yesterday, and the majority of the drivers set their quickest time at the end of the day in the third session, and Jamie was one of those with a 1:27.511. So he was a 10th up on Nathan Edwards, number 21, who was second quickest and did a 1:27.625. Alex Solly, who's a driver that was a multiple podium finisher in the number 12 car. He was a multiple podium finisher in the trophy category, a JCW driver these days, and now a rookie in the championship. Lots of drivers have a R next to their name, which means it's their rookie season in this category, and Alex is one of those. He was third quickest yesterday with a 127.9 within half a second of the fastest time. Tom Ovenden, who's another former trophy graduate coming up to JCW a couple of years ago, he was fourth quickest. Harry Hickton, who was the star last year of the trophy championship, Harry the champion last year, number 64, fifth quickest yesterday, and Max Edmondson, number 33, another rookie, was sixth quickest yesterday, just for a guide. In terms of the championship, the aforementioned Jamie Osborne is the points leader. He had they're fairly early in the season because the first part of the season was pretty well spread out. So they were at Donington Park, then Snetterton, then had a bit of a gap before they came and raced on the package at Alton Park. So they've only actually had 3 weekends. They've still got Croft, Knock Hill, Silverstone and Brands Hatch to come. So they're not quite at the halfway point in the championship yet. They've got 19 rounds. They've done 8 of them. Jamie Osborne in the Napa racing car is leading the championship. He's got 369 points. He's 44 points clear of Tom Ovenden, who's one of the Accelerate drivers. In fact, he's on their driver development programme. Now, 44 points, not a lot, because you get 50 points for a race win in minis, and 44 for second, 40 points for third, all the way down to scoring 15 points, even if you finish 20th or below. There are, and this is critical, 6 points available if you get pole position in qualifying, and also you can score 3 points for getting the fastest lap in the race as well. That's in each of the categories. So lots of points still available. Only 44 between Jamie Osborne and Tom Ovenden, who are in cars 77 and 24 respectively. Lewis Selby's had a really good start to the season. He's had his, I think, third campaign now in the championship, but he's a mini expert because he used to race old shape minis in Mini Emilia racing, Mini 7 racing, and Lewis, whose dad is also a racer, he's the most senior driver in the championship. He's third in the standings on 297 points. He's also in the Napa team. He's in car number 18 and got a win last time out at Alton Park. Max Edmondson is the highest placed rookie within the overall standings in the Pro Alloys racing car, and Max's race number is number 33. He had a win as well at Alton Park last time out, his maiden victory. That came in race 1. So he's fourth in the standings on 276 points, and fifth in the standings another rookie driver, Albert Webster, who had the most wins last year in the sport class category, but had a terrible start to the season with a big crash at Donington Park, which put him out of the running at Donington for all of the races, and also meant he had to miss the second weekend of the season at Brands Hatch. But he's doing well. Fifth in the championship, Albert Webster, in the number 2 car, run by the JBMotorsports squad on 238 points. That's the main JCW categories. The cars now head out onto the track. In the JC Sport division, for those slightly less powerful cars with the H-pattern gearbox, it is number 42, Henry Howarth, that leads the standings. He's had 4 wins and a second and a third in class so far. So only 1 race this year where he's not finished on the class podium, and therefore leads the championship. 366 points in the sport division for him, and he's 68 points clear of Ben Crossley, who's now in his second season in that sport division. Finished, I think he was the only driver to finish every race last year in the category. He's with the JBMotorsports team, and he is second and has had podiums in most of the races as well. Did have a retirement in race 2 last time out at Alton Park, but in 6 of the 8 races so far he's been on the podium. He's one class win coming at Snetterton. So 366 points for Henry Howarth in car 42, and Ben Crossley in car 56 second on 301 points, and then it's Archie Johnson third, car number 10. He's one of the Jam Sport drivers. He's got 290 points. And finally, the Rookie Cup. Max Edmondson, you won't be surprised to learn, leads the standings because he's the highest placed rookie in the overall championship. And Max has had 5 rookie wins now, and a second and a third. Only 1 race where he hasn't been in the top 3 in the rookies. So he's got 273 points, but he's only 35 points clear of, as I say, another driver that's going well in the top 6 overall in the championship, Albert Webster. They're 4th and 5th overall in the points, but they're 1st and 2nd in the rookies, with Jacob Hodgkiss as the 3rd highest placed rookie in the championship so far. And Jacob's in car number 95. So that's the situation in terms of the championship. 2 races here this weekend. Sometimes they had 3, sometimes they had 2. At Alton Park they had 2. Here at Croft they've got 2 races as well. And what that means is that qualifying sets the grid for both races. They do have a reverse grid race when there are 3, but when there are only 2 races, it means that you get 1 qualifying session to set the grid for 2 races, and that is a case of the fastest lap for each driver in this session will set the grid for the final race of the weekend, which is tomorrow afternoon, and the second fastest lap for each driver sets the grid for the first race, which is today. They've got 1 race each day, so they've got 2 lap times that have got to get in a 30-minute session. And just to remind you that the best time yesterday was a 1:27.5. Looking at the legends, they were a little bit slower than they went yesterday, so we'll see if that's the case. And looking at the track, say that the conditions are pretty perfect for them. Sunny's out, track temperature going up. It's not so hot that it's going to affect the tyres too much, and it isn't going to affect the engine temperatures too much either as it stands. It'll still be frenetic work for these drivers though, and normally around about halfway into the session, all dive for the pits, come in and have a chat with their engineers, maybe make a few tweaks to things like tyre pressures, but there's not a lot you can change in the session, so from what you bring really. And the car's now starting to build up and set lap times. In terms of pole positions this year, Tom Ovenden has been the star of qualifying. He's second in the championship in the number 24 car. He has had 5 pole positions from 6, and the other one, he was on the front row as well, qualified in 2nd place. The only driver that's bettered him is Jamie Osborne. He's had 1 pole position. That came in the 2nd weekend at Snetterton. We've got a yellow out down at the first corner because we've got 1 off the road just on the edge of the gravel trap. It's one of the Napa cars by the looks of things. Is that Osborne? I think it might be. Just on the end of the lens of the binoculars, but that car is stationary, and the red flags are going to come out as a result of that because it's not moving anywhere. It's right on the edge of the gravel trap. Well, that's at the first corner. No, it's not Osborne, is it? So drivers have just started to get their eye in that session, just started, some of them, to go to their first lap. It stopped. The clock stops, which is good news. 25 minutes and 26 seconds still to go, but because you lose that lap that you're just about to start, and you've got to do another out lap and try and find your way through to get going again. It could be Alex Solly. It's that sort of colour, isn't it? That's gone off, but we'll wait to confirm who doesn't come back to the pit lane.
That's also who the team were suggesting down here at Napa Racing.
Yeah, that's right at the very end of our vision, but yeah, it's certainly not. The Napa cars have all come back. They're the other yellow and blue cars, so I think it could be number 12, Alex Solly, which would be a real shame. It is, yeah. He's a pretty good qualifier this year. He's been in the top 10 every time so far.
Not sure if the car's nosed into the tyre wall there or not, Chris. It's pretty close on the left-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, I can't quite see the nose of the car, but it's, yeah, I'd suggest it probably has. If you're down there, you'll see. But from here, we were, I don't know, 300 or 400 metres away. You just see the sort of final 2/3 of the car, but the nose does look like it's probably gone as far as the barrier.
It looks close, but if it's gone in, Chris, I don't think it's gone in very hard. So that's good news for Alex. But it's obviously been a bit of a strange incident. The angle the car is, it's facing, as you say, left toward.
Yeah, no, I didn't see how he went off, but it would have been the start probably. It was his first push lap. That's done now. Just to note as well, I have different race lengths this year. It's always been previously 20-minute races, but at some races we get slightly longer races, and that's going to happen tomorrow. So it's a 20-minute race for them today and a 25-minute race for the drivers tomorrow. Another change for this year's championship, they don't drop the scores at the end of the season, so every round now counts. Well, Charlie Hand had set the early pace in the session, number 65, 132.379, actually not a bad first lap that. Half a second up on Cam Richardson, number 15, did a 132.9, and third quickest one of our top 3 rookies in the championship, Jacob Hodgkiss, number 95. But it's early doors. 133.522. Albert Webster, 5th in the championship, 2nd in the rookies, number 2, 133.606, 4th, and then Harry Hickton, number 64, 5th in the early stages with a 133.806, ahead of Josh Porter, number 94, in 6th. But it's all pretty cursory, really, because half of them hadn't even done a first proper push lap before that flag came out. So Solly in the gravel trap. The other Napa cars have all made their way home, and hopefully not so much damage that he won't be able to get back in the session and set a lap time, because he needs to not just set 1 but 2 lap times. We had drama in qualifying last time out, in fact, for a Napa car, but it was Jamie Osborne had a sensor issue on the fuel pump, which meant that the car wouldn't start, and missed the vast majority of qualifying. Then finally got going, got out, only for him to do, I think, 1 lap, and then the red flags came out, and so he ended up having to work his way through the order during both races. And there at Alton Park, he did come through, did score good points, but it was his weakest weekend of the season so far, but still crucially came away with the championship lead, Josh.
Yeah, and slowly the rest of the competitors are making their way to the end of the pit lane. I think there were 3 that didn't stop with the team so they could be at the front of the queue, and the first of those was Max Edmondson, who you mentioned done almost all of the rookie winning this year. A very impressive first season in the Virtue Mini Challenge.
Yes, he has, and he's, as you say, dominated that, as we said, in terms of the wins that he scored within rookies, and is the top rookie in the overall championship as a result of that, running in 4th place overall. His livery is one of the brighter liveries. The liveries in this championship are all pretty spectacular, actually. It's a great stepping stone to drivers looking to make a career in tin-top racing, in touring car racing. That's what a lot of them have got their eye on. And the professionalism of the team certainly matches that, and that's borne out really in the liveries. Max is in the number 33 cars, one of those drivers with the luminous yellow flashes, luminous yellow wheels, and on a kind of grey background, orange and blue flashes on the car. So it's a fairly standout car. He comes from Durham, and he is a former Civic Cup champion, in fact the youngest ever Civic Cup champion. And in karting, which again a lot of these drivers have a background in karting, he raced in the 125cc Rotax Max category, which is one of the big direct drive categories in karting, has been for many years now. And he actually represented the UK in the Grand Finals, World Rotax Max Grand Finals, before he moved up into car racing. So he's the driver that's, as I say, 4th in championship, leading the rookie standings from Albert Webster, who's in the number 2 car, one of the JRW cars, and he's the winner of the inaugural Mini Challenge Scholarship, which has helped boost his career, and one of the top drivers last year, most winning driver certainly in the JCW Sport category. 9 wins last year, but only 4th in the championship due to missing points in those first 6 races of the season, those first 2 weekends. So as Josh said, it is Edmondson that leads them out in the 33 car, heading up towards Tab End, and followed, funnily enough, by Albert Webster, who we've also just been talking about in the number 2 car. Many cars still left in the pit lane, and they're going to lose about 30 or 40 seconds compared to those that are already out on track. But there's still plenty of time to go in the session. Over 24 minutes remain, but you're going to lose this out lap. You probably need a lap to get your eye in. The worry, I suppose, for some drivers, if they're about to start a flying lap, if there are others, and there are still quite a few left in the pit lane that come out a bit later, you're about to start a flying lap or finish one, and somebody comes out of the pit lane building up speed and gets in your way. That's always a bit of a worry, because it is a big category, big field of drivers out there. So that's the situation. We'll keep an eye on the sport division drivers as well, particular front runners in the championship, Howarth and Crossley, and to see how they get on for points as well, because they also get points for class pole positions, even though they won't be right at the very front of the field. So Charlie Hand, the driver that set the early benchmark time in the 65 car, and 132.379 the time to beat so far. Cam Richardson, who's one of the Napa Racing UK drivers in car 15, second quickest, and he got the first ever win in the sport division category when it came about last year. And he's actually the first driver to go from the Cooper category, where he raced for a couple of seasons, then into the sport division, and now making his way up the top step of the ladder in Mini Challenge racing for his first season in the full JCW spec car. So number 15, going pretty well so far, Cam Richardson. His best qualifying this year was at Donington Park, where he qualified 12th on the grid for based on his second best lap time. So he's been kind of in the middle, 12th, 13th, 14th in qualifying most of the time, but he's second at the moment in car 15.
The two cars that were a bit later rejoining the session have now done so, which were number 13, which was Harry Campy, and 95, Jacob Hodgkiss. So that should be all the cars back on track, other than the car that caused the red flag, which was Alex Solly. And that car, I can tell you so far, Chris, has not returned to the pit lane. So that might be a very bad qualifying session for Alex Solly that puts him to the back of the grid for both races.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, Kit, you're right. Let us know what the damage is like and whether we're likely to get him back out there as well. Just getting news from Matt, who looks after the media for the championship as well. That was a big off yesterday at probably the fastest part of the circuit, off at Barcraft. And Harry Campy went off and had a big moment, and the team had a pretty late night, I'm told, rebuilding the car and getting it ready. So that's another of our rookie drivers is in car 13, Josh.
That adds up a little bit, because the team have been looking over Harry Campy's car at least twice in this session. So I guess these are the first laps he's done since that incident. So I'm guessing they're just checking everything out, and hopefully all is okay for the Accelerate Motorsport car.
Yeah, you're right. And probably they actually didn't mind that stoppage. So chaps want to just have a good look over everything, because it's one thing rebuilding it in the paddock, isn't it, and working hard, but it's, just absolutely making sure everything's where it should be once it's done a couple of laps in anger. So they probably didn't mind that. Right, here's a familiar sight. Number 77, top of the times. Jamie Osborne straight down into competitive times now with a 128.5 dead, but only 32 thousandths of a second quicker than Hand, who's down to second place now. So the 77 car of Osborne quickest for now. Hand, although it's very early in the session, has still got the best second fastest lap time, which is the grid that you get for this afternoon's race. Second fastest lap time set the grid for today. Absolute best lap time set the grid for tomorrow. Osborne is quickest for now, but Hand has just set the absolute best middle sector, and the middle sector is the one that really counts, because that, as I said earlier, is the longest sector, which takes you through Tower Bend, through the very quick section at the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, Sunny in and Sunny out. So let's see what Charlie Hand can do now. The orange car about to go over the line. Does it go back onto provisional pole position? Yes, it does. 127.892, new fastest lap of the session then for Charlie Hand, just over a tenth quicker than Lewis Selby, who now has moved up to second. Webster goes up to third, Hickton goes up to fourth, and Edmondson goes up to fifth place. And now Edwards, number 21, Nathan Edwards, crosses the line with a absolute best time so far, 127.594. So this is all going to change every time somebody crosses the line in this phase of the session. And Tom Ovenden also improving to go second quickest. So on pole position, provisional pole position 20 seconds ago, now third for Charlie Hand. 21 Edwards quickest, 24 Ovenden second, 55 Hand in third, 18 Selby fourth quickest, fifth quickest number 2 Webster, sixth number 64 Webster, 27 Cordell seventh, eighth number 33 Edmondson, 77 Osborne ninth. I'm wondering if he lost a lap as well, because he dropped down more than I thought, even though weather's improved, and 10th number 94 Porter. If you are exceeding track limits on your lap in qualifying, you lose that lap time as well, which is potentially an issue given what we saw in the free practice session in touring cars earlier. And as is kind of becoming tradition this year, these cars getting quicker and quicker. The qualifying lap record, I'm told, has just already been broken in the session. Edwards, 127.594. Charlie Hand going back over the line. I'm not sure this is going to be an improvement, though. No, it's a slower lap, that. But about to start a good lap, potentially, with a clear track ahead as number 2 Albert Webster comes into the pits. Nathan Edwards about to go over the line. Started the lap well with the absolute best first sector time, and overall does a quicker lap than he'd done before. So still on pole position, but now by nearly 0.3 of a second for Nathan. Absolute best in sector 1, absolute best in the final sector, sector 3, which takes in the complex and the hairpin as well. So that is a 127.594. Osborne with a 127.753 at the moment. He's on a good lap as well. He's up to second, but he's done the personal best first sector, which is only a 10,000th of a second away from the absolute best first sector time. So there's a good middle sector and ends the lap well. Then he's going to be on for potentially getting that time back and getting himself onto provisional pole position in the 77 car. So we'll see how he gets on. He's in the middle sector at the moment. One of his teammates, Cam Richardson, coming through, goes across the line. It's kind of where he's been most of the season so far, in the middle, 13th place so far. He crosses the line. Right, Osborne about to come back into view. The middle sector was not a personal best. He lost 3 or 4 tenths through that middle sector. So I'm not sure it's going to be there unless there's an absolutely mega third and final sector. He's just coming into the hairpin now. And you've got the two Napa cars trying to work together here. Number 18 with the red wing mirrors, Lewis Selby, and with the yellow wing mirrors, number 77, the championship leader, Osborne. They both go through, and Osborne's lap time is pretty good, but it's not an absolute best for him. It's a 1:28.050, so he stays second. Lewis Selby stays in 5th place with that lap, and you can get a tow effect with these cars as well, which is something maybe they're trying to do, work with each other to give each other a tow. Now, on second best lap times, Nathan Edwards, number 21, is fastest there as well. So he's on course for a double pole position at the moment, number 21. He's got the best lap time, and his second fastest lap time is quicker than everybody else's second best lap time by nearly 2 tenths of a second. But he's got, for company on the front row as it stands this afternoon, somebody else with him, Tom Ovenden, second best on second fastest lap times, whereas he's only third overall. And Josh has got news in the pits.
Yeah, you mentioned Albert Webster was the first driver to come back into the pits. He's just had a change of front tyres. Max Edmondson's now come into the pits, but they've taken the bonnet off, and the team are looking in the engine bay and underneath as well. So perhaps not all is well for Max Edmondson in the Pro Alloys racing car. So the team hard at work to see if they can get him back out.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Just looking at the sport division as well. That record has gone now by just under a tenth. So quickest in the sport division in this session is the number 2 10 car of Chris McKenzie, who has done a 1:30.658, 16th overall, but quickest in class. Ben Crossley, he's about nearly 8 tenths of a second slower than him in car 55 with a 1:31.4. And then third quickest in the category is one of the rookies, number 10 Archie Johnson, as it stands.
I think 42, Henry Howarth, has had an off, Chris. The reason I think that is because the car stops in the pit lane. A load of gravel comes out. He's scuffed on the rear left corner as well. So Henry Howarth obviously has had an off somewhere around the track, but has made it back to the pit lane. And a couple more cars coming in. Just have a look at the other side of Henry's car. The trim by the driver's door window has come off, which is slightly bizarre because all the damage is on the other side of the car. But the team at Jam Sport Racing going to work on Henry's car, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, just 18 years of age. He'll be hoping to get back out, because I think it's mainly cosmetic damage and gravel to be cleaned out.
Thanks, Josh. So, yeah, that's the points leader, Henry Howarth. He's had an off and a bit of damage, but as Josh says, hopefully just cosmetic to the car. So, team working to get him back out. He's had 2 poles based on qualifying, but they were in the first weekend of the season at Donington, and he hasn't actually been on pole, class pole that is, since then. Last time out at Alton, the driver that's quickest in the class at the moment, Chris McKenzie, got 1 pole position, and the other went to another driver that's going well in this session, Archie Johnson, number 10, who's third in the standings at the moment in terms of sport division qualifying. Osborne into the pits then, second, and we are at that kind of time now. We just crossed into the second half of the session. His teammate Selby stays out. Charlie Hand stays out as well. But we've got Edwards, Ovenden, Osborne, 3 of the front runners, the top 3, all into the pits halfway into the session as expected. So an update. Number 21, Edwards fastest on pole position for tomorrow's race as it stands with a 1:27.594. Then 77 Osborne, the points leader, with a 1:27.753. Third, number 24 Ovenden with a 1:27.8. Then the former pole sitter from right at the start of the session, Charlie Hand, number 55, is fourth, 1:27.892. That means only 3 tenths of a second covering the top 4 in the session. Lewis Selby, who's still on track, as is Charlie Hand. He's fifth, number 18, with a 1:28.014 and a 1:28.074 for Albert Webster, who came in fairly early after only 3 or 4 laps of running. So Albert, number 2, 6th quickest. 7th quickest, number 64, Harry Hickton. 8th, number 95, Jacob Hodgkiss. 9th, number 27, Milo Cordell. And 10th, number 33, Max Edmondson. 11th, 15, Richardson. 12th, number 70, Hillman. 13th, number 94, Porter. 14th, number 13, Campy. It just gained a place after those overnight repairs. 15th, number 32, Anthony. 16th, And the top Sport Division driver, as I've said, is Mackenzie, number 210, in his second season of mini racing. 17th is number 56, Crosley. Likewise, 18th, number 10, Johnson, first season of mini racing. And then 19th, number 69, Bowie. 20th, number 42, Howarth, with damage to the car. 21st, number 22, Gauchi. And then 22nd, number 29, Crooks. 23rd, number 12, Solly, because he hasn't done a lap yet, because he was the one that brought about the red flags with an off at turn 1. For second best lap times, which set the grid for today's race, it's the same top 3. Edwards from Ovenden, from Osborne, but in a different order. So Edwards and Ovenden on the front row rather than Edwards and Osborne. 4th, slightly better off on the grid today as it stands, is Selby, number 18. 5th on second best lap times is Hickton, who is also better off. He's 7th on quickest lap times, but 5th on the grid today. He would start on his second best lap time. Then Hodgkiss in 6th, Cordell 7th, Hand 8th. So Hand could do with another good lap. He's not as well off on second best lap times. 9th is Edmondson and 10th is Hillman. So that's on second best lap times as it stands. All quiet on the track, Josh, because they're all in the pit lane with just over 12 minutes to go. That's
it. And 94 Josh Porter, I think, has had a grassy excursion at some point, because he's got all grass in his on it by his brakes, when just caught on fire briefly. But the team have solved that very fast. But obviously a slight wide moment, which is very easy to do here at Croft, particularly around the back where it's really quick. But as the field come in, some go back out again, and that includes one of the front runners this year, Tom Overton, I'd noticed heading back out onto the track, Chris.
Yeah, they're not in for long, are they? Need to get on with it, really. So 11.5 minutes to go, an out lap. By the time you've done that, you're down to 10 minutes. So getting into the crux of the session. So all back out on their Goodyear slick tyres, 17-inch wheels on these cars. Team Dynamics wheels on the cars. And yeah, they are queuing to get out of the pit lane now. So it's getting busy pretty quickly, Josh.
And we've gained in a car from the paddock end of the pit lane as well, because Alex Solly's car's just returned. So I think that's been in the paddock, just being repaired. Oh yeah, so he has hit the barriers, there's no doubt about that, because there's damage to the front left corner on Alex's car, but it's the bodywork is all there in one way or another. So Alex is preparing to get back into the car, and we may well see Alex Solly for the final minutes of this session.
Good, so team have done well. Slightly second-hand looking car, but it is going to be back out there. So Solly yet to put in any lap times. His qualifying session is essentially going to be about 10 minutes long, if that. So good news, it sounds like pretty soon we're going to get Alex back out there in the number 12 car. Tom Ovenden, so one of these drivers that's come up through the normally aspirated category, the trophy class, the Cooper class, former champion in that 2 years ago. And now these days a JCW class racer. He's there in the top 3, and he was one of the drivers that went out fairly early for the second part of this session in the 24 car as well. Just making his way through the hairpin. It's the dark blue and white car with light blue and red strips and a red flashes on their rear wings. Next one over the start-finish line. So Ovenden's going to be worth keeping it on. He needs to find 0.2 of a second to get pole position, but he needs to find only 48 thousandths of a second to get himself onto the front row of the grid for tomorrow's live televised race tomorrow afternoon. Owen Hillman comes back into the pits. He's a 12th overall, but he's not quite now, but he was in the top 10 on second best lap times, 11th at the moment in that category. So in terms of the front runners, the top 3 are all back on track. Hand and Selby, who stayed out a bit longer, are going to be a bit later on parade. So cars 55 and 18, 4th and 5th, still in the pit lane, but they stayed out a little bit longer than the others, so they're running slightly out of sync, slightly out of kilter with those ahead of them. And Josh is down there in the pit lane, which is still fairly busy.
No mistake about that, was there?
And that was the sound of Alex Solly heading back out onto the track and depositing gravel all the way past me as well. But his car is back into the session, crucially, so well done to the Napa Racing team.
Yes, I see him now down at Clervaux, so good news. They've got him back out. So what's he got left on the clock? 8 minutes 53 seconds minus his out lap, and he's got to try and find 2 good laps, remember, to get himself somewhere up the grid for the 2 races. Nathan Edwards currently on provisional pole position, 3rd in the championship last year, 5 times a winner in the championship last year. Here at Croft, Max Hall, who started the season as a touring car racer, finished second in the championship behind Dan Zelos last year. He was one of the winners here at Croft. And Tom Overton was the other winner of race 2 here at a mixed weekend. He retired from race 1, but won race 2, did Tom. So they were the 2 winners here last year. Nathan Edwards, who currently is on provisional pole position, didn't have a great weekend. He retired from race 1 and only finished 14th in race 2. And in terms of qualifying here last year at Croft, it was a double pole position for guess who? Jamie Osborne, who is the current points leader, but isn't currently right at the top of the timesheets. He's second behind Edwards on best lap times, and in terms of his second best lap time, slightly worse off, currently 3rd place. So this is the point now at which the times, if they're going to come down, will start to come down, and we might see some green sector times on the TSL timing screens which say personal best. If we get a purple colour next to a sector time or a lap time, it's an absolute best. Alex Solly is about to get a personal best at the end of his next lap, because it'll be his assuming he finishes it, his first lap of the session. So the driver that caused the red flag just down at the corner, which he went off on, Clervaux, and gets through it, of course, absolutely fine. So Solly worth keeping an eye on, 23rd at the moment, but I very much doubt he's going to stay down in 23rd place in that number 12 Napa car. Josh Porter still looks like he's building up speed in the orange and black number 94 car. Tom Overton then about to go over the line, and that was a 1:27.973, only about a tenth and a half slower than his best lap so far. So that was a decent lap, even though it wasn't a record breaker. We did have on that lap a Albert Webster absolute best in sector 1, personal best in sector 2, and he's 5th place with a 1:27.892, which is exactly the same lap time as Charlie Hand, who's done a 1:27.892 as well. And the rule is, if you have the same lap time as somebody else, whichever driver set it first gets the higher position on the grid. And in this case, it's Charlie Hand that got the position first. So Hand 4th and Webster 5th, but they've got to the thousandth of a second exactly the same lap time as one another as it stands. Handy's back out on track as well now, as I say, running slightly out of kilter with the others. And Lewis Selby had already joined. Max Edmondson is the next one over the line, number 33, rookie championship leader. But not the best rookie in this session. That's Hand, who's 4th overall in car 55. Then Webster, number 2, another rookie going well, 5th in qualifying as it stands. Hickton, number 64, 7th. 95 in the pits at the moment. Hodgkiss, another rookie that's ahead of Edmondson.
And he's heading back out now, Chris. And I don't think all is well with Max Edmondson's car, because that's been in the pits a couple of times during this session. We saw the car had its bonnet up at one point, so maybe everything isn't perfect there for him. But Jacob Hodgkiss, who was the last car left in the pit lane, has just headed back out onto the track. Yeah,
I did think that. It was in and out a bit more than the other cars, wasn't it? So not quite happy with that as it stands. I've had one improvement in the sport division for Archie Johnson. It's a pretty significant one as well, because it puts him 2nd in class. So up to 17th place overall for number 10 Archie Johnson, but that is now 2nd in the sport division behind Chris McKenzie, and only 4/10 of a second behind him as well. So 2:10 McKenzie, 10 Johnson, and Howarth 42 are the top 3 in the sport division. Howarth having had his damage repaired. Looks like he's going okay now. On 2nd best lap times, it's McKenzie, Crossley and Howarth. So Johnson could do with another quick lap to get a good grid, or a better grid, for tomorrow's race. He's the next one over the line, in fact. So Archie goes through. Is it a better lap than he's done before? Answer is not quite. 1:31.3, about 3/10 away from his personal best so far. Top of the timesheets, got a personal best through sector 1 for Nathan Edwards, who's already on pole position by a 1/10 and a half, but only by a 1/10 and a half. So he's still working hard to make sure he gets at least one pole out of this. At the moment, he's got a double pole position coming his way in the 21 car. Osborne was a couple of tenths off it through the first sector, and it's an absolute best through that long middle sector for Nathan Edwards. So I think he's about to extend his advantage, as long as it all goes okay and he doesn't get any traffic through the final sector, which he doesn't. And the gold and black and white car of Nathan Edwards comes through and does a 1:27.538. So now he's 2/10 of a second up, and his old fastest lap becomes his best second lap, and that is nearly 3/10 up on Ovenden. So double pole position looking more secure for Nathan Edwards, Josh.
Down in the pit lane after the car is Albert Webster. Albert, looked like you were 5th quickest when you came in. You pleased with that?
Yeah, I mean, from testing yesterday and seeing what I was doing yesterday to where we're at now, when we were sitting 14th, 15th yesterday to 5th today, yeah, I'm really happy with it. The car feels absolutely amazing. You know, the team worked so hard on it to get it to where it is now. And yeah, really enjoyed that session, and you know, red flags are out now, so I may have called it at the right time anyway. I couldn't get any more out of the tyres, they were getting hot, so I thought, park it up, save the tyres, just save the car for a bit for the race today and tomorrow.
Obviously you moved in up this year to the JCW class from the sport class. How different are the two cars?
Oh, completely different. They look the same, but they drive in opposite ends of the spectrum, honestly they do. Just from the diff, the gearbox, and just completely wiping my mind of how to drive a sports car to driving the JCW, so really happy of how it's gone, and yeah, really excited for the race today and once more on ITV.
And it's a longer race tomorrow, and you mentioned about the tyres there. How do you have to sort of look after the Goodyears over the course of a race?
So around here, obviously the front left is getting abused, like the entire way around. There's only one proper right-hander where you've actually got any load on it, so you just got to look after them as careful as you can, just, you know, not going balls to the walls at the start, and you know, making sure you've got some at the end just to hold off the people behind or go for another position in front. Yeah, looking forward to it, can't wait.
Super fast track, cool track to drive as well?
Yeah, it's scary as anything in this Mini. I really enjoyed it in my earlier days in Fiesta Juniors and Fiesta Senior 240s, but yeah, really enjoying the Mini JCW round here today.
Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
So there's Albert Webster, and as he described to us, so Chris, there's a red flag, so I'm not sure if you have any news on that.
Yes, car went off on the exit to the first corner, not surprisingly. That's tricky, that, a big heavy braking zone, into the gravel trap, possibly into the barrier as well, looking at the car. I think it has, and it is Milo Cordell that's gone off and brought about the red flags. And as is often the case in qualifying, he just set his personal best lap time. He was about to start another, so he found the limit, went quickly and tried to go maybe a bit too quick into the next corner. So Cordell, who was in the top 10, brings out the red flag, and the clock stops with 3 minutes and 24 seconds left. So not a lot of time if they get the session going again for anybody to set a time.
All the cars are going to Parc Fermé, Chris, so yeah, I think that'll be the end. I'll
Yeah.
see if there's any chance to speak to anyone, but I think I'll have to bring them out of Parc Fermé if we do.
Yes, it does look like that's probably going to be it. So, and we'll wait for confirmation, but it does feel like we're not going to get the session back underway, in which case, perfect timing for Nathan Edwards to absolutely secure it. I mean, he'd already got a double pole anyway. He definitely got it by setting the best lap of the session just a few seconds before that red flag came out. So number 21, Nathan Edwards on pole position for the first time this season. His best qualifying since he qualified third for both of the races at Dollington at the start of the season. 21 Edwards then, 127.538, 2/10 up on number 77, Jamie Osborne, the championship leader. So the 6 championship points come the way of Nathan Edwards for qualifying on pole. 2/10 up on Osborne. Third, number 24, Tom Ovenden, who's been the star of qualifying by and large this year, but couldn't quite get pole in that one. It was only 47 thousandths of a second between him and Osborne, second and third though. So 21, 77 and 24 your top three. Fourth, number 55, Charlie Hand, which is one of his best qualifyings of the year. Had a second and a fourth at Snetterton. Fourth here today. That, of course, this is the grid for tomorrow's race, best lap times. So Edwards, Osborne, Ovenden and Hand the top four. Then you just heard from Albert Webster, second best of the rookies behind Hand in that session. Fifth overall in the number 2 car with a 127.892. Exactly the same lap time as Hand, but setting it afterwards. So that's why he's on the third row of the grid rather than the second row of the grid. Sixth place, number 18, Selby with a 128.014, which means the top 6 were all within half a second of one another. Seventh, number 64, the reigning Cooper class champion and his first season of JCW, hence the R next to his name for rookie. Harry Hickton, 7th place with a 128.114, which is one of his best qualifyings of the year as well. He's been a regular in the top 10. 8th place, number 33, Max Edmondson, the rookie points leader with a 128.2. A 128.2 as well for Nathan Hodgkiss, another of the top rookies in this year's championship. Number 95, Hodgkiss, 9th overall. 10th place, the driver that brought about the red flags at the end of the session, having just set his best lap of the session, Milo Cordell, number 27. 11th, number 15, Richardson. 12th, number 94, Porter. 13th, number 32, Anthony. 14th, number 70, Hillman. 15th with the rebuild overnight for number 13, Campy. And then 16th place. The pole and the points for the sport division go to Chris McKenzie, number 210. Second pole in as many meetings for Chris, and he set a 1:30.658, was just over 4/10 up on Archie Johnson, one of the rookies, second best in the sport division in car number 10, 17th overall, and the points leader in the sport division, Henry Howarth, had some damage to his car in that session. Number 42, third best of the sport division drivers, 18th overall. 19th, number 56, Crossley. 20th, number 22, Gauci. 21st, number 29, Crooks. And then 22nd, number 69, Bowie, ahead of Solly. Of course, didn't get any chance to get any laps in there, so 23rd.
We'll try and grab a word with Nathan Everwood if we can. Well done, Nathan. Very happy with pole position there.
I think it's deja vu. I've been here before where we starts really well, and it proves we've had a lot of bad luck. But we've turned the tide this weekend. It's nice to be back on pole position. We had the most poles last year, so it's nice to get one this year, and a double pole is even better.
And now looking forward to the both races, starting from pole, no reverse grids to worry about this weekend.
Exactly, it's a short weekend this one. A massive shout out to my team. They did a fantastic job, really, really hard over the summer break. They didn't really have a break, so no, I really, really appreciate them, especially Fordy, my number one, and my engineer this week.
I think we're right on the edge, aren't we?
Right
yes.
on the edge.
Okay, and then we
like
were
a racing driver. Got most of it though, Josh. Got most of it. Yeah. So as he said, most poles last year in the championship, and also managed to get 5 wins in his rookie season last year to finish third in the championship last year. Nathan Edwards, and he's got double pole position because I've given you the order of qualifying, which is the order that sets the grid for tomorrow's race based on best lap times, but on second best lap times he's on pole position for today's race as well. Number 21, this is second best lap times, provisional grid for today's race. Number 21, Edwards. Second, number 24, Ovenden. Third, number 2, Webster, with a great effort there for the rookie. Fourth, number 77, Osborne. Fifth, number 18, Selby. Sixth on second best lap times, number 64, Hickton. Seventh, number 95, Hodgkiss. Eighth, number 27, Cordell. Ninth, number 33, Edmondson. And running at the top 10 on second best lap times, number 55, Hand. He was 4th overall, but only 10th on second best lap times.
Have you seen our brass band?
I heard.
Have you heard them?
I heard something in the background, yeah. do tell me more.
So it's the Army recruitment team that are here over the course of this weekend, and they were playing in the paddock bright and early this morning. I think probably about 8:45 they first struck up. They were the same Army recruitment band that were at Donington Park just a few weeks ago, and they played every time a World Superbike rider came down Victory Lane. So it was to welcome them into Victory Lane. They had a big Army recruitment tent at Donington a few weeks ago, and I assume, although I haven't seen it, that they have the same here this weekend. But they do make the paddock quite a jolly place. Nobody told the series boss Alan Gow that there was going to be a brass band playing in the paddock this morning. So not only his expression but also his questions were quite interesting when the brass band fired up first thing this morning. But they do bring smiles to the face, and they're doing a good job making people very aware of Army recruitment here at Croft this weekend. So that's a good feature of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really knock it, can you? When you've got a bit of pomp and
exactly
and
that
brass and proper music.
Exactly
going there, yeah.
that
In the sunshine as well.
Yeah, in the sunshine here at Croft.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
On 87.7 FM and around the world at tokalive.net. A very good morning to you at the local time. Just gone 25 past 11, which means we are, before we know it, into racing, because they've got 3 races today.
Thank you very much, everyone. Give it up for Casper on trumpet and Ben.
Oh, I think that was the brass band, wasn't it? I think they might be on the same frequency. Well, so historically, when a television crew pitches up on our radio mic frequency, I have to spend quite a bit of time looking for a camera crew. I don't think I'm going to have too much trouble finding the people that are on our frequency today. That was from the Army recruitment band, so we can change their frequency. If you want to get in touch with us here at Toka Live, you can do so. You do so on WhatsApp. All we need is your message plus your first name to 07482 877 877. 877. We're on 87.7 FM this weekend, so you see what we did there. 07482 877 877. Message plus your first name on WhatsApp only. Can you please give a shout out to Amy, who's 11 and attending her first ever motorsport event here at Croft? Amy, you are very welcome. At 11 years old, it will be the first of many. I absolutely guarantee it. This one says, hi from Dave and Darren, here for Dave's 70th birthday. We are sat parked on the embankment to the left of post 6. Keep up the good work. Well, in which case, we know where post 6 is now. As there are no cars on circuit.
Hello, post 6.
Are they waving? Hello, post 6. Yeah, we need to know Dave and Darren. Where are they? They're in the car, so they could flash their lights, couldn't they? On WhatsApp, all you need to do is to send us a message, 07482 877 877. Dave and Darren, have a great weekend here at Croft. Thanks for writing in. Lucas says, wishing Dan and Emma a good day and a good evening as well. Thank you, guys. This one says, it's from Archie. I've just arrived my first ever live motorsport weekend. Could you please give a shout out to Hetty, Ben, Kim, Adrian and baby Daphne as well. Archie, there you go. Welcome along to your motorsport adventure. It all starts here at Croft. This one says, morning guys, it's great to be back, and this time with our youngest, Evangeline, who is 18 months old, as well as Jensen and Alfie. Looking forward to some great motor racing action and of course your fantastic commentary. You see, this is the way to get on air. Sat on the hill next,
been going on.
next to the complex, just massaging our egos, enjoying the smell of burning rubber. That's from Martin and Emily. And last one for now. This one says, could you please do a shout out for Oliver, who is 7 and a massive Ash Sutton fan. Thank you, Claire, and even bigger Dan Lloyd fan. Loving the commentary. Now, here's the thing for you to look out for this weekend. You know how the Napa racing team always do amazing things to their livery and their merchandise and all of that kind of thing for Knock Hill when we go north of the border. Well, they've done something rather special for this weekend, because yesterday was National Yorkshire Day, and on top of 2 of the cars this weekend, they carry a huge Yorkshire rose, and on the side of it as well, celebrating Yorkshire Day.
Fantastic.
So it's always the 1st of August every year is Yorkshire Day. And,
I didn't know that was a thing.
It is. It is
National
a thing.
Yorkshire Day.
1st of August every year, and Napa well, they've got 2 drivers from Yorkshire. They've got Sam and they've got Dan Camish, both proud Yorkshiremen, and for that reason, both of those cars this weekend are carrying the Yorkshire Rose atop the cars. So later on today, I'll probably catch up with the team principal, Pete Osborne, who's also a proud man of Yorkshire. So we'll have a chat about that, but that's something to look out for on those 2 Napa cars this weekend. 07482 877 877 is our number on WhatsApp. It's on WhatsApp only. This one says, please say hello to Freddie in the grandstand, his first BTCC, and thank you all the drivers who have been so kind to him. Grandma and Granddad, great to have you here, and Freddie as well. And they're a friendly bunch, are the drivers in the BTCC and the teams as well. So it's when you bump into a legend like maybe Dick Bennett's down in the paddock, and he's always happy to have a chat and talk about yesteryear in the BTCC. He is just one example of the very, very friendly people that are around the BTCC all weekend. A couple of which are going to be joining us at lunchtime here on Toka Live for a chat up here in the studio. 87.7 FM is our frequency, and around the world at tokalive.net. Right, we're ready to go racing. Look what we've got on circuit, the little pocket rockets. Legends, the first race of 3 in the commentary box is Chris Hartley.
Thanks, Alan. I've just looked up 14th of July is National Black Country Day, apparently. I didn't even know that was a thing either.
Is it?
That's where I'm
by
from.
Jove?
Yeah, I missed it.
Is it?
I should have had a day off.
Do we have an event in the Black Country? No, we don't.
Many events. Most of them are on the news. In a good way.
Right. I need to go and find the brass band, don't I?
Off you go.
Yeah.
Good luck. And they aren't related to the army, so be nice. You might be in trouble otherwise. Page 43, if you're here at the track, is where you'll find the entry list for Legends. Right, this is the first heat. 2 heats and a final. Points available in all of them. This grid based on pure chance. It's drawn out of a hat. It has given us number 12, former champion Steve Traherne on pole position in car 12. Chris Needham, number 13, former Gearbox karting champion, is on the front row with him. On row 2, we've got number 3, Ross Marshall, and 122, Chris Dewey. On row 3, it's the Elite Cup Championship leader in the red Lightning McQueen car, Tyler Reid. Just missed out of the title last year. Also on the third row of the grid, number 19, Connor Mills. Row 4, number 33, Mike Schlupp, who's the dad of Ollie Schlupp, who's second in the points. 99, Owen Lawler is also on the fourth row. The fifth row, 17, Ben Mahoney, and 25, Luke Simmons. Jack Parker, the reigning Elite Cup champion, number 4, and Will Gibson, the reigning champion, two-time overall Legends champion, and currently third in the Elite Cup Championship. He starts on the 6th row as well in car 1. Row 7, 88, Peter Barrable, 11, Mark Beattie. 15th row, 22, Matt Knight, 79, Marcus Pett. And then it's Trevor Krause, who's come all the way from the States to race in car 52. 34, Nick Price on row 9. Row 10, 63, Derek Hogan. And 9, Ollie Schlupp, with work to do in this race, but he'll have a good grid for race 2 when this gets reversed. He's second in the points. So he's one to watch out for, number 9, the blue and yellow car. Row 11, number 10, David Bonser, and 29, Nathan Anthony. And row 12, James Pendleton, number 7. So that should give us all the cars who are coming right on cue into our sights now, ready for the first race of the weekend. Short, sharp, frenetic, frantic. That's what you're about to get. 6 laps of racing for the Legends about to get underway. Steve Traherne in the white and green machine is about to lead the rolling start underway with these motorcycle engine cars about to zip into life then as the red lights go out. Looks like Traherne's made a pretty decent start. He's got Ross Marshall in the red and white car trying to go with him into turn 1. The black car on the outside is Chris Needham. Can he get that outside line all the way through turn 1? No, Traherne holds on to it. Needham stops into second place, then Ross Marshall third. Tyler Reid, though, the points leader, has made a good start. He's gained a place up to 4th position. So he's found a way ahead of Connor Mills, who's there in the orange and black car, running in 5th as they make their way through the chicane for the first time in the race. And keep an eye on how far up the order Ollie Schlupp can get as well. The top 4 now start to slipstream each other. Stephen Traherne gives everybody a massive tow, and Chris Needham now dives up the inside of him on the way to Tower Bend. You've got Connor Mills trying to get up the inside of Marshall for 3rd. That doesn't quite work. He's 4th. Somebody just behind had a massive lockup going on the way into that braking zone into Tower Bend and smoked the tyres and lost a couple of places on the way out of the turn in that second group of cars. But the top 4 tied together. 5th is going after them as well as they disappear out of my sight now and head down towards Sunny In and Sunny Out of the fastest part of the circuit, coming out of Barcroft into Sunny In, then Sunny Out. It's a double apex, almost a big sweeping hairpin, but with a very short bit of straight in the middle of it. They come out of that and come back into my sight very shortly into the left-right S-bend sequence at the complex, which they do now, and it is still the black car from second on the grid leading the way of Chris Needham. Second, the pole sitter Traherne. Third, number 3, Marshall. Fourth, the points leader of the Elite Cup with a good start and hung on to that place, and they're going for 3rd place, and he's done it. At the inside goes Tyler Reid with a great move under braking to get ahead of Marshall. Up to 3rd then from 5th on the grid at the end of the first lap of the race. Then it's Jack Parker who's made a good start to the race as well in 5th from 11th on the grid. The driver from Wolverhampton. Marshall now looks at the inside to get 3rd place back away, but can't do it on the way into Clervaux. So Tyler Reid stays there in that position. 1 lap done, 5 laps to go. How far up the order did Ollie Schlupp get? Pretty well. 7 places gained in the number 9 car. The driver second in the points, so that has got him up to 12th position. So good start from Ollie Schlupp. Tyler Reid, though, gets a really good exit coming out of the chicane, looking to get second place away from the pole sitter Steve Traherne in the green and white car. He's doing it, smoking the tyres. Ahead is Chris Needham, squeezing in between them. Then is Tyler Reid. Great move, and he goes second with that. So at a second place now in the red machine. Running wide coming out of Tower Bend is Jack Parker, who kicks up the dust and loses momentum. So Mike Schlupp, the senior of the Schlupps, is going to try and come after him and close the gap through Barcroft, which he does. And as they disappear out of my sight, they're nose to tail in the battle for 5th place. So could be a change down at Sunny. If you're there, you'll know. I've got to wait and see, though, because that's in the blind spot from the commentary box. But it certainly looked like Schlupp, Mike Schlupp, that is, number 33, was very close. Or was it Barrable, actually? It might have been Barrable in the 88 car that was getting there. In fact, I think it was Barrable who got ahead of Schlupp on that lap. But he didn't get past Parker. Parker did just cling on to 5th place. No change between the top 4. It is Barrable in the blue and yellow car into that 6th place now. And in fact, Parker and Barrable closing up a bit, I reckon, to the top 4 at the end of this lap. So you're about to have 6 for the lead of the race here. 7th place, the orange, black and green, number 33, Mike Schlupp car. Then number 1, Will Gibson, who's 3rd in the Elite Cup in this final weekend, having a solid but not yet spectacular race. No change all the way into Clervaux at the start of lap 3 then. Chris Needham leads still in the black machine, hanging on to the position for the time being at least. But if you're at the head of the field, you punch a big hole in the air for everybody else, and they'll get your toe and they'll get the advantage on that run at that long straight towards Tower Bend. And that's exactly what's happening now for the driver in second place as he gets the run. Reed is alongside, he's on the outside, he's through into the lead of the race then for Tyler Reed. For the first time, he hits the front on lap 3 into Tower Bend. The black car of former race leader Chris Needham slots into second. 3rd is the pole sitter Steve Traherne. 4th is Ross Marshall in the red and white number 3 car. 4th and 5th nose to tail as well. And Barrable has got through, coming through the Jim Clark S's. He got a better run of Jack Parker coming out of Tower Bend. So Pete Barrable having a good race here in the number 88 car, moving up the order. But Tyler Reed looking for his 3rd win of the season. He'd tie in terms of race wins this year with Ollie Schlupp if that's the case. And remember, if they're tied on points at the end of the weekend, who's got the most race wins will count. So crucial for him to do. He's hit the front, he's leading the way, he's on course for 200 points here, and he's ahead of everybody, including his 2 closest championship rivals. Now dropping down behind Barrable and Parker as they were out of sight down at Sunny is the red and white number 3 car. So that slipped back down to the tail of that lead group, down to 6th place now. So not a good second half of the lap for Ross Marshall. He loses the places. It's Reed in the lead, Needham 2nd, Traherne 3rd, Barrable 4th, Parker 5th, Marshall down to 6th, Gibson's gained a place up to 7th, and Trevor Krause, number 52, is 3rd quickest in the practice session this morning. Also going well. He's in the Will Gibson car, making his UK racing debut, looking very good. He's a multiple champion in the USA, won the 2021 and 2022 New England Legends Championship races, and the 2022 Road Course World Finals as well, as we're about to get a challenge for second on the way into Tower Bend. Doesn't quite come to anything for Steve Traherne, but he's still almost pushing Chris Needham through the corner, and that's allowing Tyler Reed to get away. Parker again, he's a little bit scrappy in the number 4 car coming out of Tower Bend, kicks up the dust, and he's exchanged positions a couple of times with Barrable, but Barrable this time can't quite find a way through. So Pete Barrable in the 88 yellow and blue car remains for now in 4th place as they disappear from my view. We've had 3 laps done. We're already into the second half of this 6-lap race, and into the pits, I'm afraid, with a problem comes number 10, David Bonser, the driver from Tamworth in Staffordshire, is into the pit lane as the race leaders, the leading trio, come back into the complex. 4th, 5th and 6th are going to have to try and work hard now to catch them. And then the next 2 cars, Will Gibson and the driver in his car, his team car, number 52 that I was just talking about, Trevor Krause, the American, the second of the orange and white cars, number 52. They're the next pair, and they're currently running 7th and 8th. Then it's the luminous green and black car of Simmons in 9th, and in 10th place going through at the end of that 4th lap of the race is the driver second in the points in the Elite Cup, Ollie Schlupp. Had a great first lap of the race, but hasn't made as much progress since then. But he'll have a better grid than his championship rivals for race 2, and a chance to outscore them and close the gap there. Right, this is Steve Traherne then, coming out of the chicane. The green and white number 12 car of the 2011 Legends champion, right on the tail of Chris Needham. The black car number 3, the inside line opens up, he goes for it, he throws it down the inside on the way into Tower Bend, gets his nose in front, gets the job done, doesn't outbrake himself, and that's up to 2nd place then for the champion. He's been away for a few years, has had every now and again he's turned up in the championship over the last few years. Last time was here a couple of years ago, this circuit, but he hasn't raced one of these cars for 2 years. Doesn't look like it though, does he? He's there in 2nd place. Parker in 4th, Barrable 5th, Marshall in 6th. They are trying to close the gap. Parker's got the fastest lap of the race last time around as well in car 4. That's a 1:33.482. And then it is just behind that pair, Marshall, Gibson and Krause, Simmons and Schlupp rounding out the top 10. Mike Schlupp's dropped out of the top 10 now in the 33 car. Certainly looks like Parker and Barrable, who's got a loose flapping left rear bit of bodywork over his wheel, are catching up to that battle to 2nd place. They're bringing with them Ross Marshall as well as they come out of the hairpin, but time is running out because we've completed 5 of the 6 laps now. Last lap of the race then, Tyler Reed looking good for the 200 points to extend his championship lead over Ollie Schlupp. But he'll have a lower grid position for race 2 when this grid gets flipped on its head this afternoon. And then for the final, whoever gets the most points across these 2 races, and that could be a Tyler Reid, it could be an Ollie Schlupp, will have to come from the very back or near the very back of the grid. But we'll wait and see how it all works out. Just over half a lap to go then for the race leader. He's broken the toe. He's looking good here, Tyler Reid. He's over a second clear of Steve Traherne in second, who now gives the toe to Chris Needham. Smokes the brakes as late as he dares. Drags the tarmac with the front right of his car, and smoke streaming from the back of Traherne's car. But he still made the corner, and he doesn't lose any momentum coming out of it. He saw that there might be an attack coming, and he brakes super late. Again, into Barcroft. Needham has a nibble at the inside. Can't find a way through. It's nose to tail for 4th and 5th as well, as they disappear from my view down towards Sunny Inn, as Barrable tries to find a way past Parker. Those two have been joined at the hip all the way through. Parker, remember, the reigning Elite Cup champion from last year, just about nibbled it away, as I described earlier, after the race had finished, from the driver that currently leads the standings and this race, with a couple of corners to go. Back into the complex for the last time, Tyler Reid, number 6, an exemplary drive from him. He's going to win, no doubt about it. There's still positions to be sorted further back. Ollie Schlupp is actually defending rather than attacking at the moment. He's got the number 25 car of Simmons right behind him, but he is up to 9th place, which is a good effort from his grid position. There's the flag though, and the first win of the weekend goes to Tyler Reid. He seals the deal by 7/10 of a second. Second place Traherne, 3rd Needham, 4th Parker, Barrable 5th, Marshall 6th, 7th Pett, 8th is Ollie Schlupp, 9th Simmons, Will Gibson 10th, and Kraus, who was running well at the start of that race, has tumbled down the order because we've got a couple off. That's not him, by the way, but a couple off coming together coming out of the last turn. Matt Knight was one of them in the 29 car. He's got going again, but the luminous yellow car is stranded on the exit to the hairpin, and that is Chris Dewey in the 122 car, who can't get going again, so double waved yellows for anybody else that's left to come out of that hairpin. And unfortunately, Dewey doesn't look like he's going to get to the finish line anytime soon, so he tumbles down the order that last corner excursion, and contact with Knight, and I think one other car involved in that as well, certainly delayed in it. But number 6 Reid wins, number 12 Traherne 2nd, 3rd number 13 Needham, 4th number 4 Parker, 5th number 88 Barrable, 6th number 3 Marshall, 7th number 79 Pett, 8th number 9 Ollie Schlupp, the younger of the Schlupps, 9th number 25 Simmons, 10th number 1 Gibson, 11th number 22 Knight, 12th number 33 Mike Schlupp, 13th number 11 Beatty, 14th number 34 Price, 15th number 29 Anthony, 16th number 99 Lawler, 17th number 63 Hogan, and 18th number 7 Pendleton. Kraus tumbled down the order on that last lap of the race and hasn't finished, so he's disappeared. I suspect over on the blind side of the circuit from me, over at Sunny somewhere. So 52 was having a good race there, was in the top 10. There's a non-finish, a classified 19th, but a lap down. Dewey is still stranded on the exit to the hairpin with a luminous yellow car, number 122. That is a change of number, by the way. He's down as 222 in the programme, but it's 122 for Chris Dewey. And also non-finishes for number 17 Mahoney and number 10 Bonser, who came into the pit lane early on. So I'm working out provisional points as we go. These are, please do bear in mind, provisional, not official points. But 200 points go the way of Tyler Reid for winning that race. Ollie Schlupp managed to come through in the end to finish in 8th place, which was a pretty good effort. He did a lot of that work on the first lap of the race, but did pick up a couple of positions on that final 2 laps of the race as well. So for 8th place, he'll score 120 points. Will Gibson was slightly disappointing 10th in that race. He had a pretty good grid as well, so he scores 100 points. Connor Mills, who's 4th in the championship, is a non-show this weekend. And then we've got Marcus Pett, 6th in the championship, who was 7th in the race. 130 points scored for him. So, provisionally, well, maybe in the next couple as well, because Jack Parker he's 7th in the championship, but he was up there 4th in the race. Provisionally gets 160 points. And Pete Barrable, who's 10th in the championship, had a 5th place finish there and scored well as well with 150 points. So provisionally, unofficially, this puts Tyler Reid onto 2,085 points, and he now has a 115-point lead over Ollie Schlupp. So he's grown it from 35 to 115, but he'll be behind Ollie on the grid for the next race.
You've got a decent spreadsheet there.
That's nice, yeah.
Just added them in.
Added them in, typed it in. All provisional, all unofficial, but trying to work it out as we go.
Did I miss the whole of the Legends race?
Yeah. Nothing happened.
Have you any idea how far away the army are?
Where are they?
I don't know. But I've done
support race paddock.
I've done cross-country assaults to get there.
You need one of those golf buggies. That's what you need.
No, I do. And
or
they
an e-scooter.
They were absolutely mortified when I said that they were loud and proud across the stream, the FM, and around the speakers here at Croft. So they have promised us that they're going to change their frequency. So that's very good news, and it means that we can hear from Josh down on the podium in a couple of minutes.
Only Alan Hyde can tell the army what to do.
No, I asked them very nicely, actually. I didn't tell them what to do. Far from it. A long way from it.
So provisionally, Tyler Reid improves his championship lead, of course, with that win. His third win of the season, and there's also 3 podiums on the bats now, because he finished winner of race 2 last time out at Brands Hatch and finished second in the final. So he's on a good run of form here. Ollie Schlupp, though, good recovery from where he was. 115 points back. Will Gibson, 135 points back now. So the top 3 stay as they were, but the points have grown. But the grid will flip for race 2, with that grid then being reversed, and the next time we see the Legends in action for what's going to be a busy afternoon for them will be at 2:20 for their second race, and that'll be the last race of the day at 4:45 for the final.
I know who is going to be making the presentation. It is all the way from the USA. It is Christy Kraus, who is our American guest driver's mum, who is over here.
Trevor's mum, right?
Yeah. So Trevor Kraus's mum, Christy, is making the presentation, I think. But Josh Barrett is down on ground and will know.
Before we get to that, Alan, I have a quick word with the drivers, because I've pulled them out of Park Ferme so we can speak to Tyler Reid firstly. Well done, Tyler. First win of the day. Good.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There we go.
Radio
couldn't
Mike
ask for a better way to start the weekend. Good points for the championship and extended the lead. Awesome way to start and do it again in the next race, hopefully. So a bit further towards the back, so it'll be a bit harder, but I'm hoping we can come through.
Enjoying being back part of this package once again?
It's working? Yep. Yeah, every time we come here, the whole family loves it. I mean, working? Yeah, the spectators just make it all really worth it. All the waves you get on the in-lap is just awesome, and see all the support, it's just, really good.
Well done. I'll hand back to you, Alan, and we'll get ready for the podium.
Thanks very much indeed to Josh Barrett. Apologies about the radio mic. He will find the ultimate place. So the X that he marked down on the tarmac down there, he needs to move just a little bit, and then we'll, by the end of today, we'll have the perfect spot for Josh to have a chat to our drivers here on Toka Live on Radio Croft 87.7 FM. Can we say hello to Freddie in the grandstand on his first BTCC? And great to have you here, Freddie. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, hello again, guys. Martin and June are here again from the long and arduous trip from Dorset. Looking forward to some exciting racing after withdrawal symptoms of the summer break. Good luck to Team Virtue, and thanks, as always, for your entertaining commentary. Thank you very much indeed. You're more than welcome, Josh.
So I think we're good here, aren't we, on top of the podium. So we're ready for our first podium presentation of the day, and it's for round 13 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup. We welcome Chrissy Kraus up onto the top of the podium, who will be presenting the awards, Chrissy, from the United States, her son racing, with us for the first time this weekend. In third position in round 13, Needham. So we welcome Chris up onto the podium, a 5th elite podium of the 2025 season. And Chrissy Kraus will hand over the 3rd place trophy to Chris Needham. In 2nd place, Stephen Traherne. Well done, Steve. A 3rd elite podium of the 2025 season in round 13. He'll go up onto the far end of the podium, where Chrissy Kraus will hand over the 2nd place trophy. But the winner of round 13 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup, Tyler Reid. Well done, Tyler. We just heard from him, the 3rd win of the season in the Elite Cup, and Tyler will get up onto the top step of the podium here at Croft, where he will receive his winner's trophy from Chrissy Kraus, and we'll get photographs now of the 3 drivers, and I think we get the 3 of them up onto the top step of the podium for some final photographs. Congratulations once more to Tyler Reid, the winner, second Stephen Traherne, and Chris Needham in third, and that completes the podium presentation for round 13 of the Legend Elite Cup.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
And the Toka Live podium throughout this weekend is at the exit end of pit lane. Keep going, there's an area of grass. It's very, very scenic, as this part of the country is, and some trees in the background. Get some great photographs if you are around the paddock area. It's just next to the ITV studio, and Chris, that's always been a bit of a bone of contention with Steve Ryder. He always pops his head out of the ITV studio and says, sorry, can you turn it down a bit? It's always been a constant battle between the two of us, and of course this is the first weekend that ITV's coverage with their full coverage of all of the action tomorrow and of qualifying this afternoon will be without Steve Ryder, and it just feels a little bit odd. The good news is that I spoke to Steve on the phone last night, so he's missing us all terribly, and gave me a call in the early evening to see how things were going. So he's thinking of us and going to settle down and watch the coverage tomorrow. One thing that we did at the last meeting, which was at Alton Park, was to give Steve a bit of a send-off down in pit lane, which was absolutely lovely, and that's reflected on the centre pages of the race programme this weekend. It's a lovely picture. Alan Gow, Ash Sutton, Dan Rowbottom, Nick Hamilton, you see Jake Hill there as well, Dick Bennett. There's a lovely picture, Sam Osborne in the picture as well. A lovely picture of Steve standing in front of the assembled teams down in pit lane at Alton Park to give him a proper send-off. 37 years he was covering the BTCC for ITV, and before that for the BBC, and they are shoes that are very, very big shoes to fill. And after we had that Alton Park meeting at the halfway point of the season on Tin Top Tuesday, on the Tuesday after, had a conversation with Steve, so we might be replaying that over the course of this weekend here on Toka Live, maybe lunchtime today, although we've got a couple of live guests that will be joining us up here in the studio for a bit of a chat, but if not today, maybe tomorrow morning after the pit lane walkabout and before things get in action on the circuit at just gone midday. So all of it here on 87.7 FM. A reminder how you get a shout out on the radio. All you have to do is to WhatsApp us. 07482 877 877 is the number. Send your first name and then your message to 07482 877 877, and we'll see if we can get you on air. Wesley says, please could you give a shout out to my brother Jude as it's his birthday. Thank you, Wesley. You're more than welcome, and happy birthday, Jude. Big shout out to my brother Kaiser, who does great work with the North East Ambulance Service and is attending his first time here at Croft, from his brother Tan. That says thank you. And John, Christy, Tyler and Ryan are here all the way from America, cheering on Trevor Krause in the Legends. And Christy, one of those 4, was the lady that just made the presentation on the first Legends podium of the day, and will be making the presentations for the remaining 2 races today as well. Christy Krause, John, Tyler and Ryan, great to have you here all the way from America. You know how they met? It was when at the end of last year Will Gibson was invited to go out and do the World Finals in America, and Trevor was one of the drivers that he made friends with over the course of that weekend, so has decided to come over here and race this weekend, which is really good news. Good morning. This is our first visit to Croft, and we're really enjoying it so far. We used to watch the BTCC on TV in the 90s when Mondeos and Cavaliers were battling with Alfa Romeos and Volvo estates. Please say hi to Hayley in the grandstand as she soaks up the race and the race atmosphere as well. Great to have you here. Yep, we remember those days, the Mondeos, the Cavaliers, the Vectras, the Alphas and the Volvo estates. We remember it very well indeed. In fact, we just saw the 1992 champion Tim Harvey up here and enjoying the view that we we get from... I just realised he's probably not been up here before and had a look at the view, and he was just saying what a good view it was. Tim Harvey is someone that we'll get on Toka Live at some stage this year for a lunchtime chat, because he remembers those old days of Volvos and Vectras because he was racing in the championship at that point. So Tim would be a really good shout to get on. This one is from David. Can you shout out to my laddies Caden and Cameron, their first trip to Croft, ticking off another track off the list. Looking forward to a great weekend of racing. Thank you very much indeed. And David, great to have you here. And Caden and Cameron as well. If you want a shout out on the radio, all you have to do is to WhatsApp us 07482 877 877. 07482 877 877 is the number. Start with your first name, then your message to 07482 877 877. Right, that brings us up to date here in the studio on Toka Live. Josh Barrett will be back down in pit lane, but in the commentary box for our next action on circuit, which is FP2 for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Al. Yep, the cars will be out in less than 3 minutes' time for another 35-minute session, but this is their last chance to get the cars tuned in. The drivers absolutely on it, ready for this afternoon's all-important qualifying session, which will set the grid for race one. If you're here at the circuit and you've got a programme, a reminder that the entry list you'll find on page number 47, so you can see who is in which car. And on free practice one this morning, it was number 80, Tom Ingram, second in the championship, the former champion who set the best time of all with a 1:20.514. Pretty good lap time that, given that it was free practice. Senna Proctor had been top of the times for most of the session, but was pipped in the end to second place. But this is only his third weekend back racing, and having been in the top 10 in all of his 6 races so far in 2025, Senna Proctor was second quickest, the Yorkshireman, with a 1:20.675, so just 0.16 seconds behind Tom Ingram. So the Team Virtue Hyundai i30s at the top of the timesheets in free practice one. Then championship leader, 4-time champion Ash Sutton was third quickest. He set his lap times fairly early on in the session, and in the Napa Racing Ford Focus ST, 1:20.799 second lap. Mikey Doble was fourth quickest. He put that time in pretty late on in the Vauxhall, because he did great things in the pre-season test here at Croft back in the spring. And Mikey in the number 88 Motor Parts Direct with Power Max Racing Vauxhall Astra, fifth quickest with a 1:20.996. Another Yorkshireman, Dan Lloyd, Restart Racing in the Hyundai, was fifth quickest in car 1, 2, 3. So 3 Hyundais in the top 5. And another Yorkshireman going well was Dan Camish in the Napa Racing UK Ford Focus ST, sixth quickest for the driver that has been best on average in qualifying so far this year. We've got breaking news here, and in order to break that news, I think we should head over to the editor of Motorsport News, Scoop Matt James, who has news for us, Matt.
Well, there's no scoop. To be honest, we've had an official statement just come through saying that due to Jake Hill feeling unwell, the administrator has permitted Colin Turkington to drive the car in today's second free practice session.
Who?
Colin. Yeah, Colin. I can't remember.
What, the 4-time champion?
Colin will use competitor number 21. A further decision regarding the participation of the car in official qualifying will be taken after free practice.
Oh, interesting.
So there we go.
Can't remember that happening before.
Did he have his boots in the car?
Yeah, I guess he must have. But I saw Jake Hill because we were staying in the same hotel. I saw him last night as he was heading out for dinner.
Oh dear.
I'm not going to mention the brand of restaurant he went to, just in case they're linked.
Okay.
Just in case it's linked.
You didn't go there.
No, I didn't go there. No, I didn't go there.
Okay.
Oh dear. So not well. That's and on a track map where we'd probably have high hopes here, because given BMWs and Colin in particular, mega record around here, yeah, 15 wins. Yeah. Well, he's back again, so can't keep him down, can you? Because he popped up and stood in for Jake at the start in a pre-season test at Brands at the start of the year as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
When Jake was
Jake's
off racing
all right.
GTs.
Let's wish Jake all the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to see Colin back in a touring car, he's been driving a few things, hasn't he?
Yeah,
it's not like he's been driving nothing at all.
No, he's done some Brit car long distance races and 2-driver races and historics as well, of course.
Yep.
But like you said, Chris, an absolute master around this circuit, Colin. he's synonymous with it, isn't he?
I do remember many years ago Vincent Rademacher in a Vauxhall going off very fast at Barcroft.
Nearly wiped you out, didn't he?
Nearly wiped me out in the tree.
I seem to remember that. Yeah.
They don't use the second box anymore. I think that was the last time they did.
For that reason.
Because and there is a funny story to it, because at the end of the day I saw Vincent. He'd been off to hospital. He was checked over. He came back and he drove the doctor's car for the final race. So he was okay. But I was in the treehouse in the second box down at... It was a treehouse. It's an open treehouse. And all I saw was a flash of red come past me. He went off so very, very fast, finished up on his roof. And at the end of the day, I saw Vincent in the paddock and said, are you okay? He said, yeah. Did you see it? I said, yeah. You came straight past
under
me.
my nose.
Yeah. All I saw was a flash of red. He said, oh, where were you then? So I was in the treehouse. So he said, I was aiming at the treehouse, so I didn't hit the marshal's post. So
you're expendable, Al. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. But I had a grandstand seat, and that commentary box never been used again.
It was quite rickety even back then, wasn't it,
Yeah,
Al?
but I
seem to
loved it.
remember.
I loved the thrill of it.
It's a good view.
I did the same with the second box at a truck meeting at Thruxton.
I've done that as well.
And now they never use the second box at Thruxton. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a scary place to be when the truck's coming.
What I found quite perturbing is that all the marshals moved about 50 yards
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
and
yeah.
the commentary box stays right next to the
They
circuit.
go behind you, yeah.
We don't
It's
move.
true.
No, you're the guinea pig.
Although I worked out the logistics in the few seconds as the truck came towards me, that actually, if he did take out the scaffold that the shed was on, it wouldn't be too far a drop, because I'd actually fall on top of the truck.
Yeah,
so
you thought it through, Al.
I thought it was all good. Yeah, it's a remarkable the amount of things that you can think of in a couple of seconds, isn't it? Right, touring cars are on circuit.
They are indeed, yeah. Free practice 2 underway. This is our last session before we head into the lunch break. And as usual, busy in the pit lane at the first part of the session. That's where Josh Barrett is.
Yeah, and following that news, I'm standing by what would have been Jake Hill's car. Currently, Colin Turkington's just got himself comfortable in the seat, so this is obviously all very last minute. They're currently sticking Turkington name tags to the side of the car. They've added the number 2 to make it 21, as we just heard there from Matt James, and presumably he'll shortly be out into the session. The car's currently in the garage. He's not yet got his gloves on, so it might be a little bit before we see Colin Turkington. As we say, this must have been a very late decision following that illness for Jake Hill. So, but very soon, the most successful driver here at Croft will be heading out on the circuit very soon. I think he's seconds away, because the car's now being pushed in front of me onto the pit lane, and we are going to see something we didn't expect to see in 2025, and that is Colin Turkington in an official session.
No, I don't think he did either, but you've got to be around just in case, haven't you? So his job, Matt, is to try and get as much data as he can for Jake when hopefully Jake returns, well, hopefully for qualifying.
It's got to be the ultimate super sub, hasn't he, Colin?
Yeah.
Really, particularly for that team, you know?
Yeah.
It's perfect for him.
Yeah, it won't really take him much acclimatisation, will it, to get used to driving that car? He's driven it a few million times in the past. So, yeah, Colin Turkington out on track. You know what's going to happen. He's going to top the times now, isn't he, in free practice too?
Well, of course, these cars are very different than the last time he would have driven them, because there's no hybrid system this year, of course, which has taken a lot of weight out of the car. BMWs have struggled slightly with the weight distribution and getting the handling on point, so it's going to be a bit of a journey for him. But as we've said, he's got so much knowledge of the car that any feedback he can give will be greatly appreciated by all the drivers.
Colin is one of our lightest drivers, isn't he? He's very svelte.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 55 kilograms lighter than they were last year, but replacing the hybrid and the battery system. We've still got a boost system, but it's all from the turbo now. So the end result, the effect is very similar, but as you say, much lighter cars, and then having to be redistributed to meet the minimum weight limit. Josh?
Impressively, they've got a Turkington bit board that has just been taken to the pit lane, so that was somewhere in the back of the lorry,
good job they didn't throw it away, eh?
Exactly. And Dick Bennett was taking pictures as well as Colin went back out, because
well, it's a historic moment.
That's it. So we'll see what happens over the course of the rest of the weekend. At the moment, it does still say Hill above the garage.
The only thing that we need to complete this story is that we get news coming through to the commentary box that Louise is in her car and on the motorway making it up here.
Yes,
that's all we need.
Yes, Colin's wife, one of his biggest supporters, always at his side.
Absolutely.
supremely well prepared from Dick Bennett and the team to have everything ready, and stickers and pit boards and so forth. If anybody was going to be prepared like that, it was going to be Dick there, wasn't it?
Can you imagine Jake seeing all this preparation that's taken place and say, what's all this for?
Sorry, Jake. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, let's hope he is.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's hopefully going to be something that he can get through for qualifying. And, well, adrenaline gets you a long way. It does get you a long way. And I think in the last few years, Jake's had a couple of days where he's had kind of a flu and he's got through a race day and a qualifying, done okay, but felt pretty terrible in between sessions. So it's not completely extraordinary, but it is extraordinary to miss a session because of it. So it must be pretty bad. But yeah, adrenaline does weird things, does get you through. I remember years and years and years ago, I was racing karts. I had awful flu, like a big virus. I couldn't get out of bed, couldn't walk really properly, and felt awful. But I managed to race, and I was okay in the races. But as soon as it stops, and 10 minutes later, you're just on your back again. Yeah, it hits you. And Monday, forget, it's a write-off. So he'll do his very best to get out there. Colin Turkington will do his very best to give him as much info as he can. More black and white track limits warnings coming up. It does seem to be, I mean, it's an issue everywhere these days, Matt, but I remember last year Dan Rowbottom losing important lap times in qualifying because of it, and he wasn't the only one.
I think he more or less lost a lap at every meeting, didn't he, that poor old Robo? But yeah, like you say, same for everyone. Aaron Taylor Smith is the car that they're looking at particularly at the moment. It is tricky here because, you know, there are some high-speed corners that are very demanding, and judging millimetre perfect exits, particularly at turn 5, which is Tower, where you want to carry the most speed out of the corner as possible as you go through the Jim Clark S's and into Barcroft. It's a very hard thing to judge, and also the drivers, is unlike a road car, you're not sitting on top and looking out the windscreen, you're so low down
you can't
that
see.
To judge dynamically where the car is on the track is a very, very hard thing to do.
Whilst trying to do a million other things as well, and then you have once you've done it as well, the marshals have got their eye on you, haven't they? Keep an eye out for number 32. Yeah,
exactly.
So you know you can't get away with anything really once you've been put in the black box. Colin Turkington's first lap time, I mean, to put it in context, only 7 have set a lap time, but 5th quickest. So 1:27. I mean, 1:20.3 is the first proper lap time we've had. Tom Ingram's actually gone out and got on with it quite quickly in this session, unlike in session 1. So 1:20.361. Tom was saying when he spoke to Josh after the first free practice session, Matt, that one of the blessings of this year for him is that his car has been quick on every type of track that we've had so far, and it seems to be the case here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great homework done by him and Spencer, his engineer, Spencer Aldridge, and the Accelerate team over the winter. The car does seem to have taken a step forward, more so than the others, I think, over the course of the close season. And as you say, it's proved very adaptable. All kinds of circuit it's quick at. Perfect, really.
And there's been absolutely nothing between him and Ash Sutton. I mean, there's quite a few races where they've been joined at the hip, points-wise. One gets the lead, next race the other one gets the championship lead. Feels like it's going to be all the way through the season, that.
Absolutely, but I think slightly differently this year, and much to make me happy actually, is that they raced door handle to door handle quite a lot.
Yeah.
Which in previous years they haven't necessarily done. You know, Ash has had a good spell here, and then Tom's had caught him up with a good spell there. But this year they seem to be on track together a lot more than they have been in the past, and it's brilliant to watch because those are two drivers at the very, very top of their game.
Yeah.
And to watch them go door handle to door handle like they did at Thruxton, for example, absolutely thrilling.
Yeah, it's hard racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just in the limits, just about fair. But there's a lot of respect between those two drivers. Makes life very hard for everybody else when those two are at the top of their game, and they've both got good cars and good teams behind them as well. Gordon Shedden, second quickest. Briefly, Aaron Taylor Smith, who's been kept an eye on for track limits, has just popped ahead of him. Gordon's actually just come into the pit lane now. Can we talk about Gordon's win at Orton Park?
Fantastic,
I thought that was mega, wasn't it? Yeah.
Under a lot of pressure, but that shows you that experience does count in this game, doesn't it? And I was really pleased for him. You know, he's had a bit of a struggle this year.
I think he was quite pleased as well,
yeah,
to be honest.
He was, yeah. And it's also a good one to win, the last one from the summer break, because you carry the glory for 6 weeks.
You do, yeah. And teamed home circuit as well for Speedworks. Remember, before the race, he was interviewed and he was a bit annoyed because he'd saved his soft tyres for the race.
And it rained.
Didn't get to use them. But, yeah, mega. And if at all, he wouldn't have driven that car in the wet, would he, before that race? Or hardly at all. So, yeah, fantastic effort for him. Looking pretty good here so far in free practice, although it's only free practice. So Ingram 1:20.361. Fastest 121.002 for Taylor Smith, a 121.059 for Shedden. A 120.0 is the qualifying lap record, so to already be on a 120.3 in free practice is good stuff from Tom Ingram. But guess who holds the lap record around here? Colin Turkington.
I just guessed that randomly.
Yeah, he does. He's still got it.
Yeah, still got it, mate. Never lost it.
So he's out there. If you're joining late, there is no Jake Hill in this session. He's ill. So Colin Turkington has stepped into his car. It's running his car, number 21, the four-time champion. He's in the car for this session, and we're hoping, for his sake, that Jake is going to be well enough to get out and do some qualifying this afternoon. A few hours away. He's got a bit of time to recover, but he's going to miss a whole session now. And also, if you're not feeling well, it's going to be tough for him, but we'll see what he can do to dig deep. Senna Proctor over the line. I was waxing lyrical about him in free practice 1 because he was top of the times for a long time. But
hometown hero, isn't he, Senna?
Yeah, another Yorkshireman in the rank. 6 races, 6 top 10 so far. That's pretty good, isn't it? On a comeback
after such a long break as well. You know, he hadn't been in a BTCC car for a good few seasons, and he's really clicked with it, and it's great to see him going well.
Absolutely, and it's pleasing to see because he had a sponsor drop out. Dan Lloyd has been able to stay with us on the grid. He's actually managed to get 3 more sponsors, which is fantastic.
I saw his messages on social media. Yeah, he certainly he's been through the ringer, hasn't he, in this break?
He has, yeah. Not for the first time. It was in the first kind of few seasons we saw Dan in touring cars. He never made a full season, did he? He sort of had cameos and half seasons. It just shows how hard these drivers have to work financially to get the backing to get onto the grid in the first place and keep the sponsors on board, and it's particularly tough at the moment given the economic climate. So great to see Dan. He's been having a strong season there, still with us.
Black and white flag Sutton.
Yes, who is hoping not to go the way of his teammate Dan Rowbottom and get black flagged and then miss the rest of the session, which is what happened to Robo. He missed the second half of the session earlier on. Ash has in the past had black flags that have put him out of free practice sessions. He's about to make his way over the start-finish line now. Because as championship leader, he will have the least boost available to him, not only for qualifying, but for race 1 tomorrow as well. And you have 1 second of boost available to him. If you're in the top 7 of the championship, you have a reduced amount. If you're outside of the top 7, you get 15 seconds per lap's worth. But what has been pretty impressive is the way that Ingram and, like he did last year, really, Sutton have kind of got around that and still qualified pretty well most of the time. I think it's only once, isn't it, that Ash hasn't been into the quick 6 shootout so far this season.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, what is it worth it, reducing their boost levels, because they're just quick anyway, aren't they?
Well, how quick would they be with that? With more, I suppose.
Is that? Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a great effort from them. Steve,
Josh, wherever you are, come back into sight because you're. There we go. Oh, it's quite loud in my ears when he does that. Yeah,
it's woke you up, hasn't it?
Has a bit, yeah.
There we go. Into the technical check area for young Max Buxton. Heard from Dad Danny earlier on and saying, yeah, done everything he needs to do so far. This is just getting as many laps in as he can, really, isn't it? And learning the car. Yeah,
it's all about learning for him. And the good thing is, I mean, he's in a great team, and look at the experience within that lineup.
Yeah.
You've got the reigning independence champion, you've got a 3-time champion. You know, there's lots for him to learn from, so he's in a good place for that. And as I heard Danny saying earlier on the PA to you guys, it's the start of a long-term project for Max. It's not just a drop him in for one weekend and see what happens. This will be a long-term thing.
Because Danny himself never got a full crack of it, did he?
No, he didn't really.
No.
Which is a shame. I think he would have gone well.
He was a great driver, yeah. Probably still is
he'd
a
probably
great driver.
He'd probably say he is a good driver, yeah.
So Ingram's into the pits now and set up an early benchmark time of 120.361. Senna Proctor, like he was in the first free practice session, is second quickest with a 120.970 in the number 18 Team Virtue Hyundai. And then it's Aaron Taylor-Smith, third quickest. Just become a father again, as Alan said earlier on. 121.002.
What do you call that when you become a father again? Is that double daddy? Is that what it is?
I don't know, but I'm not going to Google it.
No. Very wise.
No, smart move, Chris.
A double. I like that. A double daddy. I'm a double daddy.
You're a double dad.
Yeah. Well, not daddy anymore.
No.
Dad.
Yeah, Dad.
Or Chris. Or give me the money. Lend me some money.
The latter.
Yeah, that's my first name.
Goodness me, just watching the Napa twins, Dan Camish and Dan Rowbottom coming through the complex. Very, very skittish was Dan Camish. Nearly went off, actually. They've been lapping together for the last 5 or 6 laps. I wonder if they're trying to work out a way of towing each other or something like that when it comes to the qualifying sessions. But working well together. But Dan Camish, who's greeted by a black and white flag as he comes into the pit lane, which is always nice for people to see. But I'm not sure that he was fully in control if he did go off track like that. It's a very skittish car.
It's practice racing, that, wasn't it? So where are they at the moment? Rowbottom is 10th and Camish is 11th is the answer, and there was 23 thousandths of a second between them, not on that lap but previously. The top Jack Sears trophy driver at the moment is James Dorlin, who's been impressive as well, particularly the last few events of the season. So James, another Yorkshireman, former Clio Cup star, went off to race GTs and came up, nearly won the Clio Cup Championship, and rather than come in the touring car route, got offered a drive with McLaren and working for them and driving GTs, and went a few years away, but back in the Toka paddock and doing great things is James. British GT racing as well in recent years, but he's
I would say he's been one of the standout performers of the early part of the year, actually, because as you say as well, his qualifying performances have been really strong, particularly places like Thruxton, which is not for the faint-hearted at all, is it? But yeah, he's shown up really well, and even he's saying, you know, I'm still learning this car. I'm still learning what a touring car needs and what you have to do to it to make it go faster.
Can I tell you both, while you mentioned Thruxton, that I happened upon a strange AI result of a Google search the other week.
Hang on a minute. It's just gone down the double daddy route.
So there is a British superbike rider called Glenn Irwin, who is unfortunately out of the championship at the moment because he's injured. And I Googled, when will Glenn Irwin return to the championship? And it said the likelihood is that he will return for Thruxton, which is known to be a quiet and relaxed circuit. So AI is not always correct.
No, that's absolutely spot off, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, that's good to know. It's not quite there yet, isn't it?
It is a friendly place.
Very friendly.
It's friendly.
Very relaxed.
Well,
around the paddock
to watch, not to be around.
Not to drive.
It's not that relaxing to watch, to be fair.
It's not relaxed here either, is it? Goodness me, it's very quick.
No, not at all. James 5th in the last 2 qualifying sessions at Thruxton and Alton Park.
Very, very good performance.
And he's very honest as well. You speak to him. If he's made a mistake, he'll say, "Oh, it was good, but I should have done this, and I missed out there, and could have been a bit quicker." So as you say, still learning, but learning very rapidly. It's good that he's, in a roundabout way, finally got to touring cars.
Yeah, we've had some. I mean, Charles Rainford's another debutant, but he's a winner this year as well. You know, we've had some good new guys coming into championship, and it's always great to see that evolution of drivers that are coming in and, you know, becoming the next wave of top talents. You know, because they've got to start somewhere. Everybody has, of course.
Yeah, Charles. He's crammed a lot into very few racing years. Really, he's still only in his mid-20s. Charles Rainford, but lots of historic racing to start with, and then. Most recently, last couple of years, racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup and Pro-Am champion, and then runner-up in the Pro Championship last year, and wins in the Porsche Carrera Cup as well. And coming into touring cars, still rear-wheel drive, but a very different car for him. And that fantastic weekend for West Surrey Racing all round at Brands Hatch, wasn't it? Because with Darryl De Leon also getting his race win, not a newcomer this year, but still pretty inexperienced and still a very young driver.
Now, traditionally, you would have said that Croft is a BMW type circuit, but that seemed to change about 5 or 6 years ago when they resurfaced it. And I think altering the surface altered the way the curbs are approached and attacked, and that obviously plays dividends for the front wheel drive cars as opposed to the rear wheel drive cars. So you would say now that this is a harder, possibly. We've got a car off down at Clervaux. It's one of the Accelerate cars in the gravel. I'm not sure if it's made contact with the wall. Red flag has now been shown. You got the binoculars out, Chris?
Yeah, got the bins out. I think it's Tom Chilton.
Okay, well, so that's just on the exit of the on the exit of the first right-hander.
It's the one that catches them all out, Clervaux, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did it look like he's hit the wall, Chris, or not?
I think yes.
Yes. Okay, that's a shame.
Yeah, actually, quite hard by the looks of it.
That would have been the end of his session anyway, of course, because anyone causing a red flag is now no longer permitted to take part in the rest of the session. But it sounds like his car's going to need a bit of refettling,
isn't it? Yeah, and only 14 minutes to go anyway. So, yeah, hopefully he's okay. Is the main thing. But that car, in a very precarious. If he's gone off, somebody else could go off. You do not want a situation where a car is hitting a stationary car, and Tom's out of the car, I think, which is good news.
It's a shame, because I was watching Colin Turkington there, who was just on his second flyer. He had his headlights on and was looking like he was going for another time and set a fastest first sector.
Yeah, hadn't he? Yeah.
Unfortunately, unable to complete the lap.
Yeah, so the clock carries on ticking down. Not in qualifying, it'll stop, but in a practice session, it carries on. So
that's because Mr. Gow wants his lunch on time.
Yeah, fair enough.
Never late.
Never late.
Never knowingly late.
Never knowingly late, mate.
Fair enough. 13 minutes 20 to go. I suppose good news for Jake Hill, because that's less time for everybody else to get more experience than him on the track.
Yeah, that's true.
In a sense, but then Colin's not getting the feedback for his car either, is he?
I don't know where Josh is, but his radio mic is still making rather loud noises. So if you can come back out into interview, Josh, that would be gratefully appreciated. I could put your radio mic back up, because we've got quite a bit of interference, and it's jolly noisy when that when that noise happens. I'm going to go. I've got a screwdriver here, and I'm going to go over and make a tweak.
He's already had to deal with brass bands on his frequency today.
I like
He's been busy today.
I like to think of it as I dealt with the army. That
the
sounds
army.
better.
Yeah.
That's
the army brass band.
That's
on
my press
Alan's
release.
Frequency. So
yeah.
we're getting some lovely music in the background while we were commentating.
I was talking about the brass band that are here for army recruitment, and then all of a sudden, could you please thank our trumpeter, who is.
Goodness me.
So we knew who they were.
Yeah, that's great.
Unfortunately for Alan, they were the furthest point in the paddock.
They were quite a long way away. Yeah.
You don't want to mess with the military, Al.
No, I was very polite.
Yeah.
Of course I was polite.
So, session paused for now.
Looks like a full lift on Tom's car, doesn't it? So I think you're right, Chris. Some significant damage to the Accelerate Hyundai down there at Clervaux.
How was he getting on? He was doing all right. He was 5th quickest. 1:21.259.
And he'd just done his fastest lap, actually. And that often happens, doesn't it? When someone's done their best lap, something will go wrong on the next one. But
yeah, I had that in the mini quality session as well. Exactly that.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen. Very unusual for Tom, though. One of the most experienced drivers on the grid, isn't he, in the British Touring Car Championship?
Yeah.
And you don't often see him make slips like that. So we don't know what happened, whether it was an error by him or maybe something on the car. We're not sure. But that, like I say, that'll be the end of his running until qualifying now.
517 races.
That's quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. Gordon Shedden 422, Adam Morgan 396. They're three most current.
Is that as many races as Alan Hyde's done? 517.
Oh, that's into the thousands, isn't it, Alan?
I've never added them up.
You should do, mate. You should do.
I should, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you should. I think you should. I think that's more than Tom Chilton.
I missed 2 meetings, which really disappointed me because I wasn't well. But that really annoyed me. It was so annoying. One was Alton Park and one was Croft.
Oh, mate.
I know.
You have to retire and come back and do a couple of extra hours. I
don't like that word retire. That's not a good
word.
word.
You don't have to retire, but when you do, maybe you won't ever retire. But when
you'll just never.
When
stop
you're 103,
they will drag me kicking and screaming.
You will just never stop talking out.
No, I know. You're quite right.
We'll put you in the shed next time. Yeah, if you're a sad stato like me, Matt Neal's got the most ever races in touring cars, 719. Jason Plato, 659. Colin Turkington, 567. Then Tom, 4th most experienced driver ever, 517. Because he started when he was about 3 years old.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was still in nappies when he first drove in the BTCC.
A teenager
in the Barwell Vauxhall Astra.
Yeah. Makes you feel old. So, less than 10 minutes of the session to go. The Stricken Hyundai is now on the telehandler. And being taken back off the circuit and that gate that you've got on the entrance to Clervaux. So it won't be long before the circuit is freed up again, I don't think, unless there's anything to do to the barrier.
It doesn't look like it.
No, I think.
Oh, actually, maybe there's still a tractor there, isn't there? So.
Yeah, still a little bit of work going on, but hopefully we'll get them back out, and then it'll be a mini rehearsal qualifying session, I suspect, won't it?
Yeah, that's what generally the cars will do in the latter part of the session. Work out. Maybe change the car. This actually gives them a chance to change the car setup into a qualifying trim, which is quite handy for them. And also, it's important to do things like if you've got a decent boost allowance, work out where it's best to use it on the circuit, because it's not always going to be the same place, and it's a different tactic for qualifying than it is for racing as well. So, you know, you're going to want to be at maximum speed going across the start-finish line. But then where else is best to deploy? Is it coming out of tower? Is it coming out of the chicane? So these are all the kind of things that drivers will work through and find out, and sort of gives themselves a plan for tomorrow.
And if you're in the top 7 in the championship, where can you actually deploy it? Because you've got to get to a higher minimum speed. So coming out of the hairpin, for example, you've got to wait longer before you can press it.
Yeah, and if you're too eager on the button, it locks you out. So you've got to make sure you do it just at the right spot, haven't you?
5-second lockout, isn't it? Which catches drivers out every now and again. So yeah, still looking at that barrier, but there is a bit of movement. What we've got left?
Some drivers are keen. We've got a Napa car and a Power Max car at the end of the pit lane, ready to get going. So
yeah, you'd want to be, really, wouldn't you? That could be an issue if they get out there and then start a flying lap, and then others are still coming out of the pits. That could be tripping over each other as well. So it's going to be a bit frenetic, I think, when we do get the session back underway. That tractor is now reversing out. Still a recovery car there at the moment, or a pickup truck down there, but a bit more movement going on. But they're still there down at Clervaux. Car has been recovered, but
7.5 minutes, 7 minutes.
So nobody's really got going. Ingram's going to be pleased he got that lap in early now, isn't it? It was a good one as well, 1:20.361.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course when they go out, they'll have to do a lap to get warm to then do another lap, won't they? So you're going to be looking at a 3-4 minute process just to get through, to get to a lap time.
Which I suppose is good practice, because in the new format that we have for qualifying, kind of all you get really is 3 or 4 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The new sort of knockout system of qualifying has proved a big success so far.
Yeah, I think so. Puts some pressure on the drivers, that's for sure, though. Only a 10-minute session, but it's in reality a lot less than that of actual running.
But it's better at a shorter track like this than somewhere like nearly a 2-minute lap at Snetterton.
Yeah.
You get no time whatsoever.
2 laps, really, that's it, isn't it? Yeah. Whereas you might get at least 3 around here. Engines are being fired up, so teams know something. They're all hanging on the back of the cars, but all necks are pointed towards Clervaux. They're all looking over the pit wall as far as they can see from where they are in the pit lane to see when it's going to clear.
I love the choreography when all the cars are pulled back at the same time and go off to start the qualifying or practice session. It's quite a sight to behold, isn't it? I often wonder why there's no more collisions than there actually is, because obviously it's very tight confines.
This is really tight, Croft pit lane, isn't it?
But they all go at the same time. You'd think they sort of go one after another. Up to you, mate. But green flag.
Here we go. Synchronised. They're all pulled back out into the pit lane apron from a 3/4 angle. It's a bit like my journey up here yesterday. Lots of stationary cars in the way. And, yeah, they file out. So the session, with just over 6 minutes to go, effectively gets back underway. But as Matt said, really, they're going to have 3 or 4 minutes of running. That's it, once they all get around.
Particularly if you're at this end of the pit lane, like Restart Racing and Speedworks, because you've lost 40 seconds by the time you actually get to the end of the pit lane, haven't you?
That's absolutely right.
To take the green flag.
Right, so eventually, still waiting, is Dan Lloyd is last in the queue. Chris Smiley and Dan Lloyd, they've only just started to leave their pit area. And
this Walkar's been pulled back. I think, it's not Tingram, is it? Might be.
One of the Napa cars as well, which is Robo.
Okay.
Just got in front. I think it was Tingram, yeah.
And Tingram's just got a black and white flag as well. That's pretty impressive, being as he's been in the pit lane. I don't know what he's done in the pit lane there.
Trattler missing the pit lane. That's a new. Please don't bring that in.
Great. Yeah. No, gosh, no. Goodness me.
So you have to deal with as it is. And still, the clock ticks down. Just over 5 minutes to go now. And Dan Lloyd has just left the pit lane. So he's got to do a whole couple of minutes, really, on an out lap before he even starts the lap. So he's going to have about 3 minutes. That's it. Straight back in comes Mikey Doble, who was one of the first ones out there. But Dan Camish, who was also one of the first ones out of the pit lane, stays out. Ash Sutton is the second one over the line. And they were keen, weren't they? They were a long way ahead of anybody else, which might be the difference at the end of the session. Might squeeze another lap in, might they?
Yeah, it could be. Some drivers coming in, Osborne and Adam Morgan coming in. They may want to do a tyre swap, which some of the front-wheel drive cars like to do. Put heat into the hotter front tyres on the rear. to balance out the handling of the cars.
Good to see Adam having a good season, isn't it? He's
very good season.
Fitting right in that team, isn't he?
Yeah, he's revelled in his return to front-wheel drive because, you know, that's how he started his touring car career, a front-wheel drive Mercedes. Struggled a little bit with the BMW at West Surrey, but now he's back in a front-wheel drive car and a well-sorted front-wheel drive car too.
Yeah. Feels like there's always a driver in a championship that kind of just goes under the radar a bit, but he's always up there, and I think he's that guy, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you when he wins, you're never surprised.
No, yeah, very true. Yeah, good to see him going well. And nice guys in the pit lane as well. So Adam Morgan, in Ingram stayed out though, so he's going to be out there for the remainder of the session. You get practice starts at the end of this one as well,
yes,
so
of course.
they want to be out there if they possibly can to get their one chance at a practice starting. It's a slightly downhill run, isn't it, from the start line? Very slightly.
Is it?
I think so. Little bit.
I'm not one of these people that runs the track,
no,
so I don't know. I don't know. Some people do.
I'll walk it, but I'm not running it. So, Ingram's gap to Proctor is 0.6 of a second.
Now Colin Turkington's got a black and white flag, naughty boy.
Yeah. Is anybody getting green set? Not yet. Well, most of them have only just done an outlap, haven't they? Oh, there is one green sector. So it's Chris Smiley. Personal best through the first sector, but it's about 0.4 away from the absolute best first sector time. That middle sector's the one, though, isn't it, Matt? Which takes in the quickest point, takes in the Tower Bend, Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, Sunny. That's the one you've really got to nail, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very much worth going onto the spectator bank just as they approach the complex, because you can look across and see the cars at their fastest and most spectacular part of the track. It's
twitching around, yeah.
And we have in the past even seen some overtaking moves out there. It's only for the very, very brave.
Yeah, it is spectacular. Yeah, absolutely well said that. Worth getting over there if you can at some point this weekend to see those cars through that part of the course. Personal best for Smiley through the second sector and the third sector, which puts him up to 4th place from 8th position.
Well done, Chris.
Yeah, somebody else having a good season, isn't it? Chris Smiley and Restart. It's only their second season, remember, in the championship, their first black car.
Yeah, he could have started on the front row at Snetterton, couldn't he, for the reverse grid race? But unfortunately, there was an issue which meant he didn't take to the grid. But it's a shame. There was a chance gone because I think he could have won there.
Just keep knocking on the door. In qualifying as well, isn't he? Quick 6 shootouts and looking good, and so yeah, we'll see if he can finally get his first pole.
Here comes Colin Turkington. He's done 2 personal best sectors on this lap. It's actually been the only lap he's really been able to string together, given the red flags and the stoppages and things. Here he comes across the line now.
Yeah, Colin goes through on the boost. Was 20th. Does he go out the order at all? A little bit, 17th. 122.5. But yeah, just what he didn't want really, that sort of interruption. So needs a time to get into it and get as much data as he can for Jake Hill for later in the weekend. Bit of time yet though. I think he'll get one more in at the end of this one, just about, won't he?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
It's on the back straight at the moment, heading towards Tower Bend. We've got personal best from Adam Morgan through the first sector and lower down for Nick Halstead. But it was just that Chris Smiley big improvement. Oh, Dan Rowbottom's improved as well. Yeah,
Robo's done right.
7th. So
wait, they'll take that lap off him. They always do.
Yeah, he sounded a bit resigned to it when he spoke to Josh earlier on, another interview about track limits at Croft. But Robo 7th as it stands, currently in the 32 car. And another one off. Goes for Clervo. One of the Toyotas has gone off.
Almost the same place as Tom Chilton's.
Yeah, almost the same.
Another red flag.
Yeah,
Chris.
red flag. Almost the same angle as well.
Well, that'll be it then, won't it? 22 seconds left on the clock. So that's the end of that.
I'm right on the end of my binocular lens. I think it might be Gordon, but I'm not 100%.
Goodness me, I'll be surprised if that's the case.
Or James Dorlin. Is it 32 or 52? Might be James, actually.
32's Robo, anyway.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So it's not him. 132.
Yeah.
Who's coming back in and who's not?
This is a good way of spotting things, isn't it?
I think it is James Dorlin. But it's a bit blurry through the binoculars. But almost exactly the same angle as Tom Chilton came a cropper, isn't it? At the same corner, at the same spot. So a truncated session because the clock has now ticked down to 0, and anyone was able to. Well, only 2 drivers really kind of made significant improvements once that red flag had got withdrawn and we went back to full speed, and they were Chris Smiley and Dan Rowbottom, both in the top 7. But for everybody else, a very frustrating session. That not a great deal learnt. Thanks very much to Matt James, the editor of Motorsport News, coming up and joining us in the commentary box. He's off to get some more stories now and perhaps find out if we're going to see Jake Hill or not this afternoon in qualifying. I'm sure Jake will do absolutely everything he can to get out there if possible. The reigning champion. So Tom Ingram ends the session fastest, 1:20.361 from the 4th lap of the session ages ago. Senna Proctor second to him for the second time today with a 1:20.9, just over half a second adrift. And then Aaron Taylor Smith third with a 1:21.002. The same lap time exactly was set by Chris Smiley right at the end of the session. Chris set it afterwards though, so it's Aaron that keeps the third position for what it's worth. But it is worth something, because remember, which group you end up in the first part of qualifying is based on where you finished in that free practice session. So if you finished in an odd number position, first or third or fifth, you're in one group. If you finished in an even number position in that session, second, fourth, sixth, then you're in the other group. So I wonder how that will affect things, because Taylor Smith has gone in one group, Smiley's gone in another, but they've got exactly the same lap time, and a thousandth of a second would have swung it either way. So Tom Ingram, number 80, quickest. Number 18, Senna Proctor, second. Number 40, Aaron Taylor Smith, third. 22, Chris Smiley, fourth. 52, Gordon Shedden, fifth. 3, Chilton in sixth, but off at Clervaux, bringing out the first red flag. 32, Rowbottom in 7th. 116, championship leader Ash Sutton in 8th. 123, Dan Lloyd in 9th. 16, Moffat in 10th. 132, Dorlin, who caused the second red flag. Same corner, Clervaux, 11th. 12th, number 2, Dilleon. 13th, number 27, Camish. 14th, number 33, Morgan. 14th, number 88, Doble. 15th was number 88, Doble. 16th, number 77, Osborne. 17th, number 21, Turkington, in a very brief cameo in the end, standing in for the ill Jake Hill. Then 18th, number 28, Hamilton. 19th, number 17, Patterson. 20th, number 99, Rainford. 21st, number 12, Jelly. 22nd, number 50, Halstead. And 23rd, number 19, Buxton. So, based on the results, the first group in the first part of qualifying, because they're divided into 2 separate groups for the first part of qualifying, qualifying 1, 2 10-minute slots. The top 6 from each group go through to Q2, where they all then run together, the remaining 12 cars, for another 10-minute session. And then from Q2, the top 6 go through to the third part of qualifying, the quick 6 shootout, which will be another 10 minutes as well. But the first, whichever group you end up in, based on where you are in that session. So in Group 1, the drivers that finished in the odd-numbered positions, we will have, for Group 1 in qualifying 1, Tom Ingram, Aaron Taylor Smith, Gordon Shedden, Dan Rowbottom, Dan Lloyd, James Dorlin, Dan Camish, Mikey Doble. Won't be Colin Turkington, because it might be Colin Turkington, I suppose, if he does end up driving the rest of the weekend, but we'll wait to find out on that. But he was 17th. Then Dexter Patterson, then Stephen Jelly, then Max Buxton. Max Buxton's ended up in the same group as 2 champions there, Ingram and Shedden. And then the other group will be Proctor, Smiley, Chilton, Sutton, Moffat, DeLeon, Morgan, Osborne, Hamilton, Rainford and Halstead. So the key thing there is that the top 2 in the championship have ended up in different groups for the first part of qualifying. What happens with Jake Hill, whether he's able to take part in qualifying, we don't yet know, because he's ill. And if he is, which group he ends up in is also a question mark, because he didn't actually do that session. So whether they give him Colin's position in that car, which would probably be the most obvious one, in which case he'd end up in the first group with the likes of Ingram and Shedden. That's all to be found out, though, in a few hours' time. We're about to head into our lunch break. The qualifying session for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship gets underway at 3:30. The next activity on track, due to get underway at 1:35, is going to be qualifying for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain.
Listening to Toka live from the BTCC weekend.
Well, Simon Melliwish, Communications Director for the BTCC, at the halfway point of the season. What's the half-term report going to say?
Well, Steve, it's been a busy one both on track and off track, as you know. But on track it's been fantastic. I mean, 9 different race winners in the first 12 races so far, which is absolutely incredible number. We've also got a bit of a title fight that's looking like it's taking shape earlier than maybe usual. We've had a little bit of paint rubbing in the last few rounds, but that's kind of good as long as it stays within the respectful lines of racing. We don't mind a bit of rivalry out there, and so far so good. It's been great, and it's fantastic to be here at Autumn Park, which is one of our biggest ones. As you know, we have a huge crowd here. The campsites are absolutely bulging, so yeah, it should be a great weekend.
Lots of talking points from the season so far. Tyres being one, the new reallocation of the way that turbo boost, the Toka turbo boost is used. That's changed the racing. The fans are all saying, wow, it's been a great first half.
Yeah, we're really happy with the changes that we made over the off-season. They were kind of minor tweaks, really, from last year. Obviously, the hybrid was the biggest one in terms of us moving away, completing that project, but remaining with the same amount of power via the boost. So from the fans' perspective and what they're seeing, it's more of the same. And, of course, last year was extremely close. We had the 2 title protagonists, joint on points going into the final race. So there wasn't really much that we needed to do. We made a few tweaks with the tyre changes going into race 2, which we feel has really worked, because obviously the guys that finish on the podium in the first race have to start the second race on the hard tyre, which makes it quite difficult for those guys to kind of hang on, which, as you know, we like to keep things interesting. The cream will always rise to the top in this championship, and the best driver and the best teams and the best cars will always win the championship, but we like to have a bit of fun on our way to finding out who that is.
Absolutely. I'm guessing there are millions of people at home watching the ITV coverage, but you and your team pump out an awful lot of material through social media and through the website, and you must be seeing the returns from that. The interaction with the fans feels possibly better than it's ever been.
Yeah, it has been a huge summer, actually, in terms of us. We're now streaming live across the globe for the first time in the championship's history, which is incredible when you consider what a revered history this championship has. Even during the Super Touring era, it was something that we were unable to kind of complete, whereas now, thankfully, because of the likes of YouTube, we've come up with a great deal with ITV over the off-season. They really helped us out. So now, anywhere in the world, you are able to watch the key sessions live and every race live in the BTCC, and that's probably been one of our biggest attributes of this season. And we're now starting to see some of those international fans who maybe were really familiar with the championship during the 90s and the 2000s. We're really seeing them start to switch on as well. And obviously our loyal fan base in the UK has always been there for everyone to see. I mean, you just have to look around here to notice that. But you're right, I think social media is a minefield, and it's difficult, and my job has changed immeasurably over the last 10-15 years. Once upon a time I could write a press release on a typewriter on a Sunday, and now it's TV, radio, social media, everything, and it's, but in fairness to bring something like the BTCC closer to people, social media is a fantastic way of being able to do that, as you know. And we do our best to try and make our fans feel as much a part of the championship as possible.
And social media is very much two-way traffic, isn't it? Because now the fans have many more platforms to share their opinions, and they're passionate, they're vociferous. They sometimes don't like what they see, and that lands in your inbox.
Yes, it does, yeah. They are not backwards and coming forwards and telling us if we've done something wrong. But we're all for that. Look, we are not perfect. I am not perfect. I've been in this job a very long time, but I still learn every day, and I take feedback from, whether it's internally within the paddock, our fan base. We're constantly trying to strive. Of course, look, we do not have Formula One budgets in this paddock, so we actually need our fan base to help us as much as possible, and I think we would be nowhere without them. So some of that feedback, as constructive as it can be, it is really helpful. But like you say, they also now, the rivalries you're starting to see on social media, someone might not like this driver or that driver, and if it's all healthy rivalry, that's what sport's all about, and that's fantastic. I think we need those rivalries. So I'm more than happy for all comments to be received, as long as they're within a certain frame.
Outside of Formula One, motor racing can sometimes be a closed shop. What's going on to take the message about BTCC to a wider audience?
Yeah, look, I think maybe banging our own drum a little bit. I mean, funny enough, my personal opinion is people may have used to look down their nose a little bit in terms of the way BTCC has been run for a very long time. We have always been an open paddock. But we continue to try and do as much as we possibly can. Look, if the drivers could spend every second of every day and we could all kind of welcome all of the fans in all of the time, we would. It's very difficult. It's a very, very busy weekend. The drivers are under massive pressures, to be honest. Okay, for a Sunday, for example, they are in the car 3 times. You add in the ITV interviews, you add in what we're requiring of them, yourself, Steve, with that, and sponsors, etc., etc., and then obviously the pit lane walkabout. There is not much more free time for us to. We are doing as much as we can, but you still learn, you still progress. And I think when you look at some of the other major championships in the world, they have kind of more come around to our way of thinking, in my opinion, over the last 5 to 10 years, where some of these events may have felt super exclusive, and I feel like people now recognise the huge importance of the fan base. And look, any major sport without its followers and without its fans, we wouldn't be here. And we have to appreciate that, and we love it.
On a race weekend, teams, sponsors, fans all come to a circuit which are often close to towns, cities, and in communities. And I know that you and Nick Hamilton have been taking the BTCC message into the local community, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. I mean, we try and do a kind of a media event on a Friday when we travel to each community. And yesterday was absolutely fantastic. We were invited down to Leighton Hospital. We've been working with the guys there, and we took Nick Hamilton, Max Hall, Dexter Patterson, a load of goodies with us, and we met the staff in Leighton Hospital, and we also met some of the patients. And I must admit, it was a wonderful trip. Everyone on both sides really, really enjoyed it, and it was interesting meeting the staff as well. And I must say a big shout out to the guys, because of course we met lots of doctors, lots of nurses, but what we did get to hear about yesterday, which I was really fascinated by, and none of us really think about it, was the ongoing workings of a hospital. And then we were taken into what felt like the largest restaurant you've ever seen in terms of the amount of meals that they cook. I think that this one hospital cooks 650,000 meals a year. We went into the engineering room, so there's a bunch of guys there, quite like a pit lane, to be honest, and they're working on the machines that are keeping people alive effectively. So there's all of these roles: electricians, the unsung heroes, probably. I mean, the doctors and nurses will kill me for saying that, of course, because yes, without them, they do such an incredible job. But it's fair to say, a bit like our marshals and stuff, there was a lot of similarities within the ongoing workings that we were sat there and we were going, like, the things you're talking about are actually very similar to kind of running a race event. And without every little cog, the bigger cogs can't move. And I think that's the same for here. I mean, you come here, Steve, if we're here on a Wednesday, or a Thursday, and Dan Mayo's setting things up, and everyone's here putting the place together, it's not the work of a minute to make this look and be presented. But yeah, the guys did a great job. I mean, we really enjoyed meeting the patients, and Nick Hamilton, fantastic ambassador for himself, first and foremost. He should be very proud of himself, but also for this championship. We're very lucky to have him. He spoke fantastically well, and he's just one of those guys, isn't he? People just gravitate towards him. He's got a natural brilliance about him, and he was fantastic. So yeah, very enjoyable, and certainly we'd love to visit more hospitals and community centres and stuff around the country. As I say, we are trying. It's just time, resources, constraints, all of those things. But we will continue to keep pushing the envelope, and on we go.
Up here in the northwest, a lot of hospitals benefit from charitable donations and visits from predominantly footballers. It's a big footballing area, Premiership teams all over the place. Really good, though, to take the drivers in, and that must have been a bit of a difference for the people at the hospital.
Yeah,
did they recognise anybody?
They actually did. I mean, I'm with you, Steve. I was kind of, worried as the comms director. You're kind of thinking, oh God, are we going to walk in here and tumbleweed just sort of float through the? Because of course they might be used to the likes of Manchester City, United, or Liverpool players coming in to see them. But to be honest, so many people knew the BTCC, and of course, yes, Nick is a familiar face, and people wanted to ask about his brother and other things. But it's actually quite staggering. Yeah, we're not the Premier League. We totally understand that. But I think, of course, everyone drives a car, so I think when people see and hear, even if they're not into motorsport, they hear, oh, there's racing drivers here, and I think it's one of those professions, isn't it, that always intrigues and excites people, whether they're into the sport or not. And the more we spoke to people, even those that hadn't really kind of heard, were all extremely interested, engaged, and hopefully coming down to Alton Park this weekend.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Just finally, when we pull the shutters down here at Alton Park, there is a summer break. Everybody gets to put their feet up. Well, I say everybody gets to put their feet up, but that actually doesn't happen over the summer break, does it?
No, there is no break in motorsport anymore, if I'm completely honest. I think people always ask me that a lot. What do you do when you're not racing? And it's actually very hard to explain, to be honest, because I'm not sure I even know half the time. I think Alan, if you ask Alan the same question, oh, what did you do over a weekend? It kind of flies by, but you're so busy. I think, weirdly, the race weekends for us are... it's weird to say that they're more relaxed. They are hugely busy, but they are the bread and butter of what we do, and therefore they run to a certain order. We all know what we're doing. The off-seasons and the mid-seasons is where we actually have to do most of our work, because there's a lot of planning that goes into place. We've captured a load of content, because things like now, we have a 5-week gap to fill, for example. And we're working closely with the sponsors, and we've got lots of guests this weekend, of course, from the likes of QuickFit, Goodyear, and Liquid Moly as well, who've come on board in the last 12 months. And obviously, as you know, we keep a lot of our sponsors are loyal and have been here for a very, very long time. I think Liquid Moly is probably the newest of the gang, and it's great to have them on board as well. So yeah, there are a huge amount of meetings, a lot of planning. It doesn't just work by magic, us all turning up here, and it's not a huge team either. I'm sure, well, I know some numbers of some other comparable championships, shall we say, and trust me, everyone who works within Toka and the surrounding area do an absolutely unbelievable job, because it's hard work, but we all absolutely love it, and we'll be extremely excited to come back again at Croft, and then the run through to the finale.
Simon Mallowish, thank you very much.
Cheers, Steve. Thanks.
Cars then making their way to the grid very shortly for the start of our final race of the weekend here at Alton Park. Josh, I was just thinking about boost and the fact that with the extra 60 brake horsepower that you get, obviously you use that at certain parts of the course, it's going to send you into corners at a few miles an hour quicker than you used to, but we've got less grip than we've had all weekend long, so you have to be a bit careful with that boost, how they apply it and where they use it, and under braking then, perhaps braking a bit earlier because they've got more speed than they normally have. That's right. You don't want to induce too much wheel spin as well when you're putting that boost on any more than it would do otherwise. This is going to be an intriguing way to end the day. Different parts of the lap and under different levels of wetness. The tyres you want to look after as well, won't you, over the course of these 15 laps, because on those drier parts of the circuit, Druid, one of the fastest corners, is the part of the track which is going to dry out the quickest, and if you start to wear your wet tyres out, then when you get down to the island hairpin, which is very, very wet indeed, where you want as many grooves as possible, you don't want to wear them out on the drier parts of the lap. So intriguing racing prospect. There are so many possible winners, I think, here in round 15 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. So Gordon Shedden in the Toyota, Senna Proctor in the Hyundai, and then the Honda of Josh Cook and the Ford of Dan Robotham, the first four on the grid. We're about to go racing for the final time this weekend. It's round 15 of the 2025 QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. The red lights go straight out, and it looks like a stuttery start off the line from the outside of row one for Senna Proctor. He's going to get done here by a couple of cars. Josh Cook straight into second place, Dan Robotham, and then down the inside of all of them goes the BMW of Jake Hill. He's gained 2 places there on the way into the corner. So Shedden leads the race. Cook is in second place, and then we've got Hill straight up to third in the BMW. Fourth place behind them is Robotham as well. Senna Proctor not with a good start off the line. He's also lost a place to Ingram, so from the front row of the grid that pops him down to 6th position as they go down towards Island Bend for the first time in the race, over the bumps, over the rollers. Shedden is the first to arrive. This is the first time at speed. Get through the corner, tippy-toe through it. They're on the wet tyres, but it's still very slippery. Out wide there it goes Adam Morgan, but he survives. Might lose a place on the exit to the corner though. He's got I think Tom Chilton in and around him as well. Huge spray as well coming off the back of the cars, which means there's only really, Gordon Shedden can see where he's going as Josh Cook goes straight on down the escape road into the braking zone at the end of the hilltop run, and he'll rejoin behind Jake Hill, just aside him, but he lets him go. So down to third place for Josh Cook, and a rocket ship start for Jake Hill, who's up to second, and there's also now a nice big gap back from first to second. Shedden has had the perfect start to the race here in search of his 53rd win in the championship. Chris Smiley, though, is out of contention. The car has stopped on the track onto the escape road as the race leader comes into Lodge Corner, and that race leader is your pole sitter, Gordon Shedden, 52-time race winner, the sixth most experienced driver in the entire history of the championship, and the Scottish driver leads the way at the end of lap 1. Jake Hill in second, Josh Cook in third, coming back at him, and then Dan Rowbottom in fourth, trying to go around the outside of Jake Hill here into Old Hall Corner. This is brave, but he's so brave, Josh Cook, and the driver from Bath goes onto the very wet, very slippery curbs. Balls of spray. He's still side by side. He's still sticking it in here. He's got the inside line into Cascades, but Jake Hill keeps it going around the outside of the BMW stage, just ahead in the battle for second. Rowbottom, though, he's right with them now.
Yeah, there was a lot of contact between Jake Hill and Dan Rowbottom off the line. Meanwhile, into the pit lane is Adam Morgan, who we saw run wide at the hairpin.
Yeah, into the other hairpin. Second, third and fourth. Constantine got together. Hill accelerates away. That's got good traction, that BMW. Up the hill they go, and Dan Rowbottom now drawing alongside Josh Cook as they go over the brow. He's on the outside line here, so this will require something super brave. Josh Cook is not the sort of driver you can outbrake very easily, and he tucks back in behind him.
Yeah, so really close racing, all behind Gordon Shedden, who's 1.5 seconds up the road from the field. Jake Hill, Josh Cook, and then Dan Rowbottom, Tom Ingram up to fifth. It was a poor start from Senna Proctor, who dropped to sixth. Josh Cook now under pressure from Dan Rowbottom as they go into that drier part of the circuit, where Senna Proctor in behind has got Tom Ingram in sixth position. His rival Ash Sutton in eighth. The best start of all, after not making a very good start earlier in the day, James Dorlin up to ninth from 13th from the grid. Josh Cook outbreaks himself and he's straight into the gravel. He just missed the back of Jake Hill's car, but he's going to be buried in the gravel, I think. Josh Cook, the second time he's been off during the course of this race.
Yes, at Lodge Corner. He might just get it out. We left him on the cameras when he was trying to rejoin. Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton are side by side, meanwhile, on the way into Old Hall Corner, and Sutton looks like he's got the job done from our point of position. We get a replay of Josh Cook's outbreaking of himself here, looking at the inside and then just straight on. You're right, he almost clipped the back of the BMW of Jake Hill. Rowbottom avoided him, so Robo up to third place now, Proctor up to fourth, Camish up to fifth, and then Sutton versus Ingram. Sutton getting through at Old Hall Corner to move himself ahead of his championship rival. The best start of the race has actually come from Charles Rainford, gained 8 places. He's already up in the 99 car into the points from dead last on the grid. The BMW, the Brands Hatch race winner, up into 14th position.
Meanwhile, car running very, very wide at the hairpin and at the corner previously was Max Hall, who he and Aidan Moffat had a moment. Now Dan Rowbottom, who's out trying to go around the outside of Jake Hill, just run a little bit too wide into the Hislop chicane, so therefore Jake Hill hangs on in second place. Going back to the previous lap at Lodge Corner, firstly, Dan Camish managed to get alongside Tom Ingram coming out of the corner, and then that's what allowed Ash Sutton to challenge at the following bend. So the two Napa Racing teammates got past Tom Ingram in 2 corners, and for Josh Cook, it's out of the gravel, but obviously a long, long way down the order. But Gordon Shedden, 1.5 seconds still ahead of this bank battle for second place between Jake Hill and Dan Rowbottom. Then for fourth position, Senna Proctor has got the attentions of Dan Camish. He's trying to squeeze the forward focus up alongside the Team Virtue car. Can't quite do that into Lodge Corner. What about on the run up towards Old Hall? Well, Senna Proctor tries to defend, but Dan Camish dives down the inside really late on the brakes. He passed Tom Ingram a couple of laps ago. This time, though, he can't quite get past Senna Proctor. Gets all sideways. Ash Sutton's off the circuit in avoidance. What's going to happen when they get to the avenue? Well, they're making contact, the two Napa Racing teammates, but Ash Sutton goes through ahead of Dan Camish.
Broken rear toe link on Adam Morgan's car. They've changed it really quickly. Well done, team, and he's on his way.
And Ash Sutton is now on the march because he's drawing alongside and getting ahead of Senna Proctor as well on the run down Lakeside. So from 9th on the grid up to 4th place now for the 4-time champion and championship leader Dan Camish, trying to find a way past the green and yellow number 18 car of Proctor as well, but he can't do that. So we get a replay now, and yeah, big contact, wasn't there, on the way through Old Hall Corner. Proper tank slapper there for Robo, and then Sutton pounced on the way out of the corner through Denton's, got the inside line, and then wide on the exit for Proctor coming out of Cascades. better traction, better grip, and a better line, really, for Ash Sutton. He just drove past him through Lakeside before they got to the braking zone for the hairpin. So Shedden leads. That looks like Josh Cookie's ailing. He's trying to stay out of the way and perhaps heading back to the pits.
Behind, Mikey Doble's got past Tom Ingram. Alan was talking to Tom Ingram earlier, and Tom said, we think the car's pretty good in these wet conditions. Now it's these damper conditions, and was there a bit of contact as well, because Tom Ingram was sent across the grass, but Daryl De Leon was involved in all of that as well. So we'll see what order they do come in across the line. Meanwhile, Jake Hill is catching the race leader, Gordon Shedden. The gap's under a second for the first time. And then it is Mikey Doble, isn't it, up into 7th position. Then it's Chilton in 8th, and for Tom Ingram he's down to 9th, and under pressure from James Dorling and Dan Lloyd, who's coming through from the back of the grid.
Yeah, it was contact between the Astro of Doble and the driver second in the championship, Tom Ingram, down at the Hislop chicane. That was what put him onto the grass and sent him down the order. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Jake Hill. Daryl De Leon has come into the pits, and he is dropping out of the running for the time being.
With right front damage.
Right front damage. Right front damage.
He was involved in that incident, wasn't he? He was around Doble and Ingram, and they're putting slick racing tyres on, aren't they? Slick Goodyear tyres going on to the BMW.
Might as well try something different, because he's got nothing to lose now. Absolutely nothing to lose. We've had
Is that Dan Lloyd that's gone?
Yeah, possibly. Just got a very brief glimpse of that.
Riley's already out, isn't he? So it could well be Dan Lloyd that went off. We'll see in a moment, Alan.
Hello, Daryl De Leon, going on to hard, dry tyres.
Oh, yeah, he's got the hard as well, hasn't he? I forgot about that. So double jeopardy, but give it a go. Why not? So Shedden leads by 0.9 of a second. We've got their fastest lap of the race now to Jake Hill last time around. Got Stephen Jelly, one of 2 cars that's gone off down the escape road at the Knickerbrook chicane. He gets going again and loses place to the BMW of Aidan Moffat. So through they all come. We've got then Gordon Shedden having to get his head down now, because Jake Hill is coming after him. He was half a second quicker on the previous lap. Dan Rowbottom also set a personal best lap of the race, and sure enough, the gap from 1st to 3rd has come down. No change yet, but the gap's coming down. 4th, and hoping they get stuck into each other and hold each other up, is Ash Sutton, because he'll catch them up pretty quickly if that's the case. He goes through and he sets the fastest lap of the race now as well. Bonus point coming the way of Ash Sutton in 4th place with a 1 minute 33.334. Daryl De Leon is about to leave on the hard tyre, but he's a lap down. So he's going to need a miracle, really.
Tape applied to the right front of that car, and also brand new hard tyres applied. Just be interesting to see what sort of lap times he'll be doing.
Exactly right. So we've got the top 3 almost together now, because the BMW of Jake Hill down at the Island Bend hairpin took about a length out of the race leader, Gordon Shedden. He was 0.7 of a second behind at the start of the lap. That gap is nowhere near that now. And catching the pair of them, I reckon, is Dan Rowbottom in 3rd place. And as I say, if these 3 get into a fight, the driver in 4th, Ash Sutton, who set the fastest lap of the race last time around, is going to be one to watch. We've got James Dorling holding on to position, or trying to hold on position here with Tom Ingram alongside it. Ingram goes straight on, under braking down the escape road. So he goes through there, past the stricken car of Chris Smiley, and rejoins, I think, ahead of James Dorling. He'll say he had nowhere to go, no option other than go straight on.
It was actually Dorling challenging, because Ingram was ahead before. So Tom Ingram's got no pace whatsoever in this race. He's 2 seconds of that slower than the pace we're seeing from Ash Sutton. Not sure why, because some of his teammates are doing okay. Tom Chilton got past him a couple of laps ago. And is there a problem for Tom Ingram, or is he just allowing James Dorling back through after cutting the corner? I think that might be the case. And now for the lead of the race, Jake Hill challenging Gordon Shedden as they come up across the line with Dan Rowbottom. A really good view of all of that. In 4th position, Ash Sutton was a little bit closer. Meanwhile, what's happening behind, Chris?
We've got Charles Rainford on a march here, on a mission, 12th place, and he's caught up to the next group of cars as well, including Sam Osborne, as he closes up under braking on the way into Old Hall Corner. So the white 99 BMW one to watch. Also one to watch one of his teammates in the blue number 1 car, the BMW of Jake Hill, who is all over the race leader now, Gordon Shedden, who's trying to get his first win since his comeback. He's already won 6 races at this circuit. We've got Max Hall, I'm afraid, in the gravel trap at Lodge Corner, though. So yellow flags down there at the moment, and he's in a precarious position. The marshals are trying to push him clear. We've heard Tom Ingram say before, the car doesn't like greasy conditions. All right in the wet, all right in the dry. They don't like these conditions. The safety car is coming out. I think this is because of Max Hall's car in a precarious position. Just as the top 3 get absolutely together, Shedden, Hill and Rowbottom together.
Guess what, though? Safety car is going to bring everybody, including a Mr. A. Sutton, right onto their tail.
The team for Josh Cook have worked on the car. They've sent him back out as well. I think there was some kind of gear problem. The car went into limp mode as well when it was coming back to pit lane. So when you described keeping out the way, the car was very slow because it was in limp mode. So they've worked on the car and they've sent him back out.
What's really odd to me, Chris, about Tom Ingram is his lap time is 1.5 seconds slower than Senna Proctor in the same type of car. So they might have different setups on. Of course, that would make quite a large difference. But very strange that Ingram would be so much off the pace where generally he is the fastest driver in that team.
Anything, he could have picked up a bit of damage when he got sent onto the grass, couldn't he, down at the chicane at Hislop's.
But even before that, he didn't have the pace, did he? Because he was ahead of the Camish and Sutton battle at one stage. Well, there was a bit of a touch in that as well, so that's another point where damage could have been picked up.
Do you think anyone's going to come in for dry tyres? We've got a couple of teams that are kind of poised and standing by.
Well, because they're behind the safety car, you're not going to lose a lap to them now. It's not like a 3-second pit stop in Formula 1, but they can get out and stay on the lead lap, and if there's enough laps behind the safety car after their change, they can get onto the back of the pack as well. So, yeah, for somebody out of the points down the order that's on the lead lap, like a Nick Hamilton, like a Finn Leslie, why not throw caution to the wind and give it a go? Because the sun is almost breaking through now and that track is going to get drier, but is it going to get dry? Because there's still a big old puddle down at the Island Bend hairpin. Shedden leads, Hill second, Rowbottom third, Sutton fourth, Proctor is fifth, Camish sixth, Doble seventh, Chilton eighth, Dorlin ninth, Osborne is 10th, Rainford 11th from the back of the grid. Ingram, he's going to be one to watch, isn't he, on the restart? 12th is Ingram, 13th Moffat, 14th Jelly. Hurrah, Stevens in the points after a torrid weekend. 15th Leslie, he could get a point on his debut, the 17-year-old. Hamilton is 16th, just out of the points. Patterson 17th, Lloyd 18th. And then De Leon on the hard tyre is 19th, but he is a lap down.
Problems persist for Josh Cook. He headed out of the pit lane as described by Alan Hyde, but the car gone back into that limp home mode that he had previously. So for Josh Cook, and I just wonder if that's what sent Josh Cook off a couple of times, whatever the problem was. If it was a gearbox issue, perhaps the car wasn't going down the gears as it should have been, because he was going way too fast into the corner, wasn't he, when he almost collected the back of Jake Hill, and he'd already been off once before that. So if it is gearbox related, I just wonder if that's what's caused the problem for
Sunshine's
Josh Cook.
come out, you know. Sunshine's come out.
Well, it's like April, this, not summertime. It's just weird weather, isn't it?
It is very peculiar weather this weekend. I'm still asking the question, is anyone going to come in?
Find out in a second. Not yet. It's going to be somebody at the back if they're going to do it. Surely somebody's tempted. No, I don't think so. They're all coming past you, past the pit lane entry.
Yep, no, everyone's been through.
You were going to do it, you'd have done it then, wouldn't you?
You would, yep.
Because you don't know how long the safety car is going to be out for. So we can extend the race distance by up to 3 laps. It could become an 18-lap race.
On the big screens now, you can see this. This is from the green flag lap, isn't it? I thought we were going to see the start of the race. So I'm not sure what we're being shown here. But what I was going to say off the start is Dan Rowbottom and Jake Hill got very, very close to the pit wall. So if we do get treated to the replays of the start of the race, have a look at how close those two cars came to blows. I suspect the safety car might be in this lap because Max Hall's car out of the gravel at Lodge Corner.
Just thinking back to your question about Tom Ingram and why is he not on the pace. There's a wet track, but they haven't had much time to think about setting. They will have not had time to set these cars up for wet conditions. The suspensions, there's all things that you can do, soften the suspension to get the cars set up for the wet. It's not just a case of you put wet tyres on.
But one thing they do need to do is the height of the car, because so often we've seen if they've gone from a dry setting to a dry tyre to a wet tyre and not changed the settings, that's when they fall foul of the old roller, the dreaded roller under the front of the car.
The wet tyre means the car's a bit lower to the ground, so they have to be absolutely careful of that for sure. But the safety car lights go out, they won't necessarily have had time to think about the setup, so you might have gone, well, it's raining, but I'm going to keep a drier, stiffer setup because it might dry out. So if that's the case, Tom, as it dries out, might get quicker than the others. We'll see.
This restart's going to be interesting, Chris, because obviously from that lower speed and into the acceleration zone, rear-wheel drive BMW could be very strong.
Let's see then, we're about to get back up to speed. Gordon Shedden, I mean, he had them on his case anyway, but only 2 of them now. He's got everybody, including Ash Sutton, on his case. And here we go. Rowbottom, he's going to go for it on the way into Old Hall Corner to try and get the Ford up the inside of the BMW. He's halfway alongside, but the BMW keeps the rotation around the outside, goes onto the curbs, holds the position. It's difficult to get past that BMW at the best of times. But now Ash Sutton gets in the mix. He's nipped in between the pair of them. He's split the fight up, and he's gone up to 3rd place. So Sutton up to 3rd on that run down through Dentons and Cascades. Now he's flashing the headlights because he wants to get past Jake Hill, and he wants to go after a race win here on a drying but still damp and still slippery circuit. So Shedden leads into the hairpin. Hill is 2nd, Sutton is 3rd. Rowbottom, who's trying to be 2nd, has wound up down in 4th place, followed then by Proctor and Camish in 5th and 6th positions as they come over the crest now. And the BMW is still hanging on to that 2nd place and keeping an eye on the background as well. Camish was having a look up the inside of Proctor. There's contact further back. Mikey Doble has had contact from behind. He's sideways down the track, and the contact came from Chilton, I think, whose bonnet is now completely up and in his way. He rejoins through the escape road, but Tom Chilton's bonnet is up, which means he's completely blind. He cannot see where he's going, and he's going to have to go back to the pits. And Mikey Doble is right in front of one of the ITV camera operators with his Astra's nose buried into the tyre barrier.
That's right, and through the middle sector, Jake Hill's got right on terms with Gordon Shedden, so down towards Lodge Corner they come. But I think there was a small touch between Hill and Rowbottom out of Old Hall, and that's what gave Ash Sutton the run that we saw. But Jake Hill's got a very, very good exit to Lodge Corner. Is he close enough to Gordon Shedden heading up towards Old Hall Corner? I don't think so, but he got a very, very good exit to the final corner, and the sun shining. Lodge Corner now, very much a dry line at the final corner of the lap. As through goes Charles Rainford. He's up to 8th position now, Chris. He's just got past Tom Ingram.
Great drive, this, isn't it, from Charles Rainford. Ingram's time was comparable to those just ahead of him on that lap, so we'll see if he gets more into it as the track gets drier. It might be to do with setup and having a slightly setup that's better for the dry conditions or drying conditions on the wet tyres, as Jake Hill gets almost alongside Gordon Shedden going into the hairpin. Stays out wide. He likes the wide line. Tom Chilton comes in. He's done a great job to get back here because he cannot see a thing, can't see where he's going at all. That bonnet popped up, probably getting back in the race. Yellow flags though, and a safety car now coming out, and this I think is because of the stricken Astra of Mikey Doble, isn't it, on the exit to this section at Knickerbrook. So Gordon Shedden says, oh okay, another few laps behind the safety car, less time to defend, that's all right with me.
And to put slicks versus wets into perspective, Darryl De Leon did a 1:42 on that lap. Race leaders 1:34.
Right, so it's still not going to work, and he's got to get a lap back. So
I more mean for other people looking at that.
If they're going to try, yeah. It's still not there, is it?
Not quite, but that's a rear-wheel drive car on hard tyres. Others have the opportunity to go onto soft tyres. Lots of damage to the front of Tom Chilton's car down in the pit lane after that contact with Mikey Doble.
He's out the car and retired, yeah.
Right, we're going to get a replay from a rear camera there. Yeah, just into the back of Doble. The bonnet popped straight up, but he's got a lot of front end damage. How he slalomed through that course offline without being able to see where he was going properly. Very impressive.
I don't think he was going for a move, was he? Just couldn't get the car slowed down. There was lots of cars around, and he just bumped into the back of Mikey Doble's car. And one for the pit lane down towards Alan Hyde.
That is going to be
Dexter Patterson, it is.
Yeah, Dexter Patterson.
Yeah.
So presumably this is for slicks?
Yes, one would presume, and they go to work with the tyre guns now.
And they're softs as well.
And you've seen that dry line, haven't you, on the television pictures? The sunshine is out, the wind is blowing. It's it's drying the track very nicely, thank you.
Yeah, not everywhere, but it's getting better. But he might as well gamble. He's not in the points anyway. If it all goes wrong, he's not going to be in the points. But there's the chance that towards the end of the race could be good news. Could be good news for him.
Well, he certainly lit up the tyres leaving the pit lane, that's for sure.
There was a lot of tyre movement, wasn't there, Alan? But the car wasn't going very far.
Yes, he was giving it full beans.
Right, so he's got to hope that the safety car doesn't come in on this lap because he needs to catch the pack up to have any chance of doing anything in this race. Safety car lights are still on as they make their way up through Knickerbrook. Josh Cook is still in the pit lane, by the way, with the bonnet up. It's a case of what might have been this season for Josh. It's not quite happening for him this year, is it? Despite all of the potential.
Although the first race at Thruxton was quite something when he came flying through the order. So Mikey Doble's recovery is continuing, so that's good news for Dexter Patterson. He can continue to catch up to the safety car train. We can add one further lap on because we had 2 laps in the previous safety car period to get us up to 17. We can go up to 18 laps. We're currently on lap 12, so in reality we have 6 left with another additional lap expected. So I wonder if anybody else is going to elect to come in this time, because there is still that time available, and everyone is trying to find the wet patches to cool their Goodyear wet tyres down, because the tyres are overheating. There's dry lines developing all the way around this Oulton Park circuit.
It's just looking, since he got that win at Snetterton, that's 3 retirements now in the last 2 meetings for Mikey Doble. It has not gone his way, has it, in the last couple of rounds?
Yeah, we had mechanical issues at Thruxton. The team worked so hard they managed to change the engine between races, and in the final race he come flying through the order only to get a track limit penalty and to be demoted positions again. So as you say, all very disappointing since at Snetterton. Meanwhile, looking at a predicted point score, and if it stays as it is, Ash Sutton's lead would grow to 16 points.
Which means he'll have doubled his points advantage since the start of the weekend. Not bad.
And in the final sector, Dexter Patterson has just set the fastest third sector of the race. So slick tyres are pretty good, I would suggest, from that.
Not supposed to set fastest sector times when the safety cars out, are you? But he's trying to catch them up. Shh.
So how many cars can he pass, Dexter Patterson? He's in 16th because there's been quite a lot of attrition, so he hasn't got as many cars to pass as there would be otherwise.
There is one issue, though. As I've said, you've got to go off the racing line to overtake cars, and off the racing line, he's not dry. So it's not going to be easy, but he might as well. He might as well give it a go. And the more it goes on, the better the chance he's got. But only 5 laps to go. It'll be an 18-lap race now. We've done 12, almost done 13. So, yeah, we'll be 5 laps to go at the end of this one. The safety car lights, though, are off. They're extinguished coming out of Druid. So Scott Stringfellow powers away from them and backing everybody up on the way into what's now a largely dry run into Lodge Corner is the race leader Gordon Sheridan. Jake Hill behind, looking for his second win of the season, and then Ash Sutton looking for his second win of the day in 3rd place. Rowbottom in 4th, Proctor 5th, Camish 6th, Dahl in 7th, and away we go again. And defensive line on the way into Old Hall Corner for Jake Hill, trying to fend off the 2 Ford Focuses, which he's done. Sutton remains behind him in 3rd, Rowbottom in 4th, going on the attack as well. Bit of a gap back to Senna Proctor, who had his mirrors full of Camish and Dorlin on the way into Old Hall Corner, but I think fended both of them off. So they go down through Denton, through Cascades now. Dexter Patterson, the one we've got to keep an eye on, but he hasn't quite been able to catch up to the pack, has he? Could have done with one more lap behind the safety car, but unfortunately off the road has gone Nick Hamilton now. So the top 4 all bunched together make their way into Island Benefit. Top 10 are all bunched together. Everybody's concertinaed up on the way into the hairpin. Shedden, though, gets a good run out of that corner, and Charles Rainford is about to pounce on James Dorlin here, so that will be 7th place now if he can do it around the outside from the very back of the grid in the white 99 BMW. Has he done it? Still side by side as they come into the corner. Now he's got the inside line through the left-hander. James Dorlin is still trying to hang on. Tom Ingram is involved in that battle as well, still side by side. Neither wants to give up, and Tom Ingram is maybe going to pounce and get past the pair of them as he gets on the gas. He's got past Dorlin. He's about to fire his way past Rainford here. Brilliant driving from Tom Ingram. He watched all of that go on just ahead of him, outthought both of them, outdragged both of them, and he's got past the pair of them in the number 80 Hyundai. Fantastic stuff. He's up to 7th.
Yeah, he may not have the ultimate pace in these conditions, but he certainly has the racecraft as Tom Ingram. Meanwhile, Jake Hill has a big challenge around the outside to try and get past Gordon Shedden. He'll have the exit speed, but there are yellow flags when they get to Old Hall Corner, so he won't be able to pass at Old Hall. He can't pass before they get to that point either. So Gordon Shedden continues to lead the race, but he's got pressure from 2 cars behind 2 drivers who have won the championship, as has Gordon Shedden. So 3 previous champions in our top 3 as they pass the stricken car of Nick Hamilton out of Old Hall Corner down towards Cascade. Jake Hill has a little look to the inside. He's right underneath the rear wing, right on the bumper of the race leader. And there are more yellow flags because there's another car that's gone off, and you wouldn't believe it, it's Stephen Jelly.
Oh, what a weekend he has had. I wish he never turned up. It's been awful luck for him. Now, Tom Ingram trying to go around the outside of Dan Camish here. Careful, because there's a big puddle there. He's halfway alongside. He has to back off out of it on the way out of the corner, but now he gets grunt again. So this drying line, is suiting whatever setup they put on Tom Ingram's car. He did his best lap of the race last time around as well, as the top 4 make their way into the Hislop chicane with
with the Scottish driver Gordon Shedden ahead of Jake Hill, but straight on in the background goes Sam Osborne. Careful, because Chris Smiley's car is parked up there from the start of the race. He'll rejoin and get back on just in front of James Dorlin, so he's actually gained a place there, so he might have to give it up potentially. But here we go into Druid's corner. Shedden under huge pressure here from Hill. He's been having a really good day actually today. He's picked up a very good set of points. Can he get a podium? Yes, at the moment. Can he get a win? Maybe, but he's got to attack and defend at the same time, with Sutton in his mirrors, Rowbottom in 4th, Proctor in 5th, Camish and Ingram 6th and 7th, also really involved in this lead group. 3 laps to go as they go across the start-finish line.
Yellow flags have been withdrawn, so Old Hall is an overtaking opportunity. But you were spot on about Tom Ingram. He's massively quicker than the others in these drier conditions. So the setup wasn't good at the beginning. Perhaps he was just looking after the wet tyres as well. So they're in better conditions now, and he can go past Dan Camish on the way down the avenue. So up to 6th position from Tom Ingram. What a topsy-turvy race this has been. But he has strong pace now. Dexter Patterson, fastest lap of the race, is 2 seconds quicker than the race leaders, but very disappointed he didn't catch the back of the train before the safety car came in, because otherwise it would have been a very different story. As Jake Hill goes round the outside, the race leader gets a bit sideways as he goes through the puddle. Then he gets a tap in the tail from Ash Sutton, drifts it all the way out of the corner, does Jake Hill, and stays ahead of Ash Sutton as they head off towards Hislops.
Patterson's in the point zone, 14th, so he hasn't lost anything, has he, by trying this? And he might gain more in this last 2.5 laps of the race. Great defensive driving this from Shedden, using all of his experience, looking for his 7th British Touring Car Championship win at this circuit at Alton Park, the place where he got his first ever win almost 20 years ago now, back in 2006. So Shedden leading the way. Can he get a victory? Of course, for the team, this is their home circuit. In recent years, Speedworks haven't had much luck at this circuit, and they've had a bit of an up-and-down weekend here, but they are going well with Gordon Shedden and looking for a win. Christian Dick and the team will be delighted if they can get this. We're keeping an eye on Dexter Patterson as well. Fastest lap of the race so far, and he's on for improving that on this lap with 2 absolute best sector times. But time is running out because we're about to cross the line with our race leaders coming through. 2 laps to go. Shedden from Hill, Sutton there in 3rd, Rowbottom in 4th, Ingram in 5th coming after them because he's got ahead of Proctor as well now. So 2 places gained on that lap for the driver 2nd in the championship.
Shedden went a little bit wide out of Old Hall. Is that going to give Jake Hill a chance? His car's really sliding around on those wet weather tyres now. And now he's going off the circuit. Jake Hill's off the circuit. The wet tyres just, I think, gave not as much grip as he was hoping for. He was sideways through the previous corner. He was sideways down the avenue and just using the wet tyres too much in the early laps. That's the opposite of Tom Ingram, who's got more grip left. He's up into 4th position now, is Ingram. He knew in the early stages not to use the tyres too much, perhaps a better setup as well for the drier conditions, Chris, and he has more grip, that's for sure, than everybody else.
Yeah, Jake Hill right to the back of that lead group, down to 7th place now in the BMW, but he's trying to come back already at Dan Camish, which he won't be able to do on the way into the Hislop chicane. So a job to do here for Dan Rowbottom to try and keep at bay Tom Ingram to help out his teammate and championship leader Ash Sutton, because he's the one in between the pair of them at the moment, trying to split up the fight that potentially is coming in the last lap and a half of this race. So we'll keep an eye on that. That might be good news potentially for Shedden. If they all get into a fight with each other, he might be able to just get away and get the race win here. But he's not really getting away at this stage. A replay of Jake Hill just overcooking it, just back end stepping out, and as soon as you're on the grass, you're in trouble. No grip, head in hands down there. His dad, Simon Hill, just throwing his arms down in frustration in the garage as you watch that on the screens. Right over the line, Gordon Shedden has got an advantage here of 0.8 seconds from Ash Sutton, who arrives in 2nd place behind Dan Rowbottom, now trying to fend off Tom Ingram to stop him getting on the points, trying to take 2 points away from him as well, if he can. Rather than getting 15, he'd get 13 if he stays in 4th place, Tom Ingram. But it's certainly been a very good second half of the race, and Tom Ingram gets a good run coming out through Cascades. He's closing up all the time to the forward of Dan Rowbottom. Robo's going to hold the inside line here, so Ingram's going to have to take the outside line, and for now that doesn't work. Can he get on the gas quicker? And the answer is yes, but Rowbottom does a perfect job there, doesn't he, of defending the position.
Yeah, that's right. You said he needs to do the job for his teammates, and he's absolutely doing that, but it's just amazing to me how different the first part of the race was in the second part for Tom Ingram, just showing his ability to look after those wet tyres, perhaps a better setup as well for these conditions, but he can't find a way past Dan Rowbottom. So Dan Rowbottom is there in 3rd position, but for Gordon Shedden and for Toyota and for Speedworks, whose season has just been really, really horrible, Well, there's 2 corners to go, Chris.
Yeah, and win number 53 is almost there. This has been a terrific drive from Gordon Shedden. The weekend started really badly yesterday in qualifying. It's going to end with the best possible outcome for Gordon Shedden as Tom Ingram tries to get around the outside of Dan Rowbottom into the final corner at Lodge, but Dan's having none of it whatsoever. It's going to be a drag race to the checkered flag for third, but it's going to be a win for Gordon Shedden. They cheer him across the line. Fantastic stuff. His first win since his comeback, his 53rd career victory, his 7th win at this circuit, and well done to Speedworks who run the Toyota Corollas in this championship. 10 miles away they are based. This is their home circuit, and finally they get some good luck, better luck, and a great result, a great drive on their home turf. So well done to Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with IAA, because they are race winners for the first time this season. We also had James Dorling with a great weekend as well, coming through to finish 8th. He got ahead of Charles Rainford with a lap and a bit to go in that race. Charles, though, with a strong drive from the back of the field to 9th position. The win, Gordon Shedden 2nd, and the championship lead at the end of the weekend to Ash Sutton. Dan Rowbottom gets onto the podium in 3rd. Tom Ingram 4th, Senna Proctor 5th, Dan Camish 6th, Jake Hill will be gutted with 7th, James Dorling 8th, Charles Rainford 9th, 10th for Sam Osborne, 11th for Aidan Moffat, and 12th place and an independence win and onto the podium for the driver that gambled on the slick tyre, Dexter Patterson. The gamble paid off, and had there been one more lap behind the safety car, it would have been an even bigger prize for him, I think. It's just that he couldn't quite catch the train before they got the race back underway, but still a great result for him, an independence win, and the Scottish driver comes home in 12th. So we have 2 Scottish winners there. Then Finn Leslie in the points at the end of his debut weekend, 17 years of age, 13th place for Finn. Dan Lloyd
he said to me this
14th.
morning. He said to me this morning that what he hoped for from the day was to at least get in the points.
Well,
there you go.
Excellent. Not many drivers do that in their debut weekend. We've had it already this year with Max Hall at the start of the season, but that's great stuff for him. 17 years of age, in the points, never driven this car, any touring car around this circuit before. Fantastic job. So he is at 13th. Dan Lloyd on his 150th race start at least gets a couple of points in 14th, and Darryl De Leon was a lap down, but he put the slick tyre on and he got a point as well in 15th place, with Adam Morgan classified 2 laps down in 16th position. And of course the fastest lap of the race, and the bonus point went to Dexter Patterson as well.
Steve, really good to see you. All going on for you, isn't it? Now with Unlimited, and is this your first time out in the Cooper in FP1 this morning?
It is. I drove up and down a runway, but this is the first time in anger. It's a very different race car at the moment from the Civic. There's a lot of work to do for me. I think the previous driver's style was full attack, not a lot of finesse, but a lot of commitment and a lot of balls. And I think from initial feel, that's how you would have to drive this race car at the moment as it stands to get performance out of it. So we're going to try and get into it a bit. I've brought Sean Hurley, who was engineering my car early on in the year, someone that I've worked with before, to work with. And we're going to just go to work on it and try and build. But, you know, I drove around there and a bit of an eye-opener, and I'm just going to poodle around till I'm happy to crack on.
It's a heck of a circuit to do your testing in public, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's disappointing because we came here in the Civic before pre-season, and that's the one circuit. We went to 3 circuits, but in the second half of the year, this is the place that I've been before in the Civic, and we knew what we were doing. Testing in this championship, most of the cars turn up with a package ready to go, and they're just like tweaking things, little clicks here and little changes here. So, you know, I've just got to go round and round, try not to do anything silly. So,
will you be looking for a middle of the grid, top 10 maybe, or are you just looking to get used to the car this weekend?
Yeah, at the moment, I just go round and round. Might surprise myself come qualifying. We've only had tyres on so far because they've come with the car, so they're whatever Max had before. So I don't know what the life was on them or anything. So similar with the brakes. So now we're going to start throwing brakes and tyres at it a little bit, which will bring some performance. Realistically, at the moment, I'm just driving around.
You like a challenge, though, don't you?
No.
Come on, you're smiling. You do.
I'd rather jump in one of those lot up there. But you know, this team wants to push itself forward. And Matt and Bob, who own the team, want me to be honest with them. I'm not sure how long they're going to last before they tell me where to stick it. Because I'm being very honest. But you know, it's a race car. It's got all those Tocker bits on it, all them RML parts. They all do the same thing. There's something there. I was talking to Bobby Thompson a lot in the week, who had some good times in the car. So let's give it a go.
Good luck for this weekend. Good to see you, Steve.
Big hoops.
Oh, the giant ones?
Yeah, giant hoops.
Grab bag, fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, you won't need any tea then.
No, I probably won't.
You've got quavers for tea as well, but never mind. Thanks to the marshals for all your work this morning. Hope you managed to get a decent break. We are underway with the afternoon session though, and it is a qualifying session for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. So this is a 30-minute session to set the grid for just the first race of the weekend. Race 1 results with a part reverse grid set the grid for the second race of a weekend in Porsche Carrera Cup. So only the fastest lap times to look at here, no second best lap times to worry about. So this goes on till 2:05. Then we've got our second Legends race, the second heat coming up at 2:20, another 6-lap affair. And then at 2:50, 10-3, it's the first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge, a 20-minute race today, a slightly longer 25-minute race tomorrow. And then we go qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship at 3:30 for around about an hour, with the 3 parts to qualifying, the 4 sessions that we have to determine who will be on pole position for race 1 tomorrow. in the touring cars for round 16 of the championship. But we're not done yet after that, because we've got one more event after qualifying for touring cars, and that is the final for today for the Legends cars and the Elite Cup. They have a slightly longer 8-lap race for their final race of the day, and that should get underway at 4:45. So that's what we've got coming up for the rest of the afternoon, starting with this qualifying session for the Porsches. And if you're here at the circuit and you've got a race programme, then page 49 is the place you need to turn to get the entry list for the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. These fantastic 911 cars which have over 500 brake horsepower, and the entry list is full of very talented drivers, including the returning champion George Gamble, who's looking to become only of a handful of drivers to defend a championship title. But at the first 3 weekends of the season at Donington, Snetterton and Thruxton, it is the South African driver Andrew Rackstraw who leads the championship for Nathan Freak's Century Motorsport team, the Rosland Gold by Century Motorsport team to give them their full name. And he, in the pro class, has got 52 points in the championship. It's his second season of racing in Porsches and in the UK for Andrew. Certainly got straight onto the pace last year, but he's got even better this year. He's had 2 wins, 2 seconds and 2 fifth place finishes in his class, which is the pro category, and has got 52 points in the championship, ahead of somebody else that's in a second season in the championship, which is James Wallace, who is the Porsche Junior driver. More about that shortly, because the search for the next Porsche Junior is about to get underway on Monday, where Porsche provide this spectacular amount of backing and support for a young driver to go racing in this championship, and various other commitments as well and experiences for the next 2 years. So as a Porsche Junior, you get the backing for 2 years, including £85,000 worth per season of financial backing, but lots of backing in terms of media support, coaching and profiling and physical fitness training, all sorts of things to try and make you the all-round package. And a lot of drivers have come through that and gone on to have very successful careers, Adam Smalley being the most recent of them, who's now a McLaren factory driver in international GT racing and British GT racing. And James Wallace is the current Porsche Junior. He's second in the championship. He's had 1 win, 2 other podium finishes. He's on 39 points, 13 points adrift of Andrew Rackstraw. And James this season racing for Nick Tandy's team, JTR, Joe Tandy Racing, named after Nick's late brother. And then Sid Smith, who is also in his second season of racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. He moved up to the pro class this year after being a Pro-Am last year. He's had a win this year as well. Last time out at Thruxton, getting his first win in the season in the championship. And for Team Parker Racing, the team that's been involved in this championship since it first began in 2003. He's third on 36 points. That's in the pro class. We have got Pro-Am and Am classes to discuss as well. More about that shortly, because I think we've got some news from the pit lane.
Yeah, just to say, Chris, the majority of cars, I think, have returned to the pit lane, haven't they? They did that lap out of the assembly area, and I think all other than Jonathan Beeson have made their way back down into the pit lane, and tyres being... new Michelin tyres being attached to the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, ready for when the drivers and teams think the time is right.
Yeah, exactly right. And the tyres, they get 3 sets of slick Michelin tyres to use over the course of a weekend, and an unlimited amount of wet tyres. Hopefully won't need those. But it suddenly sounds and looks a lot busier down there. Activity and cars about to go on track. Yeah,
obviously that time is now, because certainly down at this end of the pit lane where the JTR cars are, they leave the pit lane. Same for Century Motorsport, and I think the rest of the teams, they've all got the same idea, Chris.
Exactly right. So talk to you about the pro category. So all the cars are the same, but there are 3 classes of drivers in Porsche Carrera Cup, depending on your experience, essentially. And you've got the pro division, the professionals, and then the Pro-Am, which is the semi-pro division, and then the Am class for the amateurs. And they all race together, but they all run for separate championship points and separate trophies. So you can, for example, be a Pro-Am driver. You might finish 6th or 7th in the race, but you'll still get the points and the trophy for finishing first within your class. So 3 championships in one.
And if you are local to the circuit and local to Yorkshire, then you'll probably have a keen eye on the Pro-Am class, because the driver that leads the Pro-Am Championship is very much involved in this circuit because he works at the circuit. He's from Yorkshire, and it's Max Coates. And Max Coates is the leader of the Pro-Am Championship after the first 3 weekends of the season. He's in the number 71 car, the Duckham's Yuasa Racing liveried car, which is run by Graves Motorsport, very experienced team. He's got 50 points. He's on a run of 5 consecutive podium finishes in his class. A couple of seconds last time out at Thruxton. He had a win at Snetterton. He's had another podium at Snetterton, and the second race of the weekend he got a second in class as well. So it's only the very first race of the season where he didn't finish on the class podium. And Max has been the Neely man of championships over the last 7 or 8 years, really. He was famously involved in a titanic scrap. You remember the Renault Clio Cup when it raced on the BTCC? It was a fantastic championship, and one of the best seasons I can remember in any championship was the season that Max almost won the title. He had huge battles in every race, at every corner, at every circuit, it seemed, with Jack Young, and he just missed out on the championship title. So finished in second place in that championship. He'd been in the top 3 in the championship in years prior to that as well. Then he moved up to racing minis for a couple of years. Then he moved to Porsche Sprint Challenge racing in the Porsche Caymans, and was very close to winning the championship in that last year, and was again having to settle to be the runner-up, the bridesmaid. But he's winning this championship. He is only, though, 1 point clear of Ollie Jackson for JTR, who has closed the gap to just 1 point by winning the last 2 races in terms of his class at Thruxton last time out. So Ollie Jackson, former BTCC race winner, former Porsche Carrera Cup Pro-Am champion before he raced in touring cars, back in Porsches for the last few years. And Ollie, number 48, his nearest rival, just 1 point between them. And then Oliver White for Eden Motorsport is third in the Pro-Am standings, and he's got 42 points in the championship. He runs in car number 94. Then the AM Class Championship, we've got Jonathan Beeson, who's another driver that stepped up from the Sprint Challenge, which also races on the Toka package throughout the course of the season. Not here this weekend, but he raced in the Porsche Cayman last year, was a class champion, and has moved up to Porsche Carrera Cup, and is doing a great job. He's had 3 class wins and 3 seconds in class this year, and so he leads the AM Class. He's also, like Max Coates, in the Duckham's Yuasa Racing by Graves Motorsport team. He's got 64 points, but it's only an 8-point lead over his nearest rival. So Jonathan Beeson, the leader of the AM Class, to keep an eye out for, car number 44. Carl Cavers is his nearest rival. Now, Carl has an association with Porsche in that he was an AM Class champion back, I think it was in the first season of the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Won the AM Championship. He then went off to do other things, including coming close a couple of years ago to winning the Ferrari Challenge. He's come back from Ferraris to Porsches, and he's had 3 class wins already this year, Carl Cavers, and he's running for Century Motorsport, and he's in car number 22. And at the start of the year, was given the honour of becoming an OBE because he's very much involved in game development, computer game development, and that's his area of expertise, and he's contributed so much to the industry over the years that he was given an OBE. So Carl Cavers back in Porsches, which is great to see. He's a great guy, really nice chap, and he's doing great things in the car as well. So he's second in the AM Class, and William Paul for Team Parker is third in the AM Class standings. So that's the situation in terms of the championship as the cars now start to get up to speed. They had 2 test sessions yesterday 3 test sessions yesterday here at Croft, and quickest yesterday was Will Martin, who did a 1 minute 17.599 second lap. His Eden Motorsport teammate Oliver White was closest to him. James Wallace has just set the fastest lap of this session early doors, which is a 1:18.9, so still a bit of a way to go before we start to get really quick potentially. But James Wallace is next to go through. He goes quickest, and then Will Martin goes through. He's at Clairvaux at the moment, and the number 10 Eden car now goes to the top of the times with a 1:18.423. So Martin quickest for now, but there's an absolute best first sector for George Gamble, who's quickest on that run through Clairvaux, Hawthorne and the chicane. It's the middle sector, it's the longer sector that he's got to get right, though, through Tower, through the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft and Sunny. But the number one, George Gamble, on a good push lap here. And he's just coming into the third sector now. Through the second sector, he did a personal best, which was within half a tenth of the absolute best second sector as well. Sid Smith has now gone to the top of the times, by the way. But what about Gamble? He comes over the line. He was ninth. He's now first. So provisional pole position for George Gamble, a 1:18.232. That is only 86 thousandths of a second quicker than Sid Smith in the number 99 car. And then we've got Will Martin down to third place now at a 1:18.423. James Wallace, number 400, a 1:18.711. Porsche Carrera Cup had its 400th race in the at the Snetterton weekend earlier this season. And the championship has been on the Toka package ever since its inception. Back in 2003 now, so 22 years ago. Meanwhile, news in the pits from Josh.
Well, not so much from the pit lane, just watching the cars go through the chicane, Chris, and because those tyre stacks are not there this year, the amount of curve they use for the first element means they're kicking up the dirt, which means the next car that comes through finds a rather more grassy track than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and the next car to come through does exactly what you just said. The Green Machine of Oliver White, which is fourth quickest at the moment, up at Tower Bend currently. Right, Smith back to the top of the times with a 1:18.086. Found a couple of tenths on that lap. We still haven't yet to get into the 1:17s like we did yesterday, but I think it's coming. Seb Hopkins, who won the Sprint Challenge last year, has also moved up to Porsche Carrera Cup from the Caymans. Number 18, he's sixth quickest. He's the best of the rookies. Make it seventh quickest because Ollie Jackson just pops himself up into the top six. So the top four are all pro drivers. Number 99, Smith. Number 1, Gamble. Number 10, Martin. And now, number 40, the championship leader, Andrew Rackstraw. His first proper lap of the session puts him fourth, now sixth, because Max Coates goes second quickest with a 1:18.187. Fantastic. He's the top Pro-Am, and he's second overall in this session, only bettered by Sid Smith, and only by a tenth of a second as well. So every time you say a name, they either go up or down the order, because every time somebody crosses the line, the order changes near the front. So 99 Smith quickest, 71 Coates, top Pro-Am second. 1 Gamble is third. Number 10 Martin is fourth. Angus Whiteside has moved himself, number 52, up to fifth place. Andrew Rackstraw was fourth 10 seconds ago. He's now sixth in car 40. The next best Pro-Am behind Max Coates is Oliver White, number 94. He's seventh. Eighth is James Wallace, number 400, second in the championship. Ninth is number 48, Ollie Jackson, who's third best Pro-Am. And 10th is number 18, Hopkins. And the best Am is the points leader in the Am division, number 44, Jonathan Beeson, who's done a 1:19.5 second lap, which is about a second quicker than his nearest rival. So 30-minute session, almost halfway already, just over 15 minutes left to go. And this bright yellow livery for this season. There's had a white livery with those Martini-style blue and red stripes down the back for the last couple of years, but bright yellow livery this year now for number 48, Ollie Jackson. He comes into the pits, and James Wallace is also in there.
And that's just where I am based at the moment in the pit lane, Chris. So yeah, Ollie Jackson's just parked ahead of me. The one of the 2 JTR cars currently in the pit lane with James Wallace alongside. James Wallace, who has been a race winner. Ollie Jackson was on the podium at Snetterton overall podium a couple of events ago, where in fact the overall podium was all made up of Pro-Am drivers, which was the first time that had ever happened. Whether that's going to happen here this weekend at Croft, we're yet to see.
It's certainly possible, because the Pro-Ams are experienced drivers like Max Coates, aren't they? Because Max, this is his home circuit. I had a conversation with Max at Alton Park when I caught up with him, and said, I still remember that day you got your first win in Clio Cup, because it was here at Croft, and he had, as he's got this weekend, so many guests and friends and family and sponsors here. There was an enormous roar when he got the win on the podium. And I understand from Max that he's taken over pretty much all of the hospitality in the new cafe as well, with all the guests that he's got here this weekend. So be well supported if he has a good run, and he's certainly having a good run at the moment, because he's now at the very, very top of the times with a 1:17.887 in the 71 car.
That'll be a podium roar like you've never heard before.
Yeah, or like the last time he did it, as I was saying. Yeah,
it was amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. One of those standout moments.
that roar and the roar when we had that first team hard win at Silverstone. If you remember, if you were there for that, that was a hell of a roar, wasn't it?
And he's here this weekend as well. Sorry, you caught me mid.
Sorry, mid hula hoop.
Jack Goff is here this weekend.
Oh, is it? Yes, he was at Alton as well. Yeah, Jack Goff was the equal loudest roar I've ever heard in a touring car paddock when he got that first win for the team at Silverstone. Changeable conditions. So Max Coates, mega effort, the only driver into the 117 to 117.887. But also, we've got another Pro-Am that's worked his way up the order suddenly, which is number 30, Will Jenkins, third quickest. So Pro-Am's first and third, and then ninth with Oliver White. So number 71 Coates, number 99 Smith, the top two. 2 tenths between them. 3 tenths off the fastest time is Jenkins in third place. Former Ginetta champion, another driver that's come up through the Porsche Sprint Challenge. And then fourth, the reigning champion in the pits, George Gamble, in car number 1. Fifth, number 10, Will Martin. Sixth, number 52, Angus Whiteside. And then seventh, Andrew Rackstraw. It's about 7 tenths of a second away from provisional pole, which you'll want to get that gap down if you can in the second half of the session, Josh.
Yeah, he's just brought that car into the pit lane. It's parked up alongside his teammate, George Gamble, at Rosalind Gold by Century Motorsport. And George Gamble's going to be hoping that the second half of the season isn't as challenging as the first half, because it's not really been the season yet that we expected from the reigning champion.
No, it's been tough, but still a long way to go. They only had 3 race weekends, haven't they? So it's going to be a busier second half of the calendar year for them. More races to cram in, more chances then to close the gap and catch up possibly. Sid Smith doing a very good job. He was runner-up in the Pro-Am Championship last year. That was his first season in Carrera Cup. His dad Rob was a racer, raced endurance racing for Team Parker at times as well. And the 24 Hours of Spa. With Blancpain Endurance is another thing that he raced in, so it comes from a racing background, and it was another driver that started out Porsche-wise in the Sprint Challenge, but in the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, which he raced in at the start of last year, before then coming into Carrera Cup for the main season, and as I say, finishing second runner-up in the Pro-Am Championship. There's another driver as well, Sid Smith, that has come from Ford Fiesta Racing, who's a junior champion back in 2022.
Yeah, and his car's just parked up in front of me at the moment, Chris. They've got the rear tyres off the car, sitting on the tarmac, I guess hoping there might be some sun to heat up the rubber, but that's not currently the case. It's not cold here at Croft, that's for sure, but it's no sort of sunlight helping to warm any of the tyres up, so that'll have to be done when the cars go out on the circuit. We've got that same situation that we always have in these Carrera Cup qualifying sessions, where everyone goes out at once and then they all sort of trickle their way back down into the pit lane at once as well.
Yeah, so obviously no tyre warmers allowed in the championship, so you try to get heat in the tyres as much as you can. It's bright here, but a bit cloudy at the moment, so when the sun breaks through, it is pretty warm, but it's a bit cloudier at the moment. It's a nice-ish bright day. But what we've got just over 10 minutes of the session to go. I don't think they'll be in for long, so already 1 or 2 drivers starting to twitch and pull the trigger.
And just like the first part of the session, it's Jonathan Beeson who is the first to go out, one of the AM drivers in his debut season in the Carrera Cup this year. Another driver who's moved over from the Sprint Challenge, a great ladder system that Porsche have got together, all on the TOCA package. We haven't got the Sprint Challenge this weekend, but over the course of the season we see that, and the Carrera Cup, and we see many drivers. We mentioned Max Coates is another, isn't he, that's gone from the Cayman-based Sprint Challenge up into these 911 GT3 Cup cars this year.
Yeah, it's been good to see the Sprint Challenge grow, because first season in 2020 was a difficult time to launch a championship, right in the middle of COVID, but it's grown well over the last couple of years in particular, because the last 2 years we've had 2 classes as well, one for the older Cayman, one for the new Cayman that was brought in. That's over 500 horsepower as well. It's developed some very good drivers, and as you say, Coates, Jenkins, Hopkins, who won it last year, some of the drivers that have come through, and Beast as well, who was a class champion. So he at the moment is leading the AM standings in terms of qualifying with a 1:19.5, still just under a second quicker than Carl Cavers.
And now that the second set of Michelin slick tyres have been put on, the majority of the field heading back out onto the circuit. A couple that are waiting are from Team Parker Racing, but I'm sure they'll be on their way before very much longer. So I think the car after Jonathan Beeson headed out was Ollie Jackson, and then that seemed to have triggered most others going out, including the Duckham's livery car of Max Coates. That's about to head out onto the Croft circuit. He will be followed by Will Jenkins, and we've already mentioned those two Pro-Am drivers going very well during the course of the session. Will Jenkins, just 20, making his debut in the championship this year, after, as we just mentioned, a front runner in the Sprint Challenge last season. So he heads out onto the track. We are left, I think, with 4 cars, Chris, but that will very shortly be none at all, I'm sure.
Yeah, because I can already see Will Martin. He's been pushed out into the pit lane apron, so he's about to get down there as well. Likewise, Oliver White is about to get going as well. So they're pretty much a full track, and needs to be as well, because only 8 minutes to go. Half an hour goes pretty quick, doesn't it, in these qualifying sessions?
In fact, some final setup changes being done to Seb Hopkins' car. They're changing the angle of the rear wing, so let's see if that can help Seb Hopkins when he gets back out. So he'll be the last car, but this is thanks to a last-minute rear wing setup change.
Yeah, Seb running slightly out of sequence with the others there. Most of them are about to complete or have completed their out laps. So in terms of qualifying this year, the pole positions have been split. Pole position at Donington went to Will Martin. Sid Smith, who's currently second quickest, was on pole at Brands, and then Andrew Rackstraw was on pole last time out at Thruxton. In Pro-Am, Will Jenkins, who you just mentioned, has taken 2 class poles out of 3. Max Coates took it last time out, though, at Thruxton. And Jonathan Beeson, who was the first one to go back out after the pit lane break, if you want to call it that, he is unbeaten in terms of class poles so far. He's had 3 AM class poles out of 3. And those points add up because you get 2 championship points for a class pole position as well. A bonus point for a fastest lap in each race. And then, of course, points scored in both of the races. If you're a Pro-Am or an Am, the points in both races are exactly the same, but there are more points available in race 1 than race 2 if you're a pro driver, and that's because they have this part reverse grid for race 2, which a number between 4 and 6 is drawn out of the hat, and that's the number that's reversed. So, quite before the storm, I would say, with 6.5 minutes to go. They're either on out laps or build-up laps at the moment, most of them. Nobody has yet pulled the trigger. Max Coates has got this 0.2 of a second advantage at the moment to try and claim pole position. It would be his first overall pole position in the championship. He had a class pole last time out, but his best overall qualifying was that class pole, which was actually 6th quickest at Thruxton. So he's certainly showing the fact that he knows this place like the back of his hand. He also had his one weekend as a touring car driver years ago, before we raced seriously in the Carrera Cup, was here at this circuit at Croft. He works at the track these days as well, helping to manage things at Croft. So let's see if he can hold on to this pole position, and of course the points that come with it as well. But we didn't start the season well. Got disqualified from qualifying at Donington. Qualified 11th at Brands, 6th at Thruxton. So it's getting better and better in terms of qualifying for Max. The best qualifier on average this year in the pros has been Will Martin. Only 1 pole, but he hasn't been lower than 4th either. So he's been a very strong qualifier throughout the course of the season. But he's pretty experienced in these Porsche Carrera Cup cars now, is Will Martin. A few seasons as a front runner. He's a multiple race winner in the championship as well. First season back in 2020 actually in Porsche Carrera Cup. Did have a year away to race in America, and then came back into the championship last year and finished 4th in the standings in the pro category. So he's going well, and at the moment 5th quickest would be his worst qualifying of the year, but he might have something to say about that in the next few minutes.
Impressive that he's been racing Porsches for 5 years and he's still only 22.
Yeah, we first saw him in Toka package, as you say, with many other drivers in Ginetta Juniors. Well, that was on the package. Finished 3rd in 2019 in his second season, and then went from 100 brake horsepower Ginetta Juniors straight up to 5 times the horsepower in the Porsche Carrera Cups. And got a win as well in his first season in 2020, which is Thruxton, if I remember rightly. So now, personal best sector time starting to appear, including for James Wallace. He's done a personal best first sector time, but that is about half a second down on the absolute best first sector time. So, and he's already 0.4 of a second behind where he needs to be if he wants to go for pole position. So he needs to up the ante a bit on that first sector. He's lost out a bit there, but can he make the time up in the middle sectors? Will Martin has put a
personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2, so the number 10 car is going to be one to watch. Currently running in 5th place. But as I say, best qualifier on average. The Eden car is the next one over the line. Does he improve his lap time to move up from 5th place? Yes, he does, and he goes right to the top of the times. Pole position for Will Martin, 1 minute 17.877, which is 10 thousandths of a second, or a hundredth of a second quicker than Max Coates. So they're the only two in the 117s at the moment. Max is not yet flying on this lap. And so it's now Will Martin from Max Coates, Sid Smith third. Max is still Pro-Am pole position though. Will Jenkins is next up in his Pro-Am car, number 30 in 4th. Number 1 George Gamble 5th. Number 400 James Wallace up into 6th place. And keeping an eye on the AMs, still Jonathan Beeson from Carl Cavers from William Paul. That's the order there, with number 44 Beeson on for another class pole, 4 out of 4 that would be, if you can hold on to it. The only driver to do that this season in the Porsches. The Scotsman Henry Dawes about to come through. Third season now for Henry in this championship, the former Fun Cup champion. And the Domino's livery car, he's a franchise of Domino's Pizzas, makes his way through the first corner at Clairvaux. He's currently in 13th place overall and 6th best of the Pro-Ams. So Henry Dawes, 119.8. If you can find just about 3 or 4 tenths of a second, he'll gain 2 or 3 places in terms of the Pro-Ams, so it's not much in it in Pro-Ams. The bright pink livery of the Porsche Junior, James Wallace, goes through, still 7th quickest. That was a build-up lap. Bright yellow car of Ollie Jackson is next over the line. They've both got lots of clear space, but the one to watch is Sid Smith, number 99. He's done an absolute best first sector, 23.423 seconds to try and get himself back onto the front row of the grid, maybe back onto pole position. It's a personal best second sector for him as well. So Smith on a charge here, and he was about a tenth down in that second sector, but he was quicker in the first, so he's going to be thereabouts for him. He's only got to find 61 thousandths of a second to get back into second place and back onto the front row of the grid. Pole might need a really, really good third and final sector. He doesn't do that, but he does get second. So 1 minute 17.758. Actually wasn't far away from pole, 84 thousandths of a second away in the end. So good effort from Sid Smith. Lights ablaze in the green and white Porsche, makes his way onto the back straight now, still with 1 minute and 18 seconds to go, so he's got 2 more laps in if he wants, including the one he's on. So it's now number 10 Will Martin first, number 99 Sid Smith second, 71 Max Coates third. He did a personal best first and third sector on the last lap, but overall the lap time was a fraction down on what he's done before, that 10th and a half down. George Gamble is still 4th in the number 1 car, did a personal best lap last time around, but couldn't get into the top 3. 5th is number 40 Andrew Rackstraw, the Pro Championship leader. 6th is number 30 Will Jenkins. 7th number 400 James Wallace. 8th number 52 Angus Whiteside. 9th is number 18 Seb Hopkins, and 10th is number 94 Oliver White. So Pro pole position for Will Martin with a 1:17.674 as it stands. Pro-Am pole position for Max Coates, 3rd overall, with a 1:17.887, and Am pole position as it stands for Jonathan Beeson with a 1:19.188. Sid Smith about to go through again, and what's that lap time? It's good enough to put him to the top of the times. Absolute best in the 3rd sector. It was actually slightly down on his own lap time for the first 2 sectors, but he pulled a blinder out in the complex and through the hairpin to go to the top of the times briefly, because then Will Martin goes even quicker with a 1:17.674. So it is 84 thousandths of a second back between them again, and the reason is that the lap time was disallowed. Track limits, so almost there. I wonder where the track limits were. Were they in that 3rd sector, or were they? And most of the time they are in the middle of the lap, the fast sector.
Isn't
but either
that
way,
annoying
taken
for
away.
you? You could have saved your voice, couldn't you?
Well, practice might happen again. Checkered flag, but he did the time, but it was disallowed, and so in the end he's going to miss out on that pole position by 84 thousandths of a second. And Will Martin will retain honours in terms of being the best qualifier on average this year by getting his 2nd pole position of the season. Number 10 Will Martin, 1:17.674.
4 seconds as the checker flag comes down. I think anybody that's out there currently is absolutely flying. We might just keep an eye on Oliver White in terms of Pro-Ams. Number 94, he's about to cross the line, done a good lap. Is it an improvement for him though? Yes, it is. Quite a big improvement. Up to 7th place he goes with a 1:18.219. Third in class for Oliver White. So he didn't actually move up the Pro-Am order, but he did move up the overall order, which is all very helpful. And Beeson is, well, it's not by as much, going to hang on to the AM pole position. Both he and Carl Caver set their best laps last time around. Taking the flag now. Beeson with a 1:18.979. It's a good job he did improve because Carl Cavers found a lot of time on his previous lap. He was a second behind. In the end, he's only 0.2 of a second behind. And that was only because Beeson also improved. Beeson comes into the pit lane now. 4 out of 4 pole positions in the AM class for him. So number 10, Martin, fastest. Number 99, Smith, second. And then third, top Pro-Am. Best qualifying so far this season for Max Coates on his home circuit. 4th place, number 1, George Gamble. 5th place, number 40, Andrew Rackstraw, the Pro Championship leader. 6th and second best in the Pro-Ams is Will Jenkins in number 30, the best of the rookies in that session. 7th, number 94, Oliver White, who is the 3rd best Pro-Am and improved with his final lap of the session as well. 8th place, number 400, James Wallace, 2nd in the Championships, and either of the top 2 in the Pro class having a particularly good qualifying session. 9th place, number 52, Angus Whiteside, and 10th place was number 18, and that was Seb Hopkins. Then 11th place, number 59, Josh Stanton. 12th, number 48, Ollie Jackson. 13th, and the AM pole position to Jonathan Beeston, number 44. 14th, number 22, Carl Cavers, 2nd best AM. And then 15th, number 58, Henry Dawes. And 16th, 3rd in the AMs, number 73, William Paul. So that is how, subject to all the post-session checks, they will line up on the grid for the first race of the weekend tomorrow. The race 1 results will set the grid for race 2. And Will Martin scores 2 championship points, which will actually put him from 4th up to 3rd in the championship, ahead of Sid Smith. So a double blow for Sid Smith. He has the pole position lap taken away from him. Instead of scoring 2 points, he then gives 2 points away to Will Martin, which drops him behind Will in the championship table. So it will be up to 37 points now for Will Martin, which means he's actually only 2 points behind James Wallace for 2nd in the championship as well. Max Coates gets the 2 points for class pole, which are very helpful because, as I say, he's only 1 point clear of Ollie Jackson in the Pro-Am Championship, but he's now 3 points clear thanks to that pole position, and thanks to another pole position for Jonathan Beeson. He will increase his advantage overnight from 8 to 10 points. So that's Porsche Carrera Cup done for today, but racing for them tomorrow, and we'll have 2 of them, the first of which will be at 1:35 tomorrow, and then they'll go again at 4:15 for their second race on Sunday. So Porsche Carrera Cup qualifying done and dusted. Next, after a short gap of a few minutes, we can start to look forward to more racing, because we've got the second of 3 Legends races coming up next. That's due to get underway at 2:20. The first mini race of the weekend at 2:50. Touring car qualifying at 3:30, and the Legends finale coming up at 4:45 this afternoon. So, well done to Will Martin. Another pole position, a couple of very useful championship points. And in the end, 4 drivers ended up in the 1:17s there. So very rapid pace in those 510 brake horsepower Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Some great racing to look forward to tomorrow. And 3 championships, all still wide open. We've got this weekend, Knockhill, Donington, Silverstone and Brands Hatch still to come. So it's actually only after this weekend that they'll be halfway into the championship. They've done 8 rounds out of 16, so still lots to be decided in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, which is one of 31 different championships of Porsches that we have racing these days. And just on a separate note, away from the track, if you are around the support race paddock this weekend and you see the massive and very impressive Porsche hospitality unit out there, then the Bauhaus, as it's called, then on display outside the clubhouse, the Porsche Clubhouse Hospitality Tent, you'll see a Porsche Taycan Turbo GT, which you can drool over. But the thing about that car, it's the exact same vehicle which took part in a recent Drive Tribe video and reunited Top Gear duo Richard Hammond and James May when they had an electrified challenge called Plane versus Car Race. So that's the car that they were taking around Richard Hammond and James May on their YouTube, on their Drive Tribe video online recently. You can see that car outside the clubhouse in the support race paddock for the Porsche Taycan Turbo. And just worth saying as well that the support race paddock is completely open for you to go and have a look around. So if you want to catch up with drivers from Legends or Porsches, or indeed the Virtue Mini Challenge, then it's a great place to catch up with some of those star drivers in a very friendly open paddock it is as well. Josh?
Yeah, we can see if we can catch up with Max Coates. Max has made his way down the pit lane, so we can have a word with him. Max, I think third overall set and pole, but that's pretty good.
I'm buzzing. Brilliant. What a great start to our weekend. Yeah, the atmosphere has been electric all week, and I'm... in many ways, I'm glad that's over. That's probably the highest pressure bit, and I think I did it on the first run, so that made the second one nice and easy. But yeah, an awesome start. Qualifying is kind of always my Achilles heel. So to be P3 and around the stature of the guys that are in this championship is fantastic. So yeah, I'm over the moon. If there's anywhere I'm going to do it, it's going to be here. And yeah, I'm just hoping it starts the party early.
Got a big day tomorrow, not just the racing. I understand there's a lot of people here coming to support you.
Yeah, we've got about 300 guests over the 3 days. 104, I think, in Croft's new Hangar 50. Tomorrow from Primex. They've been a sponsor of mine for the last 11 years. So they've got all their staff in there tomorrow. We've got about another 100 guests on top of that. So yeah, it's an amazing start to our weekend, and I just hope it continues in this form.
The weather forecast is maybe different for tomorrow. Do you mind the rain, or would you rather it to be like it is today?
I love the wet. The only problem to that is I've never driven this car in the wet, so that will be interesting. But I'll just give it my best. I've always enjoyed the wet weather, so yeah, who knows.
Well, thanks for coming out to have a chat, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
So there's Max Coates, who kindly made his way into a position we could have a word with him, and I'm sure he's got a very exciting day looking forward to tomorrow, and we'll be able to hear it all on Toka Live.
Indeed, so great to hear from Max, and yeah, did a mega job there, didn't he? His best qualifying of the year, as he said. If he was going to do it anywhere, he was going to do it here. But yeah, doing a great job. He's one of those guys that works really hard to get onto the grid with his sponsors, looks after them, and they're all here cheering him on this weekend. So a great first day for Max Coates, Pro-Am pole position, third on the grid overall. 2 races to come tomorrow.
Does sound a little bit like a sort of quite a sinister movie in the background. Can you hear that?
It's the wind. Yeah, so it's not that windy, is it? But for some reason, it's catching something at the back of the commentary box.
I think that window's open and that window's open.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Have we got the aircon on? We haven't got the air. We've got the aircon on and we've got the windows open.
Have we?
That's very bad for the environment. I'm going to close the window now.
Well, no, you can't, because the cable's in there.
Just two. Just two.
Okay.
Don't break Alan's cable.
I'll allow that much.
Yeah, it just sounds like...
Live from the BTCC, this is Toka Live.
I'm sorry, did I cut you off in your prime?
What? No, not at all. I forgot what I was going to say.
Yes,
I think I was going to say it sounds like there's a hurricane outside.
It does. It sounds very windy indeed. We've got loads more coming up, and we are racing and qualifying from now on. Second race of the day coming up for the Legends Cars Elite Cup. 6 laps for their second heat. Then we've got the first race of the weekend, 20-minute race for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship comes up between 3:30 and 4:30 this afternoon. And then our final race of the day at 4:45 this afternoon, 8-lap race for the grand final for day 1 of 2 for the Legends Cars Elite Cup. We've been joined up here in the commentary box by Matt James, the editor of Motorsport News. Is this just because you're mad for Legends racing? Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, he's a good lad. Can we give a few of your shout-outs as well? Please, can you give a big shout-out to Harry, who is at Croft today with Nikki and Mark. That's mum and dad. Harry is 7 and a big racing fan and is cheering on, it says here, Tim Ingram with his green Virtue, and also Nick Hamilton. So yes. So Tim hasn't been a champion, has he?
Not yet. No, he's lesser known brother. Yeah. There was what was it? There was saw racing the other weekend. Tom Ingram Hill. was racing.
That's right, yeah.
It's a good name, isn't it?
Yeah.
But if he ever gets in the Touring Car Championship, that's going to be confusing, isn't it? Tom Ingram Hill, Jake Hill.
Tingram Hill.
If they go through Graham Hill Bend, it'll be even worse.
So, I'm sure that was a little typo. Hello to Harry. Great to have you here, Harry. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Hello, Alan. It's Josh here. Just saying happy 22nd to Chloe tomorrow and hoping Tom Ingram has a successful day with a party face emoji. This one says, hi, it's Sophia. Could you please give a shout out to my brother Charlie? It's his first time here and he's especially enjoying the Legends car race. Thank you. Well, we've got news for you, Sophia and Charlie. That's what's coming up next. To take you through all the action in the commentary box is Chris Hartley.
Thanks, Al. Yeah, heat number 2. So it is completely random grid for race 1. That grid is then reversed for race 2. So if you're at the front in race 1, you're at the back for race 2. If you're in the middle, you're still in the middle. And the way it works is that you score points regardless of where you start. Same points for everybody. And then the points after these 2 races, these 2 heats as they're called, are added up. And if you've got the most points, you have to start at the back of the grid for the final race, which is a slightly longer race, but you have to be at the back of the grid. So wherever you end up, you're going to have to do loads of overtaking most likely at some point during the course of the day. First up, I'll give you the grid for this one. And then we'll go through an update on the provisional points after the first race, because this is the final weekend of the championship for the Elite Cup. So pole position, entry list on page 43, by the way. Pole position, number 29, Nathan Anthony. And then on the front row with him, number 63, Derek Hogan. On row 2, key note this one, number 9, Ollie Schlupp, because he's second in the championship, but he had to start at the back of the grid for the last race. Came through to finish 8th. But he's at the front of the grid for this one on row 2 with Trevor Krause, who was going well, third in free practice, was running in the top 10, the American, on his UK debut until the very last lap of the race. Had an issue at the back of the circuit somewhere. So he is 4th on the grid for this one. Could be worth a shout for a win here as well, because he looked rapid in car 52, despite not knowing the circuit very well. And then third row of the grid, starting 5th, number 34, Nick Price. And then Matt Knight, number 22, starts 6th. Row 4, number 79, Marcus Pett. And 88, Peter Barrable. Peter was at the front in the first race, so he's going to be worth keeping an eye on as well. Row 5, number 11, Mark Beattie. And 4, Jack Parker, the reigning Elite champion, who had a really good first lap in the first race. And he's a bit higher on the... He's about the same as it was on the grid. I think he was he 7th, 8th on the grid last time. He's 10th on the grid this time. But he's a good first lap driver, Jack Parker. Good driver, full stop. Row 6, number 1, Will Gibson, who only finished 10th in the first race and is 3rd in the points. So he was probably a bit disappointed with that first race. He's the reigning overall, and there's a 2-time overall Legends champion, but not the Legends Elite champion for this mini-series they have within the championship itself. 17, Ben Mahoney is alongside him on row 6. Starting 12th. Row 7, 25, Luke Simmons, and 33, Mike Schlupp. Row 8, 99, Owen Lawler, and the points leader, number 6, Tyler Reid. It's got to come from 16th on the grid in the red Lightning McQueen liveried car for this one. He won race 1. Row 9, 19, Connor Mills, and 3, Ross Marshall. Ross went well in the first race. And then row 10, 1, 2, 2, Chris Dewey had a spin coming out, or contact coming out of the last corner of the last lap of race 1. And Steve Traherne, one to watch in the green and white car, former champion. It's his first full season for a number of years. He's in car number 12, and he was on pole for the first race. He was fighting for the podium positions all the way through race 1 as well, but he's back 20th on the grid for this one. One of the drivers he was fighting with starts on the 11th row, number 13, the black car of Chris Needham, number 7, James Pendleton for company, and then row 12, David Bonza, who had a problem with the car and retired from the race early on in car number 10. He starts 23rd in the race. So points-wise, all provisional at this, of course, but points-wise after that first race, of course, extending his advantage because he won the race, was Tyler Reid. It's his second win in as many weekends, his 3rd win of the season, and his 3rd podium on the trot as well. So Tyler Reid, 2,085 points. Ollie Schlupp still second, but 115 points behind now. Sounds a lot, but there's 200 points for a race win, so Ollie can soon get that back. It was 35 points before the weekend started. It's 115 now, but tables are turned. Will Gibson still 3rd on 1,940 points. He's now 145 points back. And then 4th, Connor Mills on 1,775. 5th on 1,665, Chris Needham. Right then, we're about to get 6 laps of racing underway. A rolling start once again for the Legends. And
couple of quick cars, including Tyler Reid, to watch coming from further back down the order. But on pole position for this one, it is Nathan Anthony in the sedan, the yellow number 29 car, with Derek Higgins, number 63, drawing alongside him. In fact, he's not there, is he? So he's missed the start. So Ollie Schlupp has been pushed forward onto the front row of the grid, second in the championship, second on the grid. The lights go out, the race gets underway, and can Ollie Schlupp get straight into the lead of the race? He's going to have to go the outside route if he's going to do it. Will he do it on the way through Clervaux? Yes, all the way around the outside of Nathan Anthony. Fantastic move to get straight up into first place. Tell you what, it gets to turn 2, about 5 car lengths clear of Nathan Anthony as well. So he's getting his head down here very rapidly to try and make sure he breaks the toe, wins this race, and does all he can to put the pressure on Tyler Reid. So great start for him, heading up the back straight in third place then. Going through now, third and fourth, absolutely side by side. That's a change for the second place rather, as Nathan Anthony concedes the position on the way into Tower Bend. So he loses the spot as well. And then, how's Tyler Reid getting on? I think he's made a couple of places up through the first few corners. Jack Parker hasn't had his usual lightning start. He might have made 1 or 2 up from 10th on the grid, but he's not that far ahead of Tyler Reid. So Tyler, I reckon, has picked up something in the region of 4 or 5 positions already.
I think Ben Mahoney went round on that opening lap. I think he went round at the chicane.
Right, so he's had a moment, spin from, was he a bit further back down the order, Ben Mahoney. What was he, 6th row of the grid? Actually, it was just behind Jack Parker and just in front of Tyler Reid, so that might have helped him out, Tyler Reid, as he looked to get through. Coming in back into sight now. Anthony's still hanging on to second place somehow, but the American is trying to get up the inside of him here in the 52 car, Trevor Krause. The gap closes, and then around the outside of him comes his team leader, number 1 in the other orange and white car, Will Gibson. Side by side for second, side by side for third. Also involved in the battle is Marcus Pett in the grey car, the red numbers on. Who is going to get to the first corner first at the start of lap number 2? Well, that's obviously going to be Ollie Schlupp, but for second place, who will it be? And it looks like Gibson has made it through in the number 1 car, and still sandwiching in between them then is that grey machine of 79 Marcus Pett from 7th on the grid. He's had a really good start to the race, up to 3rd position, hot on his heels now. It's the American that's ahead. Then it's the number 1 car of Will Gibson, who's trying to get past that grey machine of Pett now. The inside line is covered. He tries to go around the outside at Tower Bend. That's brave. Somebody behind locks up a brake, which is Gibson. It's the not Gibson, Parker car just behind. It's not had its usual electric start, Parker. He's still done okay, 6th place, but he's normally gaining 5 or 6 places on the first lap of the race. Parker in the number 4 car. He's got a bit of clear track ahead of him, though. He's got ahead of, getting ahead of Anthony at that lap as well. So Schlupp, what was he, 3 seconds clear at the end of the first lap of the race from Krause. Then then Pett, then Gibson battling over that 3rd place. Anthony dropping back a little bit now, and the 2 teammates are back to go side by side, coming back into the complex here. Gibson looking for a move. He gets down the inside under braking and gets ahead of Trevor Krause. So the first of the orange and white liveried cars is now running in 2nd place. Will Gibson, Krause in 2nd, but then look right behind them. We've got 4th, 5th, 6th all tied together. And at the back of that group, getting himself into the fight now, is Jack Parker. But it's been a really, really good first few laps for the championship leader, who's got himself up into 4th place now, Tyler Reid, from, what was he, back in the 8th row of the grid, back in 16th spot. So he's gained loads of places already. He gained 4 or 5 through the first half a lap, got another couple at the end of lap 1, and he's got himself right into the fight for a podium position now. Unlikely going to beat Ollie Schlupp, but if he can finish 2nd or 3rd in this race, he won't lose too many points to him. He's going for 3rd place as they come out of the chicane, drawing alongside now Trevor Krause. He's got the inside line. That then concentrates them all onto the back of Will Gibson. Jack Parker has a lock-up as he tries to get at the inside of the grey machine of Pett. Nobody in the end changes position, but slightly on the back foot now for Reid. In fact, he has got ahead of Krause coming out of the corner, but he was having to cover the line off coming out into the Jim Clark S's. He goes back on the attack now, though, as they go through Barcroft, and suddenly closes up to the back of Will Gibson's car, the number 1 machine. So trying to get himself up to 2nd place here. Remember, Gibson is 3rd in the championship, so he's one of his closest rivals. If he can finish ahead of him here, that will be a real bonus. But of course, you score more points than your rivals, you end up behind them on the grid later on. The race leader gets it a bit wrong coming into the first corner, kicks up the dust. Ollie Schlupp coming into the left-hand part of the complex and gets a real wobble on, but holds the car and stays on track. Doesn't lose too much time. but that could have been a bit leery. Second place now is Tyler Reid. He did get ahead of Gibson down at Sunny. Gibson down to third. Fourth place, and looking really good coming out to the start-finish straight. It's the number 52 car of Trevor Krause, who's got a great run here. Is he going to overtake Will Gibson, though, knowing that Will Gibson, who's brought him over here and he's running in one of his cars, is he going to pass the driver that needs every point he could get for the championship? Probably needs to play a rear gunner to him, so he stays there in fourth place. Then it's Pett and Parker still joined at the hip in fifth and sixth positions. Then Marshall seventh, Barrable eighth, Anthony down to ninth place. Steve Traherne from near the back of the grid. He's up into the top 10 now in the green and white number 12 cars. Will Gibson gets right onto the tail of Tyler Reid, who is just hogging the inside line on the way up towards Tower Bend. No doubt about it, Gibson was quicker than him coming out of the chicane. And then Jack Parker has a look at the inside once again, and Marcus Pett gets halfway alongside, but has to back off out of the move. So drops in behind him and stays in sixth position. The lead gap, which was 3 seconds at the end of the first lap, is less than 2 seconds now. And the absolute best first sector time has just gone to Gibson, even though he's lost that second place. And they are both catching up to Schlupp, who had that slight mistake at the end of the previous lap and hasn't had the best of starts to this lap either. Halfway into the race, more than halfway. 3 laps done, 3 laps still to go. And the top 3 in the championship are the top 3 in the race. Second in the championship leads. First in the championship is second. And third in the championship is third. And onto the grass goes Marcus Pett coming into the complex. Wide through the left-hander. All onto the grass. Loses fifth place to Jack Parker. Stays in the top 6, but has to defend on the way into the hairpin to keep the red and white number 3 car of Ross Marshall behind him. It's a wide moment that, but he only lost 1 place. He might lose another now, though, because the number 3 car is almost pushing him over the start-finish line as we get a challenge for the lead of the race here from Tyler Reid, halfway alongside the race leader, but backs off out of the move into turn 1 because he was on the outside line. And Marshall does get down the inside of Pett at Clairvaux. The red and white number 3 car gains a place, and that puts him up to 5th position. So Parker now free to go for them. We've got number 25, I'm afraid, into the pits with a problem, which is Luke Simmons. And here we go. Tyler Reid pulls the pin. Goes on the outside now of Ollie Schlupp. Gets his nose in front. Ollie's got the inside line, though. The top 2 in the championship absolutely together, but all the way around the outside for Tyler Reid. A magnificent move. Fair play. Both drivers gave each other just enough room. Good, clean past that. But it was on the edge of disaster on the outside line. You're always going to be the first one to end up in the gravel trap. Trouble is, he's now giving a tow to Ollie Schlupp, who's trying to come back at him on the way down into Sunny. So those two are going to be nose to tail again when they come back into our view, back into the complex, with third and fourth still absolutely tied together with them as well. We've got a lap and a half to go. And here they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, and nearly 5 legends, because Jack Parker, number 4, almost there. We've got 3 of them together in the next battle as well. Inside line covered. Schlupp did get back ahead down at Sunny. And now Tyler Reid tries to return the compliment. All about the slipstreaming now. Ollie Schlupp tries to shake him off. This is the difference for 15 points. It's 200 for a win, 185 for second. And the one that really needs the points to close the gap is Ollie Schlupp. He is at the head of the field onto the last lap of the race, but he's got Tyler Reid with him, then Will Gibson, and then fourth, playing rear gunner, Trevor Krause in the 52 car, and Jack Parker, number 4, still has a mathematical chance of the championship. Can't quite get onto their case. So he remains in 5th. Here we go then. Ollie Schlupp gives them a big tow. Tyler Reid and then Will Gibson both go around the outside of him before they even get to the braking zone, and Reid is through into first place. Second place Gibson. From first to third goes Ollie Schlupp, but he'll have a chance or two here, like he did on the last lap, to use the tow now and gain an advantage. And the last time he was in this position, he got ahead of Reid down into Sunny. They're all concertina up. Gibson is now having a look. He really needs the points as well after a slightly disappointing 10th place in race 1. Can he get down the inside on the run through Barcroft and down into Sunny? He's going to have a go, going to have a crack, and I think they're going to be absolutely glued together when they come back into the complex for the final time in the race. So we wait and watch and see who we're going to get first, or maybe we're going to get all of them in first place. Absolutely together we are, side by side for the lead. Just slightly in front is Tyler Reid of Gibson. He got the inside line for the right-hander. Down to 4th at the moment is Ollie Schlupp, but he's got the inside line for the hairpin. And then into the final corner, it's Tyler Reid just in the lead. Will Gibson in 2nd. Ollie Schlupp just about hanging on to 3rd place. It's going to be a sprint for the line, though. He's dropped back behind Keith, down into 4th place now as the checkered flag comes out. Krause, I think, has got past Schlupp on the line. Yes, he has, just by 1/10 of a second. So it's Reed, Gibson, Krause, the top three. Schlupp in fourth, Parker fifth, and then sixth Pet, seventh Marshall, eighth Barrable, ninth Traherne, and Needham from also the back of the grid, rounding out the top 10. The fastest lap of the race, for what it's worth, going to Will Gibson in second place with a 1:33.446, and 0.3 of a second covered the top two as they crossed the line. 0.6 of a second covered the top four as they crossed the line. And that was a proper Legends race. So a case in point, really. If you're going to lead, you want to lead at the right points of the race. And it didn't work out that for Ollie Schlupp, because both times he got the lead, they were just able to draft back past him. Crucially on that run down the back straight into Tower Bend. He lost the lead twice there in the last half of the race. So I'll be disappointed to lose points again to Tyler Reid. That's 2 wins out of 2 now for Tyler Reid. And 3 wins out of the last 4 races for him. So 200 points coming the way of Tyler, and he's further extended his championship lead, which he wouldn't have expected to do, given that he was low down the grid and given that Schlupp was at the front of the field. And going into the first corner, Schlupp led, and Reid was down in 16th place. So to win that race is a real bonus for the driver of the number 6 car. He gets 200 points. Ollie Schlupp for 4th place will pick up 160 points. And that will grow the gap to 155 points now. It was 35. Will Gibson did what he needed to do to keep himself in the hunt and got onto the podium. So a much better second race for the reigning overall champion, who picks up for second place 185 points, stays third in the championship. He's actually only 5 points behind Ollie Schlupp now for second in the championship in that race. So those the top 3. We'll go through the points before we get to the final later on. We've got Chris Needham with a pretty good result as well from where he was on the grid. He's 5th in the championship. Marcus Pett 6th, but it could have been better. He went under the grass, didn't he, when he was battling Jack Parker for 5th place, and they were both at that stage catching the lead group as well. So he'll be frustrated, 6th in the championship, but only picking up points for 6th in that race. It could have been realistically a bit more than that. So 140 points for him. Marcus Pett. Chris Needham for 10th place, picking up some useful points as well to keep himself in the 100 points for him from the back of the field. So what that means is we have to work it all out, but 100% Tyler Reid's got to start plumb last, hasn't he, on the grid for the final, because he's won both the races. Nobody's got a better score than him, and so with 2 wins out of 2, he gets 400 points, but he now has to start right at the very back of the grid. But he will have a couple more laps to try and come through, because the final race is going to be 2 laps longer when it gets underway at 4:45 this afternoon. It will be an 8-lap race. Points still exactly the same: 200 for a win, 185 for second, 170 for third, and so on all the way down through the order. So it very much looks like it's going to go down to tomorrow, whatever happens, and to the final 3 races of the season. We're still 600 points up for grabs tomorrow. Can't be won today, but what Tyler Reid can do, he's give himself a bit of a cushion going into that final day of action in the Elite Cup tomorrow, and he's done a great job lately with those, as I say, 3 wins out of the last 4 races now. But he's got a big ask if he's going to get another podium or another win this afternoon from the very back of the grid from 22nd spot. So another cracking Legends race, towing each other. That's the beauty of these cars. Is that the shape of them means if you hit the front, you punch a massive hole in the air, give everybody else behind you a tow, and there's not a lot you can do to stop them coming past.
There are so many elements of Legends racing that come together to give us the thrilling racing that we get. One is the random grid draw that gives us the first grid. The second is then the reverse grid, the one that we've just seen, and the third is that this championship does invite. And it just is an attraction to top drivers, and race after race after race we see just supreme racing. And the other thing about Legends, they're so friendly. When you go down to the go down to the paddock, I've just heard a story about a little boy who rather liked the Lightning McQueen car that won earlier on. So when the car turned up in Parc Fermé, this little lad was waving to the car when it came in, and Tyler took a bit of time to go over and meet the young lad and make his day, I would imagine, which is it's lovely, and that's very much a feature of Legends racing.
Yes, I imagine
he gets quite a lot of fans with that particular livery of,
I
of
should
a younger
say so.
variety. Yeah, absolutely, and it stands out. It's nice and easy to spot when it's in a pack. That's for sure.
Is, yeah.
But did a great job, Tyler. He might just start to think, if he hasn't a good final race today, might just start to think about the championship going into tomorrow. But we'll also be well aware of how quickly it can go wrong and how cruelly it was snatched away from him after he thought he'd won it last year. But he's done a great job.
I'll let Josh
so
do
far.
the post-race interviews tomorrow. How's that?
yeah, that might be
prudent.
Yeah, prudent. Yeah, looking good though. He's done everything he possibly could have so far. Worked his way through. What it is like in karting really, where same sort of thing you get. Put in the front of the grid, the middle of the grid, the back of the grid in some of the heats. In some of the championships, rather than based on qualifying, it really does get you well versed in overtaking. You have to be good at overtaking to be in Legends, because even if you're really quick and the championship leader in at least one, probably two of the races on any given day, you've got to come from near the back of the grid.
And have you noticed ITV have kept their part of the deal?
Yes, we've got some pictures now, locked off pictures, but pictures, which is great. Thank
could
you,
have done
ITV.
with bringing a slightly bigger screen, couldn't we?
Man of my age, yeah. A cinema screen.
And mine. Look at this.
But it's good, yeah, good. Definitely helpful at the back of the circuit. It's the bit we can't see. There's quite a bit of overtaking down at Sunny, wasn't there? There's another good overtaking spot, of several good overtaking spots here at Croft. So if you've got your breath back, Josh, you can catch up maybe with one or two drivers now.
We're going to go straight into the podium presentation because the drivers are ready, here and ready for round 14 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup. First, we welcome onto the podium Chrissy Kraus, be presenting the trophy to our top three drivers. Chrissy making her way over from the United States to support her son, who we're about to see, because in third position, Trevor Kraus. Well done, Trevor, a first podium here in the UK, and up onto the third step of the podium to receive the third place trophy from his mother. Well done, Trevor, great to have you here at Croft. In second place, Will Gibson. Well done, Will, a seventh podium of the season in the Elite Cup, and onto the second step of the podium we'll go, but only after he's congratulated by his teammate Trevor Kraus. Then Chrissy will hand over the second place trophy to Will, and then we move to our race winner of round 14, Tyler Reid. Well done, Tyler, a second win of the day, a fourth win of the Elite Cup for 2025, and he receives the winner's trophy and up onto the top step of the podium here at Croft. And in a moment we'll get the top three drivers up onto the top step of the podium. So you can all get up onto the top step of the podium together for some final work. Photographs, Tyler Reid the winner, second Will Gibson, and Trevor Kraus in third. What we're trying to do is grab a word with the drivers, I think, here on the podium. If you want to hang around, we'll have a word with you. Firstly, Tyler. Well done, Tyler. A win, but from way back on the grid.
Yeah, I was sort of only hoping for a podium in that one. I didn't quite think the win was possible when I saw the gap Ollie had out front. But yeah, as soon as we got into second place, the gap started to close quite quickly, and we got there. And yeah, good race in the end.
Well done. A quick word, Will, when you make your way over here, we'll have a word. Second place, a good result, but did you want that race win, I guess?
To be fair, after the work the team did between the first race and the second race, hats off to them. I blew the gearbox up again, so we had to do an engine change, being motorbike engines, the gearbox is part of it. I also inadvertently took my teammate out when the gearbox blew up, so we had... Yeah, happy, really, really happy. Second's good.
And we'll have a word with Trevor. Trevor, welcome to Croft. How's your experience been so far?
It's been awesome. This track is probably one of my favorite road courses I've ever raced, so yeah, really, really happy to be here, and I'm having a blast so far.
And how different is it to the circuits you traditionally race on?
This track's definitely a lot faster than any of the ones back home, so that's definitely been fun, playing with the draft and everything like crazy. So yeah, it's been a blast, a little different, and you know, it's awesome. I'm having a blast.
Well, thanks for coming in. Well done so far. So congratulations to our top three for round 14 of the championship. We just heard from Trevor Kraus in third, Will Gibson was second, and Tyler Reid the winner. And that completes the podium presentation for round 14.
What's the bets we see him do a full championship year next year, commuting from the US to compete on our circuits? He likes Croft. What would he make of some of our other circuits here in the UK?
Yeah, well, he's come to a good one to start with, hasn't he?
He really has,
fantastic circuit, yeah. So I think he's got the bug, and he's done very well, hasn't he? He's been on the pace all the way through the weekend, really.
He's a former champion, isn't he? A Pro-Am champion.
Yeah, knows the car. Doesn't know the circuit, though, which is, you know, as you say, there are good drivers in this championship who are specialists in Legends as well. Will have been here a fair bit themselves, most of them as well. So he's done really well, I think.
Think back to Dave Newsham. He did all right in touring cars, and he started in Legends Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Some good drivers that have come through, haven't there? And succeeded. Lawrence David was another one. He was a young champion, wasn't he? A teenage champion.
Was, yeah.
Not champion. Teenage. He was a champion. A teenage winner in the championship.
Yes.
I think he was the youngest Legends race winner, and then had a good career moving forward in minis. Runs teams now as well, doesn't he? So, yeah, it's a good training ground, that's for sure. And no motorsport is cheap, but relatively, it's one of the more affordable championships, isn't it? Certainly get a lot of racing for their money, that's for sure. Right, minis next. The Virtue Mini Challenge qualifying, which has set the grid for both races. Everybody's fastest lap time sets the grid for tomorrow's live televised race. Everybody's second best lap time set the grid for this race. The entry list is on page 45. This race is going to be the shorter of the two at 20 minutes. Tomorrow we'll have another 5 minutes of racing at 25-minute race duration. They've had 3 race weekends and 8 races so far. And a reminder, there are 2 categories within the class now. So these are all the turbo-powered 275 brake horsepower Mini Cooper class John Cooper Works cars. They have 2-litre engines, slick Goodyear tyres, and the majority of them are in the faster version of the car. But last year, a slightly less powerful version with a H-pattern gearbox was introduced as a stepping stone into the category. That's the sport division, which if you've got a programme, you'll see the entry list, the lower half of the page, run for separate points and trophies in that category. So Jamie Osborne, number 77, 5 wins so far this season and 2 other podium finishes, leads the standings in the main category in the Napa Racing UK colours. Younger brother of Sam, who races in the BTCC, and son of Pete, who runs the Napa squad as well. He's got a 44-point lead over Tom Ovenden, 369 points versus 325. Tom, graduate and champion in the normally aspirated category a couple of years ago. And then Lewis Selby, the most senior driver in the championship with mini racing experience for many years in older shape minis, came into this championship a few years ago. He's 3rd in the championship in the number 18 car on 297 points. The top rookie, 4th overall, is Max Edmondson. He leads the rookie standings from Albert Webster. They're 4th and 5th in the championship overall. And then Henry Howarth is the leader of the Sport Division Championship, 366 points for him. He's in the number 42 car. 301 points for Ben Crossley in his 2nd season of Sport Division racing. Finished all the races last year, unlike any other driver. And Archie Johnson, a rookie in the championship, qualified in the top 2 in the class today. He's 3rd in the standings currently for one of the Jam Sport racing drivers, with his teammate Henry Howarth having picked up the most wins so far with 4 class wins. So the grid for this one, as I say, based on second best lap times. If you're here at the track and you've got a programme, there's space to write it in, and all the results onto page 45, and it will shape up as follows. So number 21, Nathan Edwards, had more pole positions than anybody else last year on his way to 3rd in the championship. Got 5 wins in his first season in JCWs. He's on pole position in car number 21, with Tom Ovenden, number 24, for company on the front row of the grid. So 21 and 24 on row 1. On row 2, 77, the championship leader Jamie Osborne starts 3rd, and 18, top 3 in the championship for Lewis Selby, makes it an all Napa 2nd row. He starts 4th on the grid. Albert Webster qualified higher, qualified 3rd, but has got a 2-place grid penalty carried over from an incident at Alton Park. So rather than starting 3rd on the grid, Albert starts 5th on the grid in car 2. He was the most winning driver in the Sport Division last year. Steps up to the full spec JCW cars for this year. As I say, 2nd in the rookies. Last year's Cooper class champion, now in JCW, Harry Hector, number 64, starts 6th on the grid. And then row 4, 95, Jacob Hodgkiss, one of the rookies this year. 27, Marlo Cordell, who went off the road and brought about a late red flag in qualifying this morning, starts 8th. On row 5, 55, Charlie Hand, who's got a much better grid, 4th on the grid for the race tomorrow, but he's only 9th on the grid for this one. And Josh Porter, number 94. Row 6, we've got the rookie standings leader, Max Edmondson, former Civic Cup champion. He's in car 33. He's also, like Albert Webster, got a 2-place grid penalty, so he's 11th rather than 9th on the grid. 70, Owen Hillman starts 12th. Row 7, 32, Ned Anthony, and 13, Harry Campy had an big off yesterday at Croft, and the team worked late into the night to rebuild his car, so he's 14th on the grid. Row 8, Cameron Richardson, number 15, and 69, which is Brent Bowie. And one to watch, starting 17th on the grid, the last of the starters in the main division, is Alex Solly, number 12.
He went off in qualifying at Clervaux, brought about the red flag, got going again, but then there was another red flag, so he never really got a proper lap in. So he's going to be one to watch all the way 17th on the grid. Rows 10 and 11 are kept clear. There's a space there because then we get the Sport Division cars, which is slower, with their own separate grid at the back. So row 12, pole position for the class for the second weekend running is Chris McKenzie, number 210. Number 10, Archie Johnson for Company. That's row 12, but it's effectively the front row of the grid for the Sport Division cars. Row 13, 56, Ben Crossley and Henry Howarth, the points leader, number 42. And then Nicky Gauci, number 22. And 29, Will Crooks at the back of the grid.
One car you might not be seeing in the race, Chris, is number 55, which is Charlie Hand, because he has pulled off on the run up toward Clervaux. He's pulled into the gap at the end of the pit lane, and the car's been pushed behind the barriers, and the bonnet's immediately been taken off of that car. So it would appear there's a mechanical issue that's going to mean we won't see Charlie Hand in this race, I'm afraid, and he looks very gutted, as you would expect.
Yes, and hopefully get the car sorted for tomorrow, because he's got a good grid, a good starting spot on the second row of the grid for tomorrow. So the Virtue Mini Challenge about to get underway. Virtue have been a sponsor of the championship since 2023 now, and the Virtue liveried safety car pulls into the pit lane. Everybody else will make their way onto the grid, ready for the standing start. Nathan Edwards there on the pole position with a 1:27.594. He was about 3/10 up on anybody else in qualifying this morning. He'll be on pole for tomorrow's race as well. He got the best lap time, and his second best lap time was better than everybody else's second best as well, which is why he's on pole position for this race. Tom Ovenden, though, will not be easy to beat. He starts second. And watch for the second row, two of the front runners in the championship, including the points leader, Jamie Osborne, who's on the inside in the 77 car. He's got the yellow wing mirrors. Lewis Selby, the similar livery, he's got the red wing mirrors on the 18 car. And the last couple of rows have now formed up. And we'll get the 5-second board. The red lights will come on. As soon as the red lights go out, we'll be racing for 20 minutes of action for the Virtue Mini Challenge. The JCW cars roar, rev, and they'll pull away off the line. Not a great start for the pole sitter. Looks like a much better start for Tom Ovenden. He's on the outside line, though. Can he make it stick on the way through into turn one? I've got the feeling he's going to do it because he was so much quicker off the line, which he does. And in fact, had a fourth place for the pole sitter because the two Napa livery cars have got past him as well. So he just bogged down off the line a bit, did Nathan Edwards, after all that work in qualifying. And it's Tom Ovenden that leads coming out of the chicane for the first time in the race. Then it's Jamie Osborne in second. Third is Lewis Selby. Fourth is the pole sitter. And then fifth place behind Nathan Edwards is Albert Webster, trying to make up for his two-place grid penalty. Side by side for sixth as well. Harrington is going to have to give way and concede the position there as he tried to get through and gain a place. Everybody, I think, safely through that first run of corners, making their way out of Tower Bend through the Jim Clark S's, through the fastest part of the circuit now, through the right-hander at Barcroft, and then they'll go down towards Sunnyway. He's still actually turning right and braking at the same time, so the car becomes unsettled very easily there if you're not careful. A double apex right-hander, Sunny in, Sunny out, just a small connection between the two corners. And they'll disappear out of sight, then come back into view into the final sector, the complex, where they go left, then right through the S's, and then into the slowest corner of the lap, the hairpin at the end of lap one. So here they come, Ovenden from Osborne. Back up to third place, though, for Edwards. So he's got one of the places back. And Albert Webster goes way out wide coming out of the final part of the complex. It does give him the inside line, I suppose, though, for the hairpin. He's just about hanging on to fifth place at the moment behind Lewis Selby, but fending off Harry Hickton, who in turn is having to work hard to fend off the yellow, white and blue car of Jacob Hodgkiss as they go through at the end of lap one down into the braking zone. They turn right, go through the first corner at Clervaux, and it's about 2 car lengths lead, about half a second lead for Ovenden over Osborne, but coming back at them, no doubt, is going to be Edwards now that he's got going after that slightly off colour start. He's certainly pulled clear of Lewis Selby as they come out through the chicane. Behind the top 7 we had Cordell in 8th place, number 27. Number 95 Porter gained a place, and 3 places gained as well for the number 32 car of Anthony, up into the top 10 at the end of the first lap of the race. So they make their way out once again behind the bushes through the Jim Clark S's. A right, left, right flick, keep it buried, keep it flat out. The exit speed has got to be good coming out of Tower Bend to make sure you get top speed through there quickly and don't lose the momentum going down into the next big braking zone at Sunny, which is also a place where you can concede a position if you're not careful. So the question is Edwards now going to get on terms with the top 2, having given his pole position away? And the answer is yes. He's almost with Osborne now. He's looking quick here in third place. The 21 car, the white and gold car, one to watch here. One of the Accelerate run cars as he comes into the complex, turns left into the hairpin, trying to keep a check on the mirrors. Is Osborne in second place. You can lunge down the inside into the hairpin, but it means you scrub all your speed off coming onto the start-finish straight and the run down towards Clervaux. Keep an eye on that pink and purple number 64 car of Harry Hickton as well. Is looking pretty close to the tail of Albert Webster as they came out of the hairpin. He's not quite close enough to look down the inside into Clervaux, but we've got still this battle raging on for second place between Osborne and Edwards, and this might allow the race leader Ovenden to just break away from them ever so slightly, which he's done for the last half a lap or so. He's just got himself another 2 or 3 car lengths clear, so they're not able to pick up his toe at the moment. Come into the braking zone. Osborne brakes as late as he can. He's not really under attack at this stage from Edwards. They've definitely pulled away from Selby, and Selby in turn in fourth, kind of on his own now because he has pulled away from the number 2 car of Albert Webster. In terms of the sport division, Chris McKenzie, the pole sitter, still leads the way. Number 210, he's in 17th place overall, leads the category by second from the number 10 car of Archie Johnson. So the top 2 on the grid, in fact the top 3 on the grid of the sport division, stay where they were, with Howarth the points leader in third place in that class. Okay, thanks, Matt. So Matt's spotted the Johnson at the moment, a half spin on that first lap, which just cost him a bit of space. Here we go, the battle for second. Lunge down the inside for Edwards, smokes the brakes, smokes the tyres on the way into the right-hand part of the complex, but runs deep into the corner and allows Osborne to get him straight back on the way out of the turn. Not the usual place to try and overtake that. He took, I think, Osborne by surprise. He took his brakes by surprise as well because they couldn't quite stop him in time. So briefly second, but only briefly. He's back down to third place now as they come through to complete a lap. Rookie-wise, rookie drivers 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment. Webster, Hickton and Hodgkiss all doing a good job in their first full season of driving these cars. Certainly not in the case of Webster in this category, but he was in the sport division last year. And mini experience as well, of course, for Hickton in the Cooper category. Likewise, Hodgkiss. Right, Edwards coming back at the second place car of Osborne, under braking on the way to Tower Bend. Closes the gap to next to nothing. Can't find a way through. And all the time they fight each other, the race leader gets away. 1.2 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap. Did a 1:28.1 versus a 1:28.6 for the driver in second. So he's pulled half a second clear on that lap. Absolute best first sector for Lewis Selby, who's trying to get back on terms with them. Number 18 car running in 4th place currently. He holds the record for the biggest winning margin ever in a mini challenge race. That came at Donington when he chose the right tyres on changeable track last year. Went for the slick tyres. And the lap record has now gone as well. The qualifying lap record went 2 or 3 times this morning. The race lap record has been broken as we get another lunge down the inside for Nathan Edwards. This one is tidier and he doesn't lock up. He doesn't run deep, and he holds the inside line through the hairpin, so he's got the job done. Second place, just go a little bit wide on the exit. Now, of course, he'll give a bit of a toe down the straight towards Clervaux to number 77, Jamie Osborne. Selby's definitely closer to them in 4th place. He's had a good lap there, and he's got a 1:28.6 last time around, so he gained about half a second. And if they start to fight each other, Selby's going to get in the mix as well, and the second of those Napa liveried cars. Look for another Napa liveried car coming through bit by bit, up to 12th place now for number 12 Alex Solly, who was in that gravel trap at Clervaux in qualifying and got the car going again after the team fixed it, but to no avail because there was another red flag. He never got enough laps in to get up the order, so he's up to 12th place now in the number 12 car, starting to come through the order. Next target for him is the number 32 car of Anthony. Selby within about 2 car lengths now of the championship leader, Jamie Osborne. Teammates they might be, but they are, remember, both going for the championship title this year, with them being 1st and 3rd in the standings currently. So they go back down to Sunny Inn. We've got an absolute best first sector for Edwards. So having been released from Osborne, he's now going after the race leader, Tom Ovenden. He was about a 10th quicker through that first sector. The second sector is the longer one. That's where he can really make up time. He makes up another 10th or so there. So he is getting closer bit by bit and maybe taking with him Osborne. Definitely Selby coming after them. And then still glued together are for 5th and 6th positions, number 2 Webster, and all over him at the moment, number 64 Hickton. And if they fight each other, then Hodgkiss is going to catch them up. Cordell and Porter are not that far back either. There's a move here from Alex Solly down the inside into the hairpin, which is a successful one. Good move, that. He kept the momentum coming out of the corner to get head and dead Anthony. So that's another place gain for number 12. Solly up to 11th position now. from the back of the group from 17th. He actually qualified dead last, but he put the Sport Division cars on the grid behind those in the main category, so rather than having to come from dead last from 17th, but he's still got work to do. Right, Tom Overton, 1.6 seconds clear. Best lap of the race, the fastest lap of the race he has got. He's got the lap record, he's got the race lead, and he's got a 1.6 second lead over Edwards, who started the race on pole, but the gap is coming down a bit. 2.5 tenths quicker was the driver in second place on the previous lap. A personal best lap, but not quite as quick as Edwards for Osborne, and he's working hard to keep his teammate behind him, Lewis Selby. In terms of the Sport Division, Mackenzie and Johnson getting closer together as well. There's only 0.3 of a second between them.
Significant track limit warnings as well coming through.
Yes, lots of those to keep an eye on. You get 2, and then after that you get a 5-second penalty.
Including our race leader.
Hillman has gone off or pulled off the circuit down at Hawthorne as well. So car stricken and yellow flags down at Hawthorne. Can't miss that car with its multicoloured livery as the race leaders come in to the hairpin. And does that gap come down or not? Not sure. 1.6 seconds it was. Maybe a little bit. Let's have a look. See what the timing screen says as they cross the line. It goes, down a bit more to 1.4 seconds. So 0.2 of a second a lap. At that rate, it's going to take him 7 laps to catch up to the race leader. Then he's got to find a way past. But he is putting the pressure on. More track limits warnings coming out. Albert Webster's got one. And Tom Overton, as you say, has got one. And Jamie Osborne has got one. And Marlo Cordell has got one as well. Yeah, keep an eye on this Sport Division drivers as well. Mackenzie, Johnson, Howarth. Actually, those top 2 in the category are pretty tight together. Howarth had a bit of damage in the qualifying session this morning, a bit further back. So keep an eye on their progress. Solly in 11th place. He's now going after Edmondson. They're both rookies in the category as well. So both involved in the rookie championship. Solly 1.4 seconds behind him, but 2 or 3 tenths quicker on the previous lap. So that gap beginning to come down as well. Smoking the tyres and a move, but running wide on the way out of the corner at tail bend and kicking up the dust there for Johnson. He went for the lead of the race on Mackenzie in terms of the Sport Division. He almost made it stick, but it didn't quite slow the car down in time. So just put a wheel onto the dust coming out of it, got off the throttle, and will lose a place himself. And certainly won't be in the lead of the category. So Mackenzie will hold on to that in the 210 car. As the overall leaders looking much closer this time, make their way out of the hairpin. That 1.4 second gap, I reckon, has reduced a bit more, and it's been reduced by the driver in second place, Edwards, and Hickton now gets ahead of Webster as they come through out of the hairpin for 5th and 6th positions. So Hickton finally ahead of Webster. The pink and purple car number 64 up into 5th place. So can he get his head down now and close the gap to Selby? For the lead, it's 1.1 seconds, so 0.3 tenths quicker on that lap for Edwards. He's still got 9 minutes and change remaining as well, so still more, just under half the race to go. Chris Mackenzie over the line in first place in the Sport Division. Then it's the purple livery car of Henry Howarth, who got ahead of Johnson after his moment up at Tower Bend. And very good on the brakes going through that particular corner is the driver in second place. He's absolutely eaten into the advantage of Tom Overton on this lap. Through that first sector, he was 8 tenths quicker, so he's going quickly. And Overton is off the pace a bit, and he's going for the move, but sadly out of my sight as they disappear behind the banking down towards Sunny. But he was about to launch an attack, I think, so as Edwards got through or not. If you're down there watching it, you might have just seen something spectacular, or like a bit of defending from the race leader. We'll see which of them arrives here with us first. But Edwards was certainly with Ovenden to come back into view, and it is Ovenden that's still just about there in the lead of the race in the 24 car, but it is only just. 3rd and 4th are tied together as well, as are the next 4 cars, 5th, in fact 5 cars, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th all together, and a little battle as well that's going on at the complex. So 24 Ovenden leads, 21 Edwards second, big gap back then to 3rd and 4th, Osborne 3rd, Selby 4th, Hickton in 5th, and then 6th place is Hodgkiss, who's just got ahead of Webster. Webster's struggling a bit down at the hairpin section, so that's 2 places in 2 laps he's lost there. And Cam Richardson going side by side with Ned Anthony coming out of that corner as well. Side by side as they go through over the start-finish line, and Richardson trying to go around the outside, won't quite do it I don't think, as the race leaders go back onto the back straight and back into the braking zone for Tower Bend, and this is where there could be a change of lead. Great move that, under braking for Edwards, down the inside. Can he keep it though, all the way out of the corner? No, he can't. He goes deep, he goes wide, he loses the place straight away again. It's a brave effort, but he did come from a very long way back under braking, and it's a tight corner that. Approached at great speed, Tower Bend. It's pretty much a 90-degree right-hander, and if you go off big time into the field down there, which we've seen before. So you've got to make sure you get through the corner. It's a good opportunity to outbrake a driver, but it's all about the exit, and he's lost a lot of momentum and the pace coming out of that corner, back down to second. But not for the want of trying. He had plenty more opportunities, and he's almost back with the race leader now, despite his moment coming out of Tower Bend, almost pushing him through the complex as they come back into the left-hander now at the hairpin. Brake lights on simultaneously. He's not trying to move there. He's just trying to stay with the race leader. They're both a little bit twitchy as they get on the throttle, go up through the sequential gearbox and get as much horsepower as they can out of these 2-litre engines. Over the start-finish line they go. Is he close enough to attack? Close enough to show his nose and put the race leader under a bit of pressure, but it's not really a very good overtaking spot at Clairvaux. Oh, a time penalty going to the number 24 car, which is our race leader, Tom Ovenden, for track limit. So he's one of the drivers that had warnings. He's had 2. Third one's a strike. A 5-second penalty for the race leader. You add that onto his time, and it puts him down to 3rd place at the moment. Now, will Edwards get that news or not from the team? At the moment, he thinks he's got to overtake Ovenden. He could just sit there behind him and still win the race because of this 5-second penalty. And Osborne's also got one, which puts him down to 8th. So 2 of the front runners with 5-second penalties. They haven't heeded the warnings. This, I fear, could be the tale of the weekend in various categories.
They were both in that first clump of warnings that went out, yeah.
And as I said earlier, once they spot you, they have their eyes on you, don't they? So you're almost a radar to being absolutely seen exactly how far over the lines you're going. It's not easy when you're in the race car because you don't get the same view. But you can't go over those white lines. You can go on the curves, but you can't have all the wheels off and over the curbs either. So that's to watch out for. The answer to the question is I don't think Edwards has got the news that he doesn't need to overtake Ovenden because he's tried to do it on the way into the hairpin there. But he is effectively the race leader once you add 5 seconds onto Ovenden's time.
Yeah, well, don't tell him because it's a great race.
Yeah, absolutely. Be frustrating, though, wouldn't it, if you went for a move, ended up spinning or crashing or groaning in the gravel.
Don't finish that sentence.
And you didn't need to do it.
Don't finish it.
So if they can, somehow, the team need to try and get the news to him on the boards. No team radios, just on the boards if they can. So 5-second penalty still puts Ovenden down to 3rd place. And, Webster's got one now as well. He's down to 11th. So that's 3 of our top 6 on the track with penalties, including the on-track race leader. So as it stands, once corrected times are applied, and TSL did the maths for us, thankfully, number 21 Edwards, 2nd on track, he leads the race. Lewis Selby, number 18, 4th on track, but he moves up to 2nd because Tom Ovenden, the on-track leader, has got a 5-second penalty, which puts him 3rd at the moment. Then it's Harry Hickton, number 64, promoted to 4th. Sam Osborne has actually got some places back because he's pulling away from those behind him. So he was 8th, he's now 5th on corrected times. Marlo Cordell, number 27, 6th place as it stands. And Marlo Cordell is cutting the corner and about to make his way into the pit lane.
Yeah, we had a wide moment at Clairvaux, Chris, and ever since then the car was slow, so I don't think it was a car problem that put him off or what the off has caused the problem. Either way, he's not in 6th anymore.
Unfortunately not, no, so that will put Jacob Hodgkiss up to 6th place as the on-track leaders come into the corner together. Hodgkiss is behind Webster. He doesn't need to overtake him to get the place because Webster's got a 5-second penalty, but there's a queue of cars behind him as well. So he's sort of damned if he does and damned if he doesn't here, Jacob Hodgkiss. If he sits there, he's going to come under attack from Porter and Solly, who's now drawing alongside Max Edmondson. So if you're down at Clairvaux, watch for the yellow and blue Napa car, the number 12 car, about to get up the inside, I think. And Max Edmondson is committed to the move, doesn't get through. Brave stuff from Max Edmondson, who holds it around the outside of those luminous yellow flashes on the car, the luminous yellow wheels, the number 33 car. Brave stuff to hold the position, even though he was 2nd best going into the corner at Clairvaux. But Solly up to 8th place now from 17th on the grid on corrected times, doing a good job. The Sport Division leaders go through, and the news there is that Archie Johnson, having had his go for the lead at Tower, going onto the grass coming out of the corner. He lost 2nd place when he was going for the lead, but he's coming back at 2nd place, and Archie Johnson closing up to the 42 purple and pink car of Haworth now. They're the next 2 to go through Hawthorne at turn 2. So that's the battle for 2nd in the Sport Division with just over 2.5 minutes left to go in the race. Ovenden is 0.779 seconds behind Selby on corrected times, which is to say if Ovenden can pull 0.8 of a second further away from the number 18 car, then he'll get a place back. He'll at least only drop one position. He'll be second in the race, but he needs to pull another 8 tenths away from that 4th place car. Here comes this fight then into the complex with Albert Webster just about fending off Jacob Hodgkiss, Josh Porter, and again we've got Alex Solly trying to get at the inside of Max Edmondson out of the hairpin. That won't work, so they come over the line. They are the cars battling over 6th place on track, but with one of them having this 5-second penalty, Albert Webster, which actually means he's 10th in the order. Right, the Tom Overton car is now only on corrected times 2 tenths of a second behind Lewis Selby. So the way it's going, I think that he is going to pull far enough Tom Overton away from Lewis Selby in the 4th place car that he'll get 1 position back, even when you add 5 seconds onto his time. Sport Division, 2nd place, over the line. Battle and game now on, because Archie Johnson has caught up to Henry Howarth. They're the next 2 into turn 1. The brake lights come on almost simultaneously, and that'll be worth keeping an eye on. I reckon up at Tower Bend, if he's not been put off by his earlier attempt, that is. Well, it didn't quite work out for Archie Johnson, but he's definitely the quicker of the 2. And trying to get 2nd place away here from the points leader. He's probably not quite close enough coming out of the chicane, though, to launch an attack. He will get sucked into the toe and close that gap, but he's a bit too far back, I think, to lunge down the inside, which is covered anyway. He just closed the gap right up, though, so they're now nose to tail for 2nd in the Sport Division as they make their way towards the Jim Clark S's, but Howarth hanging on to it for now. Tom Overton over the line first. I think Edwards has got the news because he's backed off, hasn't he? He knows 2nd place is enough to win the race. We've got Josh Porter trying to fend off Alex Solly coming through. That's now become a 4-way battle because, Edmondson has disappeared out of that fight in the 33 car. So it was 5 of them. There's now only 4 of them. The 33 car, the rookie leader, dropping down the order, I'm afraid, still hasn't arrived back with us. So he might be down at Sunny somewhere out of our view, but he's not completed the lap. Yeah, I think we've got a green flag here, so that means there's a yellow flag on the post before that, which is down at Sunny. So that, I think, is where we've lost Edmondson, the 33 car, the rookie leader. The time has run out, so we're on the last lap of the race now. Edwards leads on the road. Overton leads on the road, but he's 2nd overall now. He has pulled away far enough clear of Selby to get that 2nd place back, but he ain't not going to win the race because Nathan Edwards, 2nd on the road, is going to win it. He's got 5 seconds on his time, Tom Overton.
It's at times like this that I'm quite pleased I don't do the post-race interviews anymore.
Try and work
Good
out
old
who finished
Josh.
where. He can still be on the podium and be grumpy, I suppose, couldn't he, if something like this has happened to you?
Afraid so.
Tom Overton is going to take the checkered flag. He's not going to win the race, so it's going to be 2nd place for him. And in the end, it's going to be the pole sitter that wins the race, despite his slightly duff start. He did come back well after that, though. So the checkered flag is about to come out. Tom Overton takes the line first, but 5 seconds are added onto his time, which should put him down to 2nd place. Through they go, and Edwards is declared the winner by 3 seconds over Overton in 2nd place. 3rd is Selby, 4th is Hickton, 5th is Osborne. And then 6th over the line is going to be Webster, but he's got a 5-second penalty as well. Alex Solly is side by side with Josh Porter as they cross the line. Who got there first? Solly just by 18 thousandths of a second. And with Webster getting a penalty, that means from 17th place, Alex Solly, 7th in the race. Not a bad effort at all. What about the Sport Division, though? Chris McKenzie is coming up to take another win, following on from his win at Alton Park. He's into the last corner now. And from pole position, it's been a fairly untroubled race. Apart from the first lap of the race, he's led pretty much the whole way. Chris McKenzie takes the checkered flag and wins the Sport Division. Henry Howarth has managed to fend off Archie Johnson, who was charging after him late on. So they are the top 3 as they cross the line. And it is a win for number 21, Nathan Edwards. From number 24, Tom Overton. 3rd place, number 18, Lewis Selby. 4th, top rookie, number 64, Harry Hickton. 5th, number 77, Jamie Osborne, the championship leader. But if your bad days still give you a 5th place, you're having a pretty good season. 6th place, number 95, Jacob Hodgkiss. 7th, number 12, Alex Solly from the back of the group. And then 8th place, number 95, Porter. 9th place, number 2, Webster. And 10th place, number 13, Campy. The 11th place then went to number 15, Richardson. 12th, number 32, Anthony. 13th, number 69, Barry. 14th, and the winner of the Sport Division, Chris McKenzie, number 210. Second in the Sport Division was number 42, Henry Howarth, the points leader. And third in the Sport Division, 16th overall, was number 10, Archie Johnson. And then 17th, number 22, Gauchi. 18th, number 56, Crossley. And 19th, number 29, Crooks. Non-finishes for 33, Edmondson. 27, Cordell. 70, Hillman. And a non-start in the end for number 55, Charlie Hand. There are 3 bonus points for fastest lap in the race as well for each class, and the fastest lap overall went to the race winner, Nathan Edwards, 128.090. So he'll get 50 points for the win and 3 points for the fastest lap, plus of course the 6 points that he'll get for tomorrow already for the pole position that he scored. So the perfect day for Nathan Edwards. Well, not quite the perfect day. I suppose he would have liked to have been the one to take the checkered flag, but I'm pretty sure he got news that Ovenden had got a penalty, because he did seem to drop away for that last few laps of the race. But the win is the win, and he's taken it, and all of the points. In terms of the Sport Division, the fastest lap was a 1 minute 31.077, and that was set by Archie Johnson. So he'll get the bonus points for that to add to the points for third in class. So he'll actually only score 1 fewer point than the driver in second place in that race, thanks to his bonus points. So Jamie Osborne, 5th place, 369 points, had a 44-point championship lead. Tom Ovenden has closed the gap a little bit, though. With that 44 points that he scored, he's closed the gap by 10 points. So it'll be 34 points still the advantage for Jamie Osborne. Not quite what it was at the start of the day, but not a disaster either. So that is the completion of the first race of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge. There are a podium to come, and of course another race to come tomorrow.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
And of course, we are looking forward to qualifying over 1 hour for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. That's what's coming up next on track. Before that, Josh Barrett, and hopefully down on the podium. We'll hear from some of the drivers on the podium, but there are multiple presentations to be made with Josh. And Josh, as soon as you're ready, do come on the radio mic and let us know. In the meantime, we're going to catch up with a few of your messages. Shout out to Lucas, Emma and Les. Great to hear you're having a good day here at Croft. Jason says, hello, I'm Jason. Please can I say hello to myself, my Uncle David and my friend Nathan, who are all here at Croft Circuit today. Jason, thanks for writing in. Yeah, hi to all of you. Hi, Alan. Shout out for Paul. Local circuit. Love the BTCC weekend here at Croft, and I'm sure a lot of you feel that way. This is from Noah. He's here with Andy and Charlie and Reese as well. And great to have you all here at Croft. This is a big hello from Mum Susan, Eleanor and little Lewis from Leeds. Croft is our closest circuit, and we've been coming since we were children, since the children were babies. We never miss it, with a big heart emoji and a racing car as well. Afternoon, we look forward to this event every year, and it never disappoints. Really happy with the commentary, nice and loud and very clear, which makes a change here on the bank. Thank you from Gavin, my family. Well, I'm glad they appreciate that. We've got the top kit in the commentary box this weekend. That's all part of the service that we give you here on Toka Live. And in fact, I'll take a screenshot of that and put it in a little frame on my office wall. It's nice to be appreciated for sound quality. This one says, hi, please can you shout out to Blake and Theo, 4 years old, first time at BTCC for both Blake's second birthday today. And a highlight of both of their days has been Lightning and Mater in the Legends race, and Lightning taking the win. We can update that now. Lightning taking 2 wins here at Croft Circuit. This one says, hi, it's Francesca. It's mine and my partner's 3-year anniversary here. Please can you wish Kez a happy birthday, best way to spend a birthday, and also we love Josh Cook. Please send him our love. I shall produce a message and send it to him, Francesca, to say you love Josh Cook. Can you wish my can you wish my OK wife Samantha a massive 40th birthday, please?
OK wife?
Yeah.
That can't even be a typo, can it?
That's what it says. There's no coming back from that. And not surprisingly, he didn't put his name on the message.
Put yourself in the good books and the bad books in the same sentence.
So there we go. I think we're about to get a podium with Josh. No, we're not. in which case we'll carry on. My name is Misha. Please can you give me and my husband Dean a shout out as it's our first time here. This one says it's my Uncle Kev's 65th birthday and we're here for the first time watching touring cars and he is loving it. That's great to hear. A big shout out for our son Aaron who paid for us to come here. Thanks, we love Croft. That's from Jane and from Dave as well. This one from Dan, currently at my first live BTCC with my wife Jules for our first wedding anniversary. Also, we're expecting our first baby in December, so hopefully make Croft a yearly family tradition. Although I'm a huge Tingram fan, she supports Ash Sutton. Got to love a little bit of friendly rivalry. Yeah, well, good luck with breakfast on Monday morning. That's all I'll say. This one is from Dave. Says, can you chaps wish my wife Jane a happy birthday? We've been coming to Croft for the last 4 years now and love it. She likes Jake Hill. And it's nothing to do with him. It's the colour of the car. So thank you, Dave, and a good choice. The car does look utterly fantastic, doesn't it?
It does. That's what she tells him, though. It's not.
Oh,
yeah.
Do you think there are?
No, it's
do you
not.
think there are forces at work here?
That's what my wife says. My wife says she doesn't like Brad Pitt because he's extremely handsome, just because he's a very good actor.
He's an excellent actor.
Yeah, excellent actor.
Yeah, no, I've heard all that before. Dawn and Paul, first time at Croft. Thank you. Enjoying the day. This one says, afternoon, Alan, and the Fab team with you. Listening at home today, but we'll be there in person tomorrow, and we are thoroughly looking forward to it. That's from Mark and Sue. Mark and Sue, say hi when you get here, won't you? And this is from Sean. First time ever visiting Croft and absolutely loving the racing today. Please could you give a massive shout out to my wife, Nicola. There you go. We've done it, Sean. Hi, Nicola, and I'm glad that you're both having a great day here at Croft in the sunshine. 87.7 FM if you're around the circuit with a pocket radio, and live on tokalive.net as well online. And if you want to get in touch with us here in the studio, it's a WhatsApp message. Your first name plus your message to 07482 877 877 07482 877 877, and that brings us up to date with our messages. Let's hand down to Josh Barrett for the podium. I said with boyish enthusiasm.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, Alan. I think after those penalties, there's a few discussions going on in Parc Fermé.
Don't worry about that.
So hopefully, yeah, they make their way over here very shortly. Then I shall bursting.
I think we should instigate what you see is what you get podium for this, because you got a bit of time. We got a little bit of time before the touring cars go out. Yeah, we should have. So if they're having arguments, Chris, you can have it later.
Afterwards,
have it later on.
Yeah. We need to get the podium.
Unless, of course, it's more than an argument in Parc Fermé.
No, it should be very friendly chit-chat.
Yeah, friendly chit-chat, yeah.
My takeaway from all your messages is how many first-time BTCC visitors we've got this weekend.
An awful lot of them. And first-time Croft visitors as well. And you picked a really good one to come to, because tomorrow, okay, we've got a huge crowd here, but we can see grass. Tomorrow, you won't be able to see the grass.
No, it will be
fantastic.
Properly busy. Yeah,
absolutely fantastic.
And we've got the weather. The sun's come out now, so it's been threatening on and off, hasn't it? But I still
we've got
a
the
bit
weather
cloudy, but it's looking good now.
We've got the weather all day today, and as far as my weather forecasting apps say, we've got the weather from the start of racing all day tomorrow as well.
So the morning might be a bit
showery. The morning may be a little inclement, shall we say.
Good word.
Maybe bring some sensible clothing if you're coming along in the morning. But the afternoon, full sunshine, 22 degrees.
You heard it here first.
It's going to be gorgeous.
Alan Zappa's never, ever
it's never
been
knowingly been right. No. Never knowingly. But just to let you know, everyone, the pit lane walkabout tomorrow is 10:30. Josh will be down there having a chat to some of the drivers on pit lane walkabout while they're doing their selfies and meeting you all. And I think Josh is ready with the podium.
Yes, we're for the podium presentation for round 9 of the Virtue Mini Challenge, and we welcome Andy Menzies up onto the podium, who's the managing director of the championship. We begin with the JCW Sport division. In third position was Archie. Archie up onto the third step of the podium here at Croft, a 4th podium of the season in the sport class, and he receives receives his third place trophy from Andy Menzies. In second place, also the rookie winner in the JCW Sports, Henry Howarth. Well done, Henry, up onto the podium, the 8th podium of the season in JCW Sport for Henry, and he will go on to the far end of the podium where he will receive his second place trophy from Andy Menzies. Up onto the podium gets Henry with his second place trophy. The winner in JCW Sport here at Croft, Chris McKenzie. Chris wins round 9 of the championship, and it's a second victory of 2025, and the top step podium beckons for Chris as he jumps up onto the top step, gets a handshake and a trophy from the managing director of the Virtue Mini Challenge, Andy Menzies. Well done to Chris McKenzie, the race winner. Second for Henry Howarth, also the rookie winner, and third for Archie Johnson. And the top 3 make their way up onto the top step of the podium for some photograph opportunities. A big crowd down here at the podium for round 9 of the championship. So well done to our sport top 3, Chris McKenzie, Henry Howarth and Archie Johnson, who make their way off of the podium, and then we get the podium ready for the overall top 3 and the JCW top 3 for round 9 of the Virtue Mini Challenge. And we will begin with the rookie winner this time, and the rookie winner for round 9 of the Virtue Mini Challenge, Harry Hickton. Well done, Harry, a first rookie win of the season. He will make his way through the crowd here at Croft by the podium. Well done, Harry, up onto the podium for the first time this season as a rookie winner in the 2025 Virtue Mini Challenge, and he receives his rookie winning trophy from Andy Menzies. In third position, Lewis Selby. Third overall for Lewis Selby, and a 5th podium in 2025, and he makes his way up onto the Croft podium and up onto the 3rd step of the podium. Well done to Lewis Selby. In second place, Tom Overton. Well done, Tom, a 6th podium of 2025 in the Virtue Mini Challenge in JCW. It's second in the end here at Croft. Onto the far end of the podium goes Tom to receive his second place trophy. Up onto the 2nd step he goes. The winner, though, of round 9 of the Virtue Mini Challenge, Nathan Edwards. A huge cheer for Nathan. It's a first podium, a first win of 2025, and up onto the top step goes Nathan Edwards, as you can imagine. Very, very pleased indeed as the race winner. And Nathan Edwards receives not just congratulations, but also as his cousins, part of the brass band that's playing here at Croft. So the drivers will make their way up onto the top step of the podium. Nathan Edwards the winner, Tom Overton in second, Lewis Selby third, and the rookie winner, Harry Hickton. So congratulations to our winning drivers. You've got some photographic opportunities now as all the drivers get up onto the top step here at Croft, and we'll see if we can grab a word with Nathan Edwards. Nathan, a quick word after your first win of the season. It's been a sort of a challenging season up to this point, but it's all come good here at Croft.
Been an absolute nightmare, but no, it's nice to be back where we belong. The team have done an awesome job. I can't thank Accelerate enough. We've worked hard, we turned the luck, and it was about turning the start from me. That's what cost me the lead at the start, but after that we were electric, and then behind Tom I knew that he needed to stay second for the championship, so there was no point fighting once I saw his penalty, because he's my teammate as well and I really like him, so I was nice to him there. And it's just awesome. My partner's 1111, WP Commercials, everybody's worked so hard, my family, got lots of family here, and I really appreciate their support, so it's awesome to be back on top.
And something a bit different there, having the band for you as a race winner.
Yeah, no, shout out to my cousin Lewis. He's the boy.
Well done. Well done to Nathan Edwards. And thanks to the brass band for making that podium a bit different. Round 9 of the Virtue Mini Challenge.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. Yeah, it's nice to have that musical accompaniment, isn't it?
I'm not sure I've ever known a brass band on a podium at a touring car meeting.
Don't even get that at the Grand Prix.
I rather like that.
Yeah, I don't think you do anyway.
It's a great feature. It was a really well welcomed feature for World Superbikes at Donington Park a couple of weeks ago, and when I found out they were going to be up here, really chuffed about it. It just adds a few smiles in the paddock. It does. It's superb.
It's like a proper event, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
They're here tomorrow as well.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah,
well, they've got a tent over there.
Have they? Right,
yeah.
right. Well, definitely. Then.
Unless I've upset them. I do hope
I think
not.
we could arrange for them to have a little fanfare every time you walk onto the podium, like
Certainly
Alan's
not.
fanfare.
No. Have you got a job to do? I have. I need to go down to pit lane in a minute.
Yeah, something happening. Oh, a qualifying session. That's right.
Josh is making his way back up here, and then we'll hand over the baton and I'll go down to pit lane.
It's all very slick, like a relay.
Well, we say that, but we're having an on-air production meeting at the moment because I didn't tell him that earlier on. Hi, guys. It's been a long break, but glad to be listening to Alan and the gang at home. This one says, please can I have a shout out for myself? David, I've been awake for over 35 years now. Lloyd, loud noises are keeping me awake. I'm here with my mate Liam. P.S. When is Alain Menu racing? Not this weekend. Although Alain Menu came up in conversation this morning. He was, I have a feeling he was very good here at Croft. Trying to remember now. This one says, hi Alan, what is this? This is what summer's all about. BTCC sitting in the banks in the sunshine. That comes from Lee and from Charlie. Lee, I guess you're the one who has Charlie up there on your shoulders in the picture, and that's a brilliant picture with the blue sky and the sunshine in the background. This one is from Paul. Hi Alan, shout out for Paul. Local circuit, love the BTCC weekend, and I love Croft. This one from Zena, saying loving Croft and being with my hubby Wayne. Oh, I think it's Wayne. It's actually spelled W-S-Y-N-E. But
spell how?
W-S-Y-N-E. I think it's Wayne.
Or Swain.
I think it's a typo.
Is he an okay husband? A good one.
An okay husband. Hi, please say hello to Abby and Harry, both 12. It's their first time at Croft and loving it. That comes with a thank you from Jenny and from Dan as well. This one says, hello, certified silly goose here, real name Sam. Please can I have a shout out to my darling fiancée who adores Josh Cook but does not know what to do with herself during his absence of racing this weekend. More importantly, thank you for bringing me to Croft for my 31st birthday. Myself, on the other hand, Flash all the way. Well, he's just done an interview on ITV's live coverage because we are now around the world with our coverage for ITV's YouTube channel, and their broadcasters just started interviewing Senna Proctor, and we'll be making our way down to the pit lane in just a couple of moments because we are 5 minutes away from getting the touring cars out on circuit. In the main commentary box, let's hand over to Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed, Al. Yeah, qualifying coming
right
up.
In the middle of a guzzle?
No, I was about to have a guzzle.
I do beg your pardon. I'm so sorry.
I'm putting it back away now.
I can do a couple more messages if you need to have a guzzle.
I'm fine. Okay. I'll only need the loo anyway.
I'll do it again.
Too much.
In the main commentary box, Chris Hartley.
Well, what a surprise. Thank you very much, Alan. Good to hear from you. Here we go then. Qualifying about to get underway. Now, I'm conscious that many of you know how this works, but I'm also conscious I've had lots of messages from first-time visitors to touring cars, which doesn't mean you don't know how it works, but there might be some of you who don't know how the qualifying format works. So here's a refresher. The cars are divided into two groups for the first part of qualifying. Which group you end up in depends on where you finished in free practice 2. So if you finished in an odd numbered position, you're in one group. If you were first or third or fifth in free practice 2, if you were in an even numbered position, you were second or fourth or sixth or so on, you're in the other half. So essentially, all of the cars are divided into two groups, and we have two groups going into what's called qualifying 1. They get 10 minutes each, and the fastest 6 drivers from each group go through to the next round.
Do you know what the groups
2.
are, Chris?
I know what free practice 2 was, but what we don't know is what's been decided with Jake Hill, because he didn't take part, or didn't. I heard he did the last bit of free practice 2.
So what I have for you are the two groups. We've got in Group 1, Jelly, Patterson, Buxton, Camish, Rowbottom, Taylor Smith, Shedden, Ingram, Doble, Lloyd and Dorlin.
Yep.
And in the second group, we've got De Leon, Chilton, Moffat, Proctor, Smiley, Hamilton, Morgan, Halstead, Osborne, Rainford and Sutton. So they are the two groups that we've had sent through to us. And
you said Hill first group, didn't you? Is that right?
I did not.
No. You did not?
I did not, because on this sheet that I've got, I don't have Jake's name.
You don't have a Hill?
No.
Yeah, and there is a question about whether he is going to be out there. I think the answer is probably not, because I'm just been tapped on the shoulder, looked out the back of the commentary box window, and I can see, not in a race suit, Jake Hill. So I'm sad to say it looks like he's going to at least miss qualifying.
In which case I shall go over and see if the radio mic works over there, because is that Jake?
It is, yeah. It is Jake down there. And we don't think the car's there either, so we're not going to get a guest appearance from Colin Turkington, we don't think. So, yeah, 2 groups of 10, depending on where you finished in that free practice session. The fastest 6 from Group 1, the fastest 6 from Group 2 go through to the next phase of qualifying. For everybody else, you qualify 13th and lower, and the group that you're in depends on which side of the grid you're on as well. So if you're the 7th quickest in Group 1, you'll be on the inside row. You'll start at 13th. If you're the 7th quickest and just miss out in Group 2, you'll be on the other side of the grid. But the essential thing is the top 12 go through, and then they all join together. So top 6 in Group 1, top 6 in Group 2 go through to Q2. That is 10 minutes long. The top 6 from that go through to the last part of qualifying, the quick 6. The times are reset. Whoever ends up fastest there gets pole.
At least Jake didn't tut when I came towards him. This is disappointing, Jake.
Bit of a disaster, isn't it? This wasn't in the script.
Yeah. So, what is? Do I need to stand a long way away from you, or am I okay?
No, you can't catch it, which is good. Yeah, it's just an issue with my ears. Basically means my balance has gone big time, and I'm struggling with like depth perception and stuff when I'm driving. So
just today?
Just today, yeah. I mean, it's just, I sort of felt a bit strange yesterday and the day before. Right. But yeah, obviously you're not driving at speed when you're driving on the road and you're coming up here, it's all far more relaxed. But when you start trying
You weren't in the car with me coming up to Croft.
But when you start trying to judge your braking distances at 150 mile an hour and, things are starting to move, it all seems a bit weird, and you feel, I feel incredibly nauseous when I'm driving, and just not with it. And the doctors, the Toka safety team have said, yeah, you're not fit to drive. So
today,
yeah, so that's it.
And tomorrow
it's I'm out. So unfortunately the car is been withdrawn. There was the option for Colin to drive, but understandably, Colin, this car is very different from the car he had last year. And he feels very out of touch with it, so I think he's made the decision not to drive as well.
Okay. Oh, Jake, I'm so sorry for you. Get yourself better. Have you been given tablets or something?
Yeah, I've been given a full list of stuff, and I've got a specialist to go and see as soon as we get back down to Kent on Monday. So there's lots of things in plan to make sure that I'm going to be fit and ready for Knock Hill, which is one of my favourite tracks. I've won there every year in a BMW, so I'm excited to go back to that one. So yeah, there's nothing to be worried about. We hope from a longevity standpoint, but it just happens that I've come down with this in-ear viral infection. It's just affected me in a way that unfortunately I'm not fit to drive, and also not just for me but for my competitors as well. I don't want to put anyone else at risk, so it's the right decision to do. It's rubbish, because obviously I'm desperate to drive. If it was my way, I'd still be driving. But I think on this one, I should best listen to Dr. Traff and the safety team and take their advice.
They know best. Where are you going to watch from?
I'm going to still go to the garage and see how my teammates get on. But, it's incredibly disappointed. I'm so sorry as well to any fans that have come out to watch me and watch the laser beamer go round.
Well, we've had loads of fans writing into us on Toka Live today, fans of Jake Hill. So just reassure them you'll be on Pit Lane Walkabout, won't you?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh no.
They've asked me to go home straight away.
Oh wow.
Because I need to rest, and I need to see the specialist as soon as possible. So
maybe not then.
Maybe not. I think I've been basically just been sent home. It's like being at school.
What are you still doing here then? Go on, off you go.
So, yeah, I mean, look, I'm here. I'm gonna watch the rest of the session and then head off.
We wish you all the best, Jake. And I'll just remind you, reigning champion Jake Hill. What a sad story for Jake Hill today.
Yeah, that is really gutting, isn't it? Because he's still, in the championship, 5th in the championship as well. So really gutting on a circuit where you'd expect. I mean, he goes well everywhere, doesn't he? You'd expect the BMW's got a good record here. That it would have been potentially a really good weekend for him. But all our best to Jake. Hope he gets that treatment that he needs, and he's back in action in a couple of weeks' time at Knock Hill. Because as he said, he's got a great record there as well. So yeah, really sad to hear that the reigning champion Jake Hill out for the rest of the weekend.
with that ear infection. So Alan's gone down to the pit lane with the roving mic. Josh Barrett has come up here in the commentary box with me, and we've got the first session underway. Well underway, in fact. It's a 10-minute session, but these sessions don't last long, because once you've done an out lap and got your eye in, suddenly you go and look at the clock. There's only 5 minutes or so to go. All you've got to do is get in the top 6 here. The time doesn't really matter, because the times get reset after each part of qualifying. If you get through, that is. So it's about just being somewhere in the top 6. To remind you, 11 cars now in this group, because there's no Jake Hill. So it is Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, Tom Ingram, second in the championship, Aaron Taylor-Smith, James Dorlin, who had an off in free practice this morning. Then we've got Max Buxton on his debut, Dan Lloyd, Mikey Doble, Gordon Shedden, the winner of the last race at Alton Park, Dexter Patterson, Stephen Jelly, who has now switched teams for the rest of the season, moving across into the Cupra and Unlimited Motorsport. There are the 11 cars in the session, and I think the first driver, Josh, that looks like he's about to pull the pin is Tom Ingram, who's done the absolute best first sector time.
That's right, everybody's been in and out of the pits doing the tyres crossover, and now everyone's on their first flying lap, because they are all front-wheel drive cars, aren't they, in this session? All the BMWs are in session 2. So as you say, Ingram quick through sector 1. Through sector 2 pretty quick at this point is James Dorlin and Dan Rowbottom as well, but Tom Ingram hasn't yet gone through. Sector 2 is very sideways. He clips up the dirt. Was it quick though? It was another purple sector, so Tom Ingram looking very good as he comes into the complex. The time to beat Dan Rowbottom, 1:21.044.
Yeah, smoking the tyres again as he came into the complex. Tom Ingram, the driver second in the championship, the 2022 champion, making his way now out of the hairpin, gets on the gas, goes up through the gears, sprints for the line. His first proper lap in the session is going to be a 1:20.790. Pretty good, not as quick as he went this morning, but the time has been disallowed for track limits, so he has that time taken away. So only Robo that set a lap time at the moment. Just quickly to say about boost as well, it's got 375 brake horsepower cars. You get an extra 60 brake horsepower when you deliver the boost button, which you can do for up to 15 seconds a lap. That all comes from the turbo. You can deliver it for 15 seconds per lap, as long as you're not in the top 7 in the championship. If you're in the top 7 in the championship, you have to wait till you get to a higher minimum speed before you can deploy the button, and you get far less use of it. So Ash Sutton, championship leader, will be in the next group, and he gets 1 second of boost rather than 15. Tom Ingram, who is second in the championship and in this group, only gets 3 seconds. 5 seconds for Dan Camish, 7 for Dan Rowbottom, and then Adam Morgan 11 and Tom Chilton 13 when they go out.
More drivers having their lap time deleted, James Dorlin and Stephen Jelly. So we've had, 2 proper laps, and we've had 3 laps deleted on top of that. So track limits are a talking point. We've had that in our previous race, and it's sort of following on to this session. Up across the line, Dan Camish.
Yeah, looking good in the middle sector, absolute best. He goes top of the times for now, 1:20.933. Other laps have been quicker, but the key is keeping the lap, as Josh said. So Robo second, and Shedden third, and then up into the top spot goes Tom Ingram this time. It looks like he's going to keep the lap, 1:20.856. So he's fastest, Camish is second, Rowbottom is third, Shedden is fourth, and we're still waiting for anybody else to set a lap time in this session. For now, Max Buxton goes fourth quickest, but it's only a 1:23.6.
But it's a lap that may stand, which could be important how this session is going so far. So it's Ingram by 77 thousandths from Camish, then Rowbottom. All those laps so far are standing, keeping an eye on the page, the bit at the bottom of our timing screen, which says where lap times are being disallowed. Mikey Doble is fourth, Aaron Taylor-Smith is fifth, Dan Lloyd in sixth, the six that would proceed through to the second part of qualifying if it stays as it is. But James Dorlin making his way through. Looks like Max Buxton's had an off because there's grass in the radiator intake on the number 19 Toyota.
He also lost his lap time, so that one's been taken away as well. So you're in the majority if you've had your lap time taken away. We've been following James Dorlin around his lap. Dan Rowbottom about to go over the start-finish line, I think to start a flyer, because that was a slowish lap. Dorlin then coming through to try and complete his first lap. Where does it put the Yorkshireman? Just outside the top six in 7th place behind another Yorkshireman, Dan Lloyd, who is in 6th place.
But the lap time's been deleted for James Dorlin.
He loses the lap. Yeah, pretty much everybody, except for 2 drivers, I think, have lost their first lap, including Ingram. But his second lap, he's coming to the pits now, was good enough for fastest, 1:20.8. He's coming to the pits, and that'll be it for him because there's less than a minute to go. So he's confident that's going to be
good enough to get him into the top 6. Ingram's done a 120.8, Camish 120.9, third is Rowbottom 121.0, fourth is Doble 121.3, Taylor Smith is 5th on a 121.5. Make that down to up to 4th. Taylor Smith goes quicker, 121.2, ahead of Doble, who's 5th. And then we get an improvement for Gordon Shedden, who goes into that 4th spot as well now. But does he lose the time? He does. He loses the lap time, of course. That puts him back out. So Taylor Smith re-promoted to 4th, Doble to 5th, Lloyd into 6th place, and Patterson, Shedden, Jelly, Duxton and Dorlin are all missing out at the moment. Dorlin has yet to set a lap time that has not been taken away from him, and he's not on a particularly quick lap at the moment.
So perhaps what Dan Rowbottom was saying to me earlier about getting that out of the way in free practice 1 wasn't a bad thing, because it seems like his lap time pretty good, 3rd quickest, and for now transferring into the second part of qualifying. So the ones who need to improve on this final lap are Dexter Patterson, Gordon Shedden, Stephen Jelly, Max Buxton and James Dorlin. Dorlin up across the line, only good enough for 8th if the time stands.
Right, the one to watch is James Dorlin. That wasn't a particular... It was his best lap, a 122.1, but he's only 8th.
He's taken the flag.
He's taken the flag, so yeah, he didn't quite get through in time, and he's been 5th in the last 2 qualifying sessions. He's got through to the quick 6 in the last 2 race weekends, but only 8th there. Ingram, Camish, Rowbottom, Taylor Smith, Doble and Lloyd are the drivers that have gone through. Patterson, Dorlin, Shedden, Jelly and Buxton are all out as it stands. Still got some of them to take the checkered flag though.
Shedden slow through the middle sector, so he's not going to improve. So I think Dexter Patterson is the only one that might improve, and is turning his way through the final corner at the moment in the number 17 Rocket with you, Monday Vintage Motorsport. Cupra up across the line he goes. But it is no improvement, is it? He was the only one that was kind of pushing at the end there. But I think everyone had had the best out of their Goodyear tyres. So during those track limits early on in the session really hurt several drivers.
Yeah, and a bit of a scare for Ingram. He was the first one to have a lap time taken away, wasn't he? But then banged in an almost identical lap time next time around a 120.856. And that was all he needed to do. So he's gone through. The driver's second in the championship is going to be, at the worst, 12th on the grid. Not that he'll want to be 12th on the grid, but he's got that first part of qualifying out of the way. Dan Camish, he's been the best qualifier on average this season, was only 77 thousandths of a second behind him. So 120.9. Dan Rowbottom, 121.044. So unlike last year, where he had laps lost to track limits, Rowbottom's the one that behaved in that session and has got through to Q2. Taylor Smith, 4th, with that 121.257. He was only half a tenth quicker than Mikey Doble, who was 5th, and Mikey Doble was only half a tenth quicker than Dan Lloyd, who was in 6th place with a 121.495. By 6 tenths of a second, Patterson misses out, 7th, Dorlin 8th, Shedden 9th, Jelly 10th, and Buxton in 11th place. Quite a bit off the pace because he didn't get a lap time that counted. He had a couple, I think, taken away from him.
And that lap time that Tom Ingram did, quicker than last year's pole time from Colin Turkington by a couple of tenths or so. So immediately the pace, as we've seen all season with these new boost buttons, for example, and the slightly lighter cars, means they're faster than we've ever seen NGTC cars around race circuits before.
Yeah, they are a fair bit lighter, 55 kilograms lighter, which in the context of how close these cars and drivers are makes a big difference around a lap. So we've seen lots of qualifying and race lap records being broken over the course of the year so far. I'd also argue we've got pretty near perfect conditions as well, with it being hot but not too hot, and the track temperature up there not so hot that it's going to cause issues for the engines and their breathability as well. So job done for Tom Ingram. Next we get to see his big championship rival Ash Sutton in action, the very circuit where 9 years ago he got his first ever British touring car podium, and then later that day race win. Rather different conditions when he got that race win. It was horrendously wet and a supreme driver. He's still an awesome driver in wet conditions, but nothing like that to deal with today, certainly, and it looks good for tomorrow as well. So in this session we're going to get Senna Proctor, Chris Smiley, Tom Chilton, Ash Sutton, Aidan Moffat, Darryl DeLeon, race winner of course this season at Brands Hatch, Adam Morgan, 6th in the championship, but likely to be at least 5th in the championship, with Jake Hill out for the rest of the weekend once we leave Croft. Sam Osborne, Nick Hamilton, Charles Rainford, also a race winner at Brands Hatch in his debut season. He's in this group, and Nick Halstead will be in this group as well. Same thing applies, fastest 6 go through, the other 6 get knocked out, and whether you're on the
inside or outside row of the grid, depends on which group you're in. So 7th quickest in that first group, which was Patterson, will be 13th on the grid on the inside, and whoever's 7th in this group, 14th, and then it'll switch back down based on their times. They'll end up on the second half of the grid, depending on how quick you were, even if you got knocked out. But for everybody else that's gone through, Josh, their times are completely forgotten about now. They're completely reset for this second part of qualifying.
That's right, but they can now look forward to being in that top 12 shootout, which will follow the current session, Group 2 for Part 1 of qualifying. The cars are currently on the circuit. The majority of cars will make their way back down the pit lane to do the tyre crossover, and then in those final 5 minutes or so, we'll see the real lap times come in. There's only, I think, 5 drivers on the grid this weekend who have been on the pole position before at Croft, and Ash Sutton's the only one to do it multiple times. He's had 2. Gordon Shedden, who we already know is out of qualifying, he's had 1, as has Tom Chilton, Aidan Moffat and Dan Camish, and that's mainly because Colin Turkington has had the majority of the pole positions here at 7 in those recent seasons. But Camish in 23, Aidan Moffat in 21, and Ash Sutton, you have to go back to 2017, 2018, all the way back to 2010 for Tom Chilton, who's one of the drivers who have just made their way onto the circuit.
Quite a lot of damage to his car after that off in free practice as well. He was fine, but the team will have got that fixed and back out there. He did lose the time in free practice, but then again everybody kind of lost time in the second half of the session with those 2 red flags. This year we have had, in terms of qualifying, Dan Camish has had 2 poles, 2 thirds and a 5th, and Tom Ingram has been the only driver that's been slightly better than him on average. He's had only the 1 pole, but he's had 2 seconds, a third and a 4th. So Tom Ingram has been in the quick 6 every time, which is even more impressive when you consider the fact that he's either been first or second in the championship. So he's had only 1 or 2 seconds of boost in every qualifying session, apart from that first one of the season where they all had the same amount. In terms of the sub-championship that was introduced 4 years ago now for qualifying, the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, 82 points for Tom Ingram, 81 for Dan Camish, and Ash Sutton has been 3rd in terms of points scored in qualifying, 63. It's the same point scoring as in the races, so 20 points if you're on pole, 17 for second, 15 for third, and so on and so forth. Here at this circuit, last year as the cars get up to speed in the 2024 championship at Croft, in terms of the qualifying session here this time last year, then it was on pole position the BMW, not surprisingly, of Colin Turkington, 2nd place in qualifying last year, where we had the same format, the quick 6 qualifying format was the Napa Racing UK car of Dan Camish, and then 3rd was Tom Ingram. So they've continued that good qualifying form. They both went well here last year. They're both through from their first group into the top 6, but now we concentrate on this second group because times will start to be put in. Darrell de Leon, Aidan Moffat, Charles Rainford, Chris Smiley, Tom Chilton, Ash Sutton, the big one to watch, and then Osborne, Morgan, Proctor. Proctor going very well in the free practice session, 2nd quickest behind Tom Ingram in both free practices, and then Halstead and Hamilton to watch out for as well. 5.5 minutes to go, so this is the point at which it will now start to kick off in the last few minutes of the session for those that are on track, at least, because there's quite a lot of them still yet to put a lap time in. Adam Morgan will be worth keeping an eye on. I was saying to Matt James in free practice this morning, Josh, he's one of those drivers that goes under the radar, isn't he? Sort of quietly goes about his business, but he's always there or thereabouts, and he's having a really good season now. He's switched back to front-wheel drive cars, having had a couple of seasons in a rear-wheel drive BMW, which didn't go quite as well as planned.
Yeah, it's been a good season, hasn't he? He's had those 3 second places. Surely that race win is to come for Adam Morgan over the course of the season. Interestingly, there's never been a Hyundai on pole here at Croft, has there? But he would like to change that stat after this qualifying session. So the 3 BMWs have done a fast lap now, 1 minute 21.6 for Charles Rainford. So not quite as quick as the cars in the previous session, while all the front-wheel drive cars getting up to speed and now pushing on. Senna Proctor, another driver in a Hyundai who could get a good result out of this. He went well in free practice, has just done the fastest first sector of anybody. Meanwhile, the championship leader, Ash Sutton, he goes quickest of all in sector 2. So they're the 2 cars to watch on this lap.
So looking at getting into the low, mid to high 120s based on what we saw in the first session. to get through or to be near the top of the times. And so probably looking at maybe scraping into the top 6 with a low 121 possibly, but the track evolves and changes. And that might change in this session, even though it's only a few minutes since the end of the first. Looking like he's still on a good lap is Senna Proctor. Absolute best in the second sector. He's come out of the hairpin. He goes over the line. He's going to set the first benchmark time of the session, and it will be a 121.105, which might in itself might be good enough for a top 6. Might not be good enough for the fastest time, though. I think there's still a bit more to come, and he's had the lap time taken away from him. Quelle surprise.
He's not the only one. Daryl De Leon, who would have been quickest, his lap time of 1 minute 21.287 also deleted. So I wonder if Ash Sutton was just doing his first lap on the side of caution before perhaps pushing on a bit more the next time through, because he would have seen what happened to others in that previous session. So it is Sutton quickest once more from Rainford, Moffat, Osborne, Morgan, De Leon. They're the only 6 to have a lap time on the board as our top 6. Has something happened to Senna Proctor on the way down towards Clairvaux? We're just getting a slow motion replay.
It's his track limits, isn't it? Oh, and he takes a marker out. No, he takes a marker out. It doesn't slow him down because he's done the absolute best first sector time, or he had, because Chris Smiley has now gone even a little bit quicker than that. So Smiley, absolute best through the first sector. The second sector is the longest sector. The middle part of the lap, the one you've got to get absolutely right. But Proctor, 33.3, he's about a tenth down on the absolute best middle sector, but he might be, again, just being a bit cautious on track limits because that's where they are mostly getting done. So Proctor, neat and tidy on the way out of the hairpin, gets on the gas, gets on the curbs but not over the curbs. Next one over the line. This should put him back into the top 6. Morgan is quickest for now. Can he keep the lap time? He goes top of the times with an even better lap than he did before. Does he keep it? Does he keep it? Yes, 121.075. Morgan down to second, and De Leon was third, but Sutton has just popped himself third with a 121.3.
And Chris Smiley might beat them all because he's been very quick in both the first 2 sectors. Accelerates up across the line in the number 22 Restart Racing car, and it's only good enough for second in the end. 71 thousandths of a second, and he lost all that time in the final sector, but second place will be good enough for now for Chris Smiley.
And Tom Chilton, despite the fact that he missed the second half of qualifying because he went off and to fix the car, absolute best in the first sector. Second sector, personal best, but the key thing is it was only about a tenth of a second behind the absolute best. So Chilton has just got to make it stick through the hairpin now. He almost gets the car up onto 2 wheels now. The Hyundai lights ablaze on the number 3 Team Virtue car. Sprints for the line. He's about, I think, to get himself into the top 6. Chilton goes for it, and goes top of the times. 121.0 dead.
Chris Smiley's lap was deleted, so that lap time wasn't good enough in the end. So he dropped right to the back, and with only 80 seconds on the clock, has limited time to come back. So we're, for Tom Chilton's sake, hope his lap was good enough within track limits to hold on to that top spot. But then it's second for Senna Proctor, third for Adam Morgan. So the Team Virtue Hyundai's in the top 3 positions, and it's just Ash Sutton, Charles Rainford and Aidan Moffat. Daryl De Leon, he was in the top 6, but he had his lap time deleted previously, but he has now just gone 5th quickest. So Daryl De Leon up to 5th at the top BMW driver if that lap stands.
Last throw of the dice here for Chris Smiley, because he's about to go through with 46 seconds left on the clock. So this will be the start of his one and only chance to get himself back up there. He's actually just gone 7th quickest, so it wasn't a bad lap, but he needs to find another nearly 0.2 of a second. So Smiley in the number 22 Restart Racing Hyundai makes his way through the right, then the left sequence as he comes out of Hawthorne, goes left then right through the chicane onto the back straight. This is where he ends sector 1. Is it going to be a good sector? It needs to be to get himself up into the top 6. He goes through the timing beam, but a 24.873 is not very good in the context of where it needs to be. He's about 0.3 of a second down, and his whole lap time, his 7th place, was only 0.6 of a second down, so he's got to really fly in this middle sector. Knowing Chris, though, he'll push to the finish. The checker flag is now out. Chilton, Proctor, Morgan, the top 3. Sutton is 4th, Rainford is 5th, De Leon is 6th. De Leon is 5th because Rainford is pushed down to 6th place by De Leon. So they're the 6th through. Smiley is 7th and trying to get himself through. Rainford had a lap time taken away, hence the switch, but it still keeps him in the top 6, so it doesn't really matter. Smiley then about to come through and try to get himself, drag himself up into the
top 6, but the middle sector was down as well, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to do this. He's still trying. He might as well stay out there, but I'm not sure he's going to get ahead of Rainford. Smiley might miss out on Q onto the top 6. He goes through and doesn't qualify out of the section. Does a 1:21.9. He's about 0.3 slower than he had gone before. The tyres just past their best, and so losing that lap time proved to be critical potentially, although his better lap was that one last time around to put him 7th place. He just misses out after a good couple of qualifying sessions in the last 2 meetings. Chilton, though, a great story that, because the team worked hard to rebuild the car after he's off at Clairvaux in free practice 2 a couple of hours ago, and he's repaid them by being quickest in the session, 75 thousandths clear of Proctor, and then Morgan 3rd, Sutton 4th, De Leon 5th, and Rainford 6th. So they are the 6 drivers that get out of Q1 and join the 6 drivers from the first group to make our top 12 going into the next 10-minute session for Q2.
Not sure who's keeping a tally of how many track limit times have been deleted, but it's quite a lot now, isn't it? We haven't mentioned them all.
I am 127 so far.
Yeah, and this is only day 1. It's only
the first part of qualifying.
It's only the first part of qualifying, yeah, absolutely right. So you can see the ones that are told about it, though, know about it. You can see them definitely sort of just getting a banker in on the next lap, can't you?
Do we know what's classed as turn 11? Because I saw that was one of the corners that came up on the timing screen as the
Sunny,
place.
isn't it? Sunny?
I don't think you can even do the ask the marshals to wave idea. Slightly out of view, isn't it?
Complex, I think, coming into the complex potentially.
So it's somewhere new that might.
So if that one opposite us is post 6, I would say maybe
it's turn rather than post, isn't it? So
right, yeah.
But that's what that's the only one I've seen what actually telling us what. Oh, turn 3 as well is being another one, isn't it? So turn 3 and turn 11.
So 3 chicane, unless you count Hawthorn as 2, because it has got 2 kinks in it, hasn't it?
And doesn't have tyre stacks this weekend.
And then 4, 5, I'd say Jim Clark S's is 2 corners, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, the complex is 11, I think.
So is it cutting the corner rather than running wide? What we've seen in previous years?
You don't really want to run wide, do you? Coming out through the second part, so I think it's clipping the corner potentially.
Probably the same for the chicane, isn't it?
Yeah.
So something new to look out for.
Yeah, in the past it's been a lot of times in the middle through the Jim Clark S's that drivers have coming out of the Jim Clark S's through Barcroft where they were a bit wide.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking Jim Clark S's.
Yeah, that's last year. That's where they all were coming out of Jim Clark S's and into Barcroft.
Perhaps the new technology that Toka have invested in for this year, which can pin down more corners, is being shown here when new corners are the problem, seemingly.
Same result though, isn't it? You lose your lap time, and like we've heard a couple of times from drivers this year, that's fine if you've got a half-hour session, like it used to be, 1.5 hour session. You've got time to come back from that, come back into the pits, swap your tyres. You can't do it in these sessions because you've got 10 minutes, which really only become 5.5 minutes of actual track time, and 2, maybe 3 push laps. That's all you get. We've got on-board camera facing Dan Camish, who's just having a closed eyes moment, which is just visualization, just relaxing himself into it, getting ready for the session because he's about to go into battle again. Top 12 now. The top 6 from each group join forces. 10-minute session. Top 6 go through to the last part of qualifying. If you miss out, you're 7th down to 12th on the grid for the first race tomorrow.
And I'm sure the drivers who have got through to the second part of qualifying are very keen to know where these track limit deletions are coming from, so perhaps they can adjust their line if necessary, because it is going to be a critical point, because traditionally it's those first couple of flying laps, isn't it, when the tyres are at their peak, and therefore you tend to set the best lap you can do, where we've seen if people leave it right to that last lap of the session, they're sort of half a second, something like that, away from what they could do earlier. So it's critical.
It's about letting the car get on the power as quickly as you can coming out of the corner to get as close to that limit as you can. You can be well within the track limits, but you're not going to be quick. So you've got to be as close as you can to those track limits and to those white lines without going beyond them and over. And then again with the curbs, you can go past the white line and onto the curb, but you can't go fully over the curb with your offset wheels. So it's a fine line between being really quick, which you've got to be, and if you're not quick enough, you might look neat and tidy and not get track limits warning, but you won't get through into the top 6 either, or risking it and maybe losing a lap, and maybe, like we saw with perhaps Chris Smiley, they're losing the chance to get through because you lose one of your big runs.
It's only he and I think Gordon Shedden were both in at one point in the 2 sessions, weren't they, until
that lap time deletion meant that was no longer the case, but cars heading then out onto the circuit again for part 2 of qualifying for round 16 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Those drivers, as Chris mentioned, the top 6 in each of those earlier sessions, then head out onto the track, headed by the trio of Napa racing cars, and at the head of them, the multiple champion Ash Sutton, the championship leader, the driver who has taken 46 victories in his career in the championship and over 100 podiums as well. And he's got that new livery that stuck, hasn't it? It was sort of a one-off 100-year livery of Napa, but it stuck because I think everyone liked it so much, and it means you can tell which car Ash Sutton is driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? But as Alan said there, well, sporting the white rose on the roofs for this one. Yorkshire Day was yesterday, and they almost always have a special livery for Knock Hill in 2 weeks' time. They did lots of fundraising as well at Napa, so I'm sure we'll see some tweaks to the livery next time out. We've got 12 drivers left then. They are Ash Sutton, Dan Rowbottom, Dan Camish, Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan, Senna Proctor, Mikey Doble, Darryl De Leon, Charles Rainford, Aaron Taylor-Smith, Dan Lloyd and Tom Chilton. So they are the drivers remaining. The fastest 6 go through, and the times once again for those drivers will be reset. Just looking at Aaron Taylor-Smith, a chance to get through into the quick 6 for the first time this year. Now, he's the Independence champion last year, but he switched from being a Powermax Vauxhall Astra driver to being a Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla driver this year, and it hasn't quite clicked for Aaron, has it, so far this year? But he's got a chance here to have his best qualifying of the year. His best so far is a 9th place, but he hasn't got into the quick 6 as yet, and he's certainly doing that quite a few times in the 2024 season. But hopefully he's got a bit of a feel for the car now. The team certainly seem to be getting there with that win they got for Gordon Shedden last time out. We've seen some good results for James Dorlin as well, and maybe a chance for the Speedworks run driver to break into that top 6. But the higher up the qualifying rankings you get, the harder it becomes to get through, of course, because all the quick drivers are in there now.
That's it. He's had some bad luck, I think, in the races, hasn't he? A few retirements, but he has had that one top 6 finish in the races, but that's, I think, he's only top 10, that's 6th place, so he'll be hoping, as you say, to turn that around here at Croft, and getting through to the second part of qualifying is certainly a good starting point. Ash Sutton's been into the pits and has headed back out again. He's never been on pole in the Ford here at Croft. The 2 years he was on pole both in the Subaru, 2017, 2018. So can he turn that around this weekend? The Hyundais in that first part of qualifying looked like the car to beat, didn't they? Whether they were the Restart Racing car, we've got Dan Lloyd out in this session, or the Team Virtue cars, who were at the head of that second part of qualifying.
Yeah, the surprising stat here is that Tom Ingram's only won 1 race at Croft, which is slightly surprising, isn't it, when you think how well he's done over the last few years. Ash Sutton, meanwhile, has won 5 times here. Colin Turkington, of course, not... Well, he was out on track earlier in free practice for a bit, but not racing this year. 15 wins, still tops the charts by a long way around this place.
And that win Tom Ingram got was back in 2020 in the Toyota, so he hasn't yet won in this car, which, as he described earlier, has been consistently quick at every venue. So can he turn that into a Croft win this weekend? Obviously, there are tyre strategies to come into it tomorrow as well. We saw that's been vital at previous races.
It's not been a disaster. He got 2 podiums and a 4th last year, so it's just that the win hasn't been there. So it's not that he won't go well necessarily, but it is slightly surprising that he's only got the 1 win here. But that
Tingram would have said that was a pointsy weekend.
Pointsy, yeah, exactly. That's what you need, isn't it, in the championship? I'm sure. He's got a really good chance of getting the win, though. He's certainly got a good chance of pole if you look at free practice, where he was quickest in both of the sessions. We'll see. But just getting into the top 6 is all you've got to worry about now. And a reminder that Sutton's only got 1 second of boost, and Ingram's only got 2 seconds of boost as well. So that could be a factor.
Well, we want Darryl De Leon to go well today because it's his birthday today.
Right, yes, Darryl De Leon, race winner, of course, at the Brands Hatch weekend, the second weekend of the season. And he's not a teenager anymore, 20. So, yeah, he's slightly becoming one of the veterans of the championship now at 20 years of age. But, yeah, coming in his second full season now. He did half a season in 2023 off the back of winning the Radical World Championships
Very good lap there from Charles Rainford at 1:21.2, so that's only a few tenths away from the very best we've seen over the course of this qualifying session so far. He took so much curb through Clairvaux on the next lap through. He's one of the BMW drivers, which means he doesn't need to change tyres. We're in a rear-wheel drive car, so he can immediately start doing lap times, but others now will join him, including Ash Sutton, but Dan Rowbottom quickest of all through Sector 1, but we're going to get Sutton across the line first. Can he beat that 1:21.2 as he crosses the line?
Yes.
He can by the smallest amount.
2:04, half a tenth. Daryl De Leon didn't get the absolute best first sector, but he was only a whisker away, so Robo got the best first sector, but De Leon was only 17 thousandths behind him, so he's looking like he's put another, or about to put another good lap in here. Robo, though, next one over the line, absolute best in the middle sector. This is looking good. Rowbottom goes to the top of the times, 1:20.987. So into the 120s. That, you would think, ought to be good enough for a top 6. But then again, the pace is getting quicker and quicker every time we go out.
De Leon's had a lap time deleted, turn 5 this time. So it's very different places around the circuit, seemingly.
But he kept the one he's just done, which was better. So it's okay.
No.
121. Oh, no, that's gone away as well. So Rainford, 121.161. Sutton, 121.2, third. Morgan, 122.3, fourth.
Yeah,
but that's probably not going to be good enough to stay fourth, is it?
Proctor did a good enough lap, but that got deleted as well. So both Proctor and De Leon's laps being deleted. Dan Camish is pushing on through the middle sector at the moment. It's Tom Ingram, perhaps no surprise, quickest through sector 1 by over a tenth of a second. So if the lap is legal, can Tom Ingram go fastest? At the moment, he's about halfway round. The lap time to beat, 1:20.987 from Dan Rowbottom.
It's a good 2 or 3 tenths quicker than anybody through that first sector that's out there at the moment. Sutton is going to be the next one to go over the line, but this isn't going to be a quick lap, so he's about to start a quick lap. So Sutton about to start a push lap. Camish goes up to second place, only just misses out on the fastest time by 43 thousandths of a second. Rowbottom, who's the only driver quicker than him at this moment in the session, goes through the 1:21.2. It's not a bad lap, but it is Rowbottom from Camish, and Proctor now up to third.
Although that lap for Rowbottom was deleted, turn 8 this time, so again it's yet another different corner.
Spreading the love, aren't they? Ingram's gone quickest, 1:20.873. So it's Ingram, Rowbottom and Camish the top 3. Lloyd is 4th, Proctor is 5th, and Rainford is currently in 6th place with a 1:21.164, but 7th with a 1:21.172, 8 thousandths of a second away from getting through the session is Daryl De Leon, and Sutton at the moment is 8th, but has just done a personal best first sector, and it's a pretty good one, 24.6 seconds.
This lap's going to be deleted, I think. Turn 5, track limits for Ash Sutton. He only had to gain 3 tenths to get right to the front, but I think it's this lap that's going to be deleted.
Okay, so Sutton coming through and into the complex, into the hairpin he now goes. But question mark over this lap, and time is running out, just over a minute and a half to go. We'll get 2 more in, but will the tyres hold up for 2 more laps? Maybe 1, but it might be a struggle. He's missed out on the quick 6 once, goes through 1:20.876 seconds, goes up on the timing screen, then gets taken straight away from him.
We've just had a picture, Chris, of why the lap time got deleted through the Jim Clark S's, where Alan suggested not on the exit of the corner, but on the inside of the corner. He had 2 wheels inside the white line, and that's not allowed, so that's why the lap time got deleted.
So this could be the last roll of the dice for Sutton. He's got time for another lap after this, but I'm not sure the tyres will give him enough pace. So he's 10th at the moment. Sutton, the championship leader. He's gone through the first sector. It's okay, but not brilliant. 24.7 seconds. 24.6 is his personal best through the first sector. So what does he need to find? He needs to get a 1:21.0 to get through. At the moment, the best lap that he's got counted is a 1:21.2. So he's not a mile away. If anyone can do it, Sutton can do it. He's in the middle of the lap at the moment, trying to get through. Ingram is quickest. He's near his championship rival.
Done it again.
And he's done it again. Same corner, track limits.
Just came up, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to lose this one, whatever happens. And that might be curtains for Ash Sutton. So it could be his worst qualifying of the year so far, with his main rival, Ingram, looking like he's guaranteed a place in the top 6 as it stands. He's fastest. Rowbottom is 2nd, Camish 3rd, Lloyd 4th, Doble 5th, Chilton, an excellent story. This in 6th place. But it's fractional. He's only 22 thousandths ahead of Taylor Smith in 7th. He's only 35 thousandths up on Proctor, who is 8th. So it's minuscule differences between 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, Rainford, and 10th De Leon are all within a tenth of a second of each other.
And Proctor's done a pretty good first sector, second sector not so good. He crosses the line and there's no improvement. So Senna Proctor stays 8th, just a quarter of a second off the very quickest time, but that's only 8th position, such is the competitiveness of this session. So Ash Sutton has got another lap, hasn't he? So he started another lap. The first sector
it's okay as well,
isn't amazing, but as you say, is okay. So can he continue to push on? But
can he get through turn 5? Is the question, I suppose, without getting past the track limits. He's looking like the car is dancing on the edge. He's going to have to force this because the tyres are up to speed. He's absolutely hopping into Sonny because that right rear tyre was lifted clean off the tarmac all the way on the entry into Sonny and on the exit as well. So he's giving it full beans here just to try and get into the top 6. He was 2 tenths down in the second sector, 10th down in the middle sector. I don't think he's quite going to do this unless he has a brilliant final sector. He's about to come out of the last corner now, but he might be on a hiding to nothing here. Sutton, the tyres might just have given up the ghost. He's about to come through. I think he might improve, but I'm not sure it's going to be into the top 6. Sutton goes through, and in fact, he's a tenth slower than he'd gone before, 121.3. He finishes in 11th place.
So I found what we're counting as corner numbers. Turn 5 is the left-hander of the chicane. So now the tyre stacks aren't there.
Yeah.
They're policing cars going inside the curb, and that must be what's happening over the course of this session. We saw turn 3, that's the exit of Hawthorne. Turn 11 is Sonny out. So they're the 3 places where we're seeing majority of the penalties, I think.
Yeah, and a little bit at the Jim Clark S's. Right, so Ash Sutton back down in 11th place. So start 11th on the grid for the race tomorrow. Just check, I'm pretty sure that is his worst qualifying of the year so far. So Ash Sutton, second worst. He was 13th on the grid at Brands Hatch. Otherwise, he's been in the top 6 every single time. But losing those laps to track limits and the fact he's only got 1 second of boost in this session as the championship leader did for him in the end. So 11th place. And Ingram, his championship rival, will be at least 5 places ahead of him on the grid because he's got through into the quick 6. So at the end of that second part of qualifying, Tom Ingram fastest, 120.873. Dan Rowbottom is looking good this weekend, 120.987, second quickest, a tenth behind Ingram. Dan Camish, who is almost matched the best qualifier of the year this year, which is Tom Ingram, 121.030. He's third. Fourth is Dan Lloyd, 121.065. And then fifth, Mikey Doble, 121.073. So 43 thousandths of a second between Camish, Lloyd and Doble. And then only 14 thousandths of a second behind Doble was Chilton, who got into 6th place. And that was only 22 thousandths ahead of Taylor Smith, who was 7th and misses out. And Proctor also was within a few thousandths of a second as well. So 7th down to 12th. They are done for the day. They'll start 7th down to 12th on the grid for race 1. But now the times get reset again. The top 6 will go through in a couple of minutes' time. We'll have them on track to see who gets in this next 10 minutes. Pole position for the start of the 16th race of the season. That comes up tomorrow morning. And Tom Ingram looking good. But I also say Dan Rowbottom might well be his closest rival in this because he's looked solid all day, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely right. And getting those dreaded 2 words out of the way early on in the day seems to be working for Dan Rowbottom. But yeah, I think that phrase for sure is going to be the word in the paddock, isn't it, after this qualifying session. It's sort of frustrating as a neutral fan, isn't it, watching the laps and then the laps disappear. But I guess if you stay within the track limits, that wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, that could be a factor in these final 10 minutes of qualifying. 2 independents got through as well, didn't they? So good job from Dan Lloyd and from Mikey Doble, who's been sort of one of the stars of the season, hasn't he? Consistently up there. I think you've got the qualifying positions there. Mikey Doble's always been pretty high.
Yeah, his worst is 11th, which was last time out at Alton Park, but top 10 every time, 3 times in the quick 6 for Mikey Doble. For Dan Lloyd, at the back of the grid for Alton Park, only 15th in qualifying at Thruxton, and his best is this is the first time in the top 6 for him this season. He was 7th, was his best so far this year at Snetterton. So Dan Lloyd You had a bit of a worry about whether he'd be here when a big sponsor dropped out a couple of weeks ago, but he's worked hard as ever. He's got out there on his home circuit. He's got extra sponsors on board, and he's repaying them by getting what's going to be his best grid of the season so far. Dan Camish and Tom Ingram have made the quick six all 6 times in qualifying this year now, which is really impressive, isn't it? It's particularly when you consider their lack of boost that they've got in these sessions for most of the season.
That's right, because you would think it would be quite a key factor in these qualifying sessions to have so many seconds where you can't go as quickly or have as much power as others, but they always seem to come out at the front, which is interesting. Dan Rowbottom, we've mentioned one to watch, is the first driver to leave the pit lane for this 10-minute part 3 of qualifying for round 16 here at Croft of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. He's followed up by his teammate Dan Camish, Tom Ingram, Mikey Doble, Dan Lloyd, and then we wait for the 6th car, which should head out very shortly.
It's where when you're able to deploy that boost as well, once you are able to use it, because if you're in the top 7 in the championship, you have to wait longer to be able to press the button, as we mentioned in free practice. So if you say Dan Lloyd and you're not in the top 7 in the championship, you've only got to get to 115 kilometres an hour or 71 miles an hour, then you can press the button. So you think about coming out of somewhere like the hairpin, the slowest corner, he can get on that pretty quickly coming out of the hairpin. But Tom Ingram, as somebody in the top 3 in the championship, has to get another 13 miles an hour quicker before he can deploy that boost. So 84 miles an hour. So there's that factor as well. It's not just less of it, it's where you can use it and how quick you have to be before you can start using it.
We mentioned Dan Lloyd. He goes particularly well here at Croft, doesn't he? Because he's had 4 wins and 3 of them have been here. So obviously, again, another local driver that, whether it's they've done more laps here at Croft or it's just that home advantage. Nigel Mansell always talked about it at Silverstone, didn't he? And that seems to be what's coming good for some of our Yorkshire-based drivers. So Dan Lloyd certainly one to watch in this session. The 6th driver, Tom Chilton, has now headed out as well. So all 6 cars we were expecting are on the circuit. Some will go around for a second lap. Others will come in at the end of lap 1 to do their tyre crossover so far. That includes Dan Rowbottom, who hasn't been a race winner here at Croft before, hasn't been a pole position sitter here at Croft, but that could all change over the course of the next 24 hours or so.
Yeah, he hasn't been in the quick 6 for the last 2 weekends either, so Robo back on form, because he is one of the front runners in the championship, 4th place in the championship, having his best season so far in the BTCC. Chilton as well, what a story. I mean, he's been a pretty solid qualifier this year. If you exclude his home race at Brands Hatch, where he didn't get into the top 10, every other time Chilton has been in the top 10. I know he's ultra experienced, but given that he was in the gravel trap and in the barriers with lots of damage to the front of the car earlier on in free practice, that is a really good effort from Tom Chilton, but also from the team at Team Virtue to get the car out and be quick enough to get into the quick 6. So excellent job by him. In fact, it's the first time in the quick 6 since the very first qualifying session of the season at Donington Park for Tom Chilton. I bet he didn't think that was going to happen when he was walking away from the car after free practice during that crash.
Potential concern for Mikey Dober. We just had a shot, I just caught the end of it. There was some smoke coming from underneath the car. Hopefully nothing to be concerned about for Mikey Dober. The car looks okay now.
I think he was just pushing it a bit on the tyres, wasn't he? And just stepped it out a little bit, but hopefully okay. He's doing a good job, as you say. Not just in qualifying today, but in the championship in general. Runner-up to his teammate of last year in the Independence Championship, Aaron Taylor-Smith won it. Mikey Doble has stayed with the team. He's the first ever driver to do more than 2 seasons with Power Max Racing, and they've really started to gel together. So in terms of the Independence Championship, they're teams champions as well in the Independence Teams Championship, but in terms of the Independence Drivers Championship, he's up there as well. He's 3rd behind Chris Smiley and Josh Cook.
Where did you think, Josh, there might be smoke from?
Sort of underneath the rear of the car. It looked like I only just caught the end of the shot.
Okay, he's right in front of me at the moment. I can't see anything in particular to worry about.
Yeah, like Chris said, it might have just been as he was warming the tyres up. It was only the very end of the picture. I just caught out the corner of my eye, so hopefully nothing to worry about. If the team aren't worried, I'm not worried.
They're not doing anything other than crossing tyres, which would be normal. It is quite warm here, but that's because I'm standing in front of the exhaust, and he's about to be pulled back and leave pit lane. So I don't think we need to worry.
It's good news. Dan Rowbottom, the first driver onto a flying lap, and like we've seen over the course of this session, huge amounts of curves being taken through turn 1 here at Croft. He's currently heading down towards Tower Bend, a 24.6 through sector 1. He's pretty good at this stage on his first flying lap with 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Others will head on to their flying lap shortly, but because Rowbottom did the tyre crossover on lap 1, here's the first one who's going to put a lap in. He slides the car out of the Jim Clark S's up to the curb. I don't think he went over the curb at that point, and then down towards Sunny he goes. The car lifts its inside rear wheel well off the ground into Sunny in, then through Sunny out, and he will start the final sector of the lap through the complex. And really, Chris, we're looking for a high minute 1 minute 20. That would have been if he didn't exceed track limits at the chicane. Again, turn 5 it is, so this lap is going to be one that doesn't count.
Yeah, 120.0 is the qualifying lap record, and 120.7 is the race lap record. Haven't been down pushing those qualifying records as yet. Robo has had a third in qualifying this year. He didn't get a pole last year at all, so his last pole position, Robo, was at Donington Park in 2023. It's been a little while for him. Dan Camish, next one over the line. He's carrying the onboard camera as well. Driver facing, looking into the eyes of the 3-time Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion, as he gets a bit ragged as well coming out through the first 2 corners, but doesn't go over the white lines crucially. So Dan Camish, let's see what he can do through the first sector when he does pull the trigger and gets going. And already less than 4 minutes of the session to go. Rowbottom absolute best first sector, 24.546, but Camish is a bit quicker once he gets into Tower Bend, and it is a bit. He's done a 24.518. So these are 2 Napa Racing UK teammates going for pole position, and for once they haven't got a deal in this final part of qualifying with their illustrious multi-champion teammate Ash Sutton, who has not made it through into the quick 6. So they go through with an absolute best in sector 2 for Dan Rowbottom.
But the lap's going to be deleted, Chris. Again, it's turn 5, again at the chicane. So 2 laps in a row. The same problem for Dan Rowbottom, seemingly.
Yeah, let's see if Dan Camish can get through that. He goes even quicker anyway through the second sector. And an absolute best first sector for Tom Ingram. So Robo is going to be quick, but have the time, we think, taken away from him. Camish, though, he's looking clean at the moment. He's a bit quicker anyway over the lap. So the number 27 car now comes out of the hairpin, goes through and crosses the line now to set the early benchmark time in this final part of qualifying with a 120.789. But Ingram is the next one to watch. Absolute best first sector, personal best middle sector, and he's about to come out of the hairpin. This could be for provisional pole position, or at least I think the front row of the grid. Ingram comes through now. Is it quicker or not? He's about to go through, and Ingram goes quickest, 120.522 by a quarter of a second. He's ahead of Camish. Lloyd is third, but only with a 121.5. And Mikey Doble's had a lap time taken away as well for track limits at, again, turn 5.
Yeah, that's right. So that is the main place, isn't it? I've got the full race control message screen now because it keeps changing so much.
That's going to be a busy screen.
That's it. Just make sure we don't miss any.
Tom Chilton, absolute best first sector and personal best, but impressively a very good middle sector, 33.161, only a fraction down on the absolute best middle sector. So this is going to put Chilton somewhere up there in and around Ingram and Camish.
Lap deleted.
But lap deleted. That's going to be frustrating because it would have been pole position at 120.501, but he loses it. So Ingram back to the top of the times, Camish second, Robo goes third, Rowbottom with a 121.071, and then Lloyd has only done a 121.5, but it's a clean lap, so it keeps him fourth as it stands. Camish about to come through next. This is an absolute brilliant lap though, 120.9, couple of tenths off what he'd done before. Dan Lloyd though has gone through the 121.071 now.
Deleted.
And that's deleted as well, so back to fourth place for him. Ingram through next. He's already on provisional pole position.
The next lap's going to be deleted for Ingram, so the one he's just done, but not the good one, I think. So that's good news. So Ingram remains quickest from Camish, Rowbottom, Lloyd. They're the 4 to have done a lap time, and Mikey Doble up to third quickest.
Yeah,
and that should be a lap that stands, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those days where you're looking at the times as much, and then as much you're looking at the times that are deleted, aren't you, in this qualifying session. So Chilton is the one that hasn't set a lap time yet, or hasn't set one that's been able to keep. Hugely frustrating because it was a good lap and it would have been provisional pole position, but same rules apply for him, and he's lost that lap to track limits. We've got less than a minute to go now, 42 seconds left on the clock. Dan Lloyd currently currently pushing hard, but a 24.6 wasn't a particularly good first sector. It's about 4/10 down.
This lap's going to be deleted anyway, again at turn 5 at the chicane. That is the 13th lap to be deleted in this part of qualifying.
There's only 6 cars.
Exactly.
That's an average of 2 each, plus a bit. Chilton has a lap time, but it's only a 1:26, and it keeps him in 6th place. But I think he backed off on purpose, because now he's going to go for it. He's at the chicane as Dan Lloyd pops dramatically into the pits. He's lost drive, hasn't he?
Another lap time disallowed for Robo.
Yes, and looks like 4th is going to be as good as it gets. I think Chilton's the one to watch now. Is there anyone that might make an impression on the front runners? But it's not great, that first sector, a 24.5. Certainly, he's going to have to find a lot of time in the middle sector to challenge for a top 3 here. He might get up from 6th place, though, if he has the tidy rest of the lap. But he definitely, the flag is now out. He definitely backed off on the previous lap to try and save his tyres for one more push. So he's the only one out there really to keep an eye on. Now he's certainly flying hard, attacking the curbs on the way to Sunny in. Whacks it with the right rear, gets up onto 3 wheels, stays on 3 wheels through Sunny out. And he's about to come through the end of the second sector, flashing the headlights. You can see somebody ahead of him. It's a 33.2 through the middle sector, which is not bad. 0.2 of a second away from the absolute best. So he's trying hard here. Not sure he's going to knock on the door of the top 3. He might be able to improve upon 6th place, though. Chilton comes out of the hairpin for the final time. Tom Ingram comes down the pit lane. He's on provisional pole position. Chilton about to come through. Can he improve? And the answer is yes, up to 4th place, 120.938 seconds. So that puts Rowbottom down to 5th and Lloyd down to 6th. But the story is Tom Ingram has taken pole position. Ash Sutton is back in 11th place, and he's also taken a championship point. So Ingram will go into Sunday not 10 points behind the championship leader, but only 9 points now, back down to single figures, because it's Tom Ingram that tops the times here. He's topped, I think, pretty much every session he's been in today, hasn't he? Free practice 1, free practice 2, first 2 parts of qualifying. I think he was quickest in those as well, off memory. And the one that really counts is the one he's just done, pole position, and that is his 12th career pole position in the BTCC. Dan Camish will start on the front row with him. Mikey Doble, an excellent 3rd. Tom Chilton, given the circumstances, an excellent 4th. Rowbottom 5th and Lloyd in 6th.
Ash was watching all of that session on the screen in the garage, and as soon as it finished, he turned his back and walked out of the garage without a word said. And I was hoping, or rather I had been challenged to get a word with him, but would be that possible, but it was absolutely impossible because he left.
Yeah, that was the worst possible result for him in the quick 6 shootout, wasn't it?
It really was. And just to let you know as well, guys, on-air production meeting as usual.
Oh, right, yes.
The radio mic, as Josh found out to his cost this morning, doesn't work in Parc Ferme. That's where the drivers are going to be. So as soon as the TV interviews are complete with Louise Goodman, I'm going to try and get the drivers either into pit lane where the radio mic is working okay, or down to the podium. That's possible as well.
We had to watch for Dan Rowbottom, didn't we, in that session? What went wrong was lap 3 deleted, lap 4 deleted, lap 4 was his lap time, then lap 6 was deleted, lap 7 was deleted,
So
the first 2 laps were the outlaps anyway.
Yeah, and he'd been the one behaving in the previous part of qualifying. He'd been the only driver that wasn't getting pinged for track limits.
But in the end, I think it was mainly the chicane which was the problem. Some people were doing it on the right, and some were doing it mainly on the left, which seemed to be the problem. Hopefully, when we get to the races tomorrow, that'll be less of a factor. Whether the track furniture might change, if there are discussions that this isn't really working how everyone hoped it was going to work, I don't know.
Tom Ingram doesn't mind.
But he didn't. I don't think he had too many. Did he? He had the one right at the beginning of the session.
He had one right at the beginning of the first part of qualifying, didn't he?
And he'd one at the end of that session, but he'd already done the fast time by then.
It is fine margins, though, isn't it, between going past the track limits and not. He taps his car on the roof. It's given him his first pole of the year, and now that's his first pole since Alton Park last year. More than a year, remarkably, since he got a pole position. He gets the balaclava off. He looks like he's been for a slightly mild jog, doesn't he? Given that the heat in the car is about 30 degrees hotter than it is out here. If any normal human being was in there, we'd be guzzling about 6 gallons of water now. But these super fit drivers, smile on his face, job done, pole position, Goodyear Wingfoot Award trophy comes his way. And he'll extend his lead in that championship as well. Only just because Dan Camish is his nearest rival for the Goodyear Wingfoot qualifying award. Another good effort, second place. Those two have been mega in qualifying this year, haven't they?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how those two have particularly had those qualifying efforts that you've mentioned, but they haven't had all the wins that Ash Sutton has had over the course of the season. I don't think Ash Sutton's going to be winning round 16, is he, from row 7 of the grid? If he does, it'll be quite an extraordinary effort, that's for sure.
Be interesting to see where he goes with tyres now, because we've got the soft-hard combination again this weekend. Does he get it out of the way in race 1, or does he try to push forward as high up the grid as he can, but without getting into the top 3? Because if you're in the top 3 in race 1, you've got to put the hard on for race 2. So he's got 2 options, really, hasn't he?
That's if it's dry for race 1.
If it's dry for race 1. That's a good point, because we might be a bit showery in the morning, might we? Well, yes, is the answer. Josh's weather app looks mildly pessimistic for until about what?
Till the racing starts. So
midday,
we're all good for
midday,
the racing.
Yeah. Okay.
But it might be a bit
damp track.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Okay, interesting.
Might be umbrellas in pit lane walkabout, I suspect.
But after that, dry, isn't it?
That's
yeah,
it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that's good if you're a spectator. It means when we're watching the racing, it'll be okay. Maybe the drive over to Croft.
I think there's only one person here who wants it to rain tomorrow, and that's Ash Sutton, isn't it?
That's it. There may be others.
There may be others, but he definitely wouldn't mind a bit of rain tomorrow,
That's
because he
it.
could definitely storm through if that was the case.
But of course, that then changes everyone's tyre strategy for the rest of the day, doesn't it?
Also, bear in mind, the top 7 in the championship get less laps in race 1 where they can use their boost, and least of all is Ash Sutton. So not only has he got to come from 11th on the grid, he's got to do it with less boost than anybody else around him, which is going to be a hindrance.
We saw at Alton Park how quick the track dried once the sun come out. So if say it stops raining before midday, the sun comes out, that first race could be really intriguing if there's going to be some slick gamblers, which at this point is a very long way to look out, but it's a possibility that could happen. And at Alton Park, it had an intriguing race where Dexter Patterson, didn't we, gamble halfway through the race to change tyres, and he came flying through the field.
Race engineer's nightmare, because it's you're either going to look like a brilliant decision has been made or a disaster, one of those. But we'll see. But yeah, if that forecast is right, it's unlikely we're going to get a bone dry track at the start of the race, at least, isn't it?
That's it.
So yeah, you probably do want to be at the front and get yourself away from perhaps some leery cars in the middle of the pack if they do start on slicks on a damp track. We'll see.
It's quite leery on a dry track
That's
in
true.
that qualifying
Yes, that's
session,
true,
wasn't
yeah.
it?
That's true. And of course the story's going to carry on with track limits, because it doesn't stop in qualifying. In the race, you're going to get 1 warning, 2 warnings, then you're going to start getting time penalties added onto your race. That could, if it's the same situation as today, we're going to have a lot of drivers with penalties after each race tomorrow, aren't we?
Yeah, I imagine there will be a discussion, won't there, after that, to see what happens going forward. But of course, in qualifying, you're always right on the limit, aren't you? Where in the race, yes, you're on the limit, but you don't maybe need to go beyond the limits on so many occasions. Whereas, because it's so close in the British Touring Car Championship, if you can gain half a tenth by being that much closer to the curb, you're going to take it. Whereas half a tenth in the race actually isn't going to make all of the difference. And you know how big a penalty will be. If you lose your lap in qualifying, okay, you can do another lap. In the race, if you get a time penalty, you're going to drop way down the order.
Yeah, and this is also the point at which the cars are at their quickest in these conditions. They're as light as they're going to be, less fuel on board. They've got the best tyres on the soft tyres. Drivers love driving the cars in qualifying, because that's when they really come alive. But as you quite rightly say, that means that you are always a bit closer to the edge than maybe you will be in the race as well.
Maybe you'll bring your setup as well a bit more into a drivable, more predictable state. Because we saw the car sliding around so much. How can you be precise when the car is sliding around and you maybe are not in absolute 100% control? That's how you go quickly in a front-wheel drive touring car. But equally, it means that you run the risk of what we saw during the course of that session. But hopefully we don't have to mention those 2 words so much tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not fully confident about that. But it's been a big talking point today, hasn't it, Alex?
It's been a big talking point in British motorsport for a few years now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be particularly, what was it, 13, 14...
Yeah, just in that one session.
In that one session from 6 cars.
So goodness knows what the other 2 sessions were. I didn't have the race control message board at that point, but I thought it was quite important for that last session.
None of this from the legends, do we? They've been very well behaved so far. Obviously, I've messed that up now, because they're going out next. Which don't go anywhere, because one more race to come. The Legends 6-lap race coming up. Their final. It's the same points as you get for the heats, But it's a slightly longer race, 8 laps, and the grid is reversed. So perhaps while we're waiting for Al to catch up with a couple of drivers and for the legends to come out, I'll give you the grid. The entry lists and place for you to write your grid is on page 43 of the race programme. And the grid for race 3, based on everybody's combined points from the first 2 heats, then the grid reversed. So whoever scored the most points is going to end up at the back of the grid, unless people opt to start at the back of the grid, and that happens fairly often in Legends Racing. So Tyler Reid scored the most points. He's the points leader. He got 2 wins out of 2, 400 points out of 400. He's not actually last on the grid, though, because a couple of drivers have opted to start behind on the last row, Derek Hogan and David Bonser. So 2 less to get past, but still a lot of work to do. So on the front row of the grid, number 19, Connor Mills, number 122, Chris Dewey. But Connor has not been taking part, has he? So Chris Dewey, he had an off in the first race and didn't go particularly well in the second race. Going to be up there on his own. Row 2, Ben Mahoney, number 17, starts 3rd. 99, Owen Lawler starts 4th. Row 5, 22, Matt Knight. And 25, Luke Simmons. Row 4, 11, Mark Beattie, and 29, Nathan Anthony. Row 5, 34, Nick Price, 33, Mike Schlupp. Row 6, 52, Trevor Krause, and 79, Marcus Pett. Row 7, number 3, Ross Marshall, and 88, Peter Barrable. Row 8, 13, Chris Needham, and 9, Ollie Schlupp. Row 9, number 1, Will Gibson, and 12, Stephen Traherne, the current champion and a former champion in an intriguing Row 9. Row 10, also intriguing, because you've got the driver that won this Elite Cup last year, Jack Parker, by 5 points, nothing in Legends Racing terms, and the driver that he beat to the title, and he's winning it this year, Tyler Reid, who's done, as I say, the best so far today with 2 wins out of 2. He's fully alongside him. They're the 10th row of the grid. Number 4, Jack Parker, and number 6, Tyler Reid. Then just the 2 that have opted to start at the back of the field, 63, Derek Hogan, and 10, David Bonser. So with Connor Mills having not yet appeared, I think there'll be a gap on pole position, or they'll shift everybody up 1 as a result of that. Points-wise, provisionally, I make it Tyler Reid on 2285, 155 clear of Ollie Schlupp, 200 points for a race win coming up, so that could change. But he was only 35 points clear at the start of the day. He's now 155 points clear. Only 5 points behind Ollie is Will Gibson, on 2125, so it could be a change for second. Connor Mills hasn't scored because he hasn't raced. Chris Needham is 5th on 1085, and then Marcus Pett. And then Jack Parker up to 6th on 1765.
Yes, Dan Lloyd, we do need to get on the podium because it gives me height. Unfortunately, I've only grown to 5'6", so it doesn't give me the... No, it's working fine. It's working fine. So we've made it to the podium, Chris, and get the chance to say congratulations to Dan Lloyd. Surely, in your BTCC career, that's an important thing to be getting a result like that today.
Yeah, definitely. It was the first time we've actually got to Q3, so really good result. We were on a back foot at the start of the session, only just crept through to Q2, so we did a really good job turning it around.
So I was really happy when we were walking over here, and just like a racing driver, you all of a sudden put in some doubts and question marks.
Yeah, just little bit concerned about the engine. It's got extremely hot at the end. It actually died on the last lap, which is...
So have you, by the looks of things.
Which is why I darted into the pits, so just a little bit concerned with that, but we've got time. The boys will fix it, but yeah, other than that, really good. Great to get into Q3 and home circuit, all the new sponsors coming into the second half of the season. It's yeah, good result.
Yeah, because my question was really off the back of the fact that really just in recent days, weeks, you announced that you've got this opportunity for sponsors to come along and join you on this journey.
Yeah, you know, we're always searching for sponsors, particularly now, and we're in a really strong position for the second half of the season, and we're just showing that today. You know, if we're having a few little bits of engine issues and track limits and we're still P6, you know, I think that we've got a lot to come.
You have the resilience and you also have the speed to keep on going.
Thank you.
Top man, Dan. Thank you very much indeed. Daniel. up here on the podium. Now, who else have we got coming over? Because we've asked them all to. Tom Ingram has finished his photographs and is just... Mikey Doble, thank you so much for coming to join me. Somebody that can follow instructions is always welcomed here on the podium. I tell you what, you know about qualifying in this format.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, a mega session really. I mean, we really built into that one. You know, only just scraped through Q1, but made a little setup tweak to the car for Q2. Didn't feel like I quite had the pace for pole, but I thought I'd just get the most out of it, what we had, and just wrung the neck of it. And
you always do seem to get the most out of it in qualifying.
Well, what can I say?
You wring the neck of the thing.
Yeah, well, the points aren't paid on Saturday, are they? Apart from the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. So, yeah, no, hopefully we can be a little bit more clinical tomorrow and string 3 races together. And, you know, get some great results and some trophies.
Top man, Mikey, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I wonder, is Tom Ingram still down there? He is coming over to the podium. He's waving, and he'll make his way over to the podium. He's taking his time, and for those of you that follow Tingram on social media, he's with Zach, so he is producing content. He produces content all day long on a race weekend. Still talking to a camera, still talking to a camera, still talking to a camera, and well done, Tingram.
Cake Club.
yes, indeed. Well done, eh?
It's time for Cake Club. Thank you. That was really good, actually. A bit sweaty in there.
Yeah, it's a lot hotter than we expected this afternoon, hasn't it?
It's gone muggy, isn't it?
Yeah, very close.
Muggy. Yeah, really good. Yeah, but well good, actually. Cars just felt pretty good all weekend, to be honest, as it's kind of taken on from Alton Park. So, really, really nice window with it. It's just kind of doing what you want it to do at any point. You know, it's a good thing to drive.
Irrespective of that, the phrase that was used the most during that qualifying session, not for you but for everybody, is track limits. That's the thing that everyone had to be a little bit cautious of.
Yeah, they're a bit rude, weren't they? They were a bit rude with track limits, if I'm honest with you. I mean, the issue is, I mean, we moan about everything, don't we? I think it's a very British thing. So when we have the tyre stacks in, we don't have track limits, but then we moan that there's tyre stacks in. Yeah. So we said, well, can we have the tyre stacks out, which they've done, and then we're moaning that we're getting track limits. So I don't really know what the fix is, to be honest with you.
It's to imagine. So someone once told me when they were teaching me to drive that when you turn off a main road into a junction, imagine an imaginary policeman standing in the middle at the end of that road. So then you don't cut the corner as you go through. Why can't you imagine
You could be onto something, to be fair to you. I think that the limit's stupid. I think there should be a new limit and you can use everything. Like as much track limits as you want.
So what you're describing is essentially anarchy.
Because think how cool it would be. I mean, what did we do? Like a 20.5. Imagine if we were doing 17 twos and it's utter carnage.
And then all of a sudden you have to worrying about your tyres, and we go back to the start of the conversation. You're always going to moan about something.
That can be a someone else problem.
It certainly would be. Hey, but it sets you up nicely for tomorrow's start of the second half of the year.
Ready to swim into race 1, exactly that.
No. Oh yeah, it will be. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I've got my flippers and snorkel ready.
But as the day goes on, it gets really nice.
It does. So we can have a wet one for the first, and then dry off for the rest of the day, and we'll have a wonderful day. But in the meantime, I am going to go and eat cake, because it is the post-quali Cake Club, available to watch on the Tingram 24/7 series. Shameless.
Top man, thank you very much indeed to Tingram, and Dan Camish is his way over as well as our proud Yorkshireman on the podium essentially after qualifying. And you are another one. I just said it to Mikey Doble that qualifying in this format just seems made for you.
Yes, it does. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it does actually. You know, this really suits the way that I kind of build into the qualifying. You know, we've seems a long time since we had the old sort of 30-minute just do one lap when you can. But yeah, this sort of knockout style, I tend to, you know, it's kind of bank a lap push, and by the end, we've got the car in the right window, and I try to peak just at the right moment. A bit more bravery, take a brave pill between sessions, and yeah, just.
And I'll say the same to you, Dan, that I just said to Tom. Really, the watchword was looking after track limits. That was because you don't get much chance, do you?
Hello. Here we go. Get out of the way, you.
I'm in the way.
Here you go. No, you don't get much chance. It's it's. You're either on or you're off the track, unfortunately, and it's pretty clear cut. And I've had it myself around here in 2020. I lost a pole lap to it, so I know what it feels like. Aired on the side of caution this afternoon, and I think that paid dividends in the end. For the fraction gain, it would have been a much bigger loss. So yeah, front row start tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do.
And the special livery on the roof of your car and your teammate Sam's car this weekend is something I know you're a proud Yorkshireman.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the Yorkshire Rose on the roof there, and also on some of the side panels. So yes, very much the Yorkshire contingent. Me and Sam. Obviously, blue and yellow as well always helps. So no, it's nice to have, and hopefully the local support will spur me on tomorrow.
There we go, Dan Camish. Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for remembering to come over as well. Oh, and on the top of is that normally on the top of your helmet?
Yes.
It is, right. Oh, very good. I've never seen that before. Tom Chilton has come up as well, which is really good news. Hey, Tom, sorry about this. I'm only short and the radio mic antenna is not working awfully well. Okay, so that was challenging, but a good result in the end.
It was very challenging. Yeah. Just want to say a big thank you to my...
Keep going.
Got me. Yeah, big thank you to my team for getting the car ready, because obviously after FP2 it was a big bag of bits. And they managed to repair it very quickly, and the car was perfect. And I was P1 in Q1, and then didn't go quite my way in Q2, made a couple of little mistakes which put me P6, but it was fantastic to get into Q3. And then I thought I nailed it perfectly for P1 with a 20.4, and I thought, here we go, I'm going to get the lap record in qualifying, and last year I got the lap record in the race, but they said you took 1 inch too much at the curb, so you need to go again. But they said that obviously on my second lap, which I'd already backed out of, thinking I won't beat that time. Yeah. And then I was thinking, oh nice, I've got to do my third flying lap and go again. And I managed to get into 20s again for a third lap and put it P4, which I'm super happy about, because I didn't think I'd get that third flying lap on the tyres. So all credit to the team getting the car ready. So big thank you to Team Virtue, give me a great car.
Great job, Tom. Thank you very much indeed. And thanks for coming over to the podium as well and having a word with us. So we spoke to, I suppose 5 out of 6 ain't bad. I gave Dan Rowbottom the opportunity about carrying up, but he was disappointed, and he's waving cheerily at me from Park Fairmay. And I fully understand why he was a bit disappointed after that, because he had a huge amount of pace during that qualifying session. But that is qualifying for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship to start the second half of the season here at Croft.
Super, thanks very much, Al. Great to hear from so many drivers after touring cars. We won't have time for it now, but I've had a question come through on the chat about what the light panel colours mean. I'll tell you about that tomorrow, if you're back tomorrow. I'll go through it all tomorrow, because I'm afraid we've got to start the Legends... Well, not afraid. We've got to start the Legends race, because it's on the rolling lap already. The gridders gave it to you. The pointers gave it to you. Nothing will be decided today, but can Tyler Reid end the day with a much bigger points advantage in car number 6, the Lightning McQueen red car, than he started the day with? He is 20th on the grid. He's the points leader. Ollie Schlupp is second to him in the championship. He's in the blue and yellow number 9 car. He's 16th on the grid. And number 1, Will Gibson, is in between them, 17th on the grid, who's 3rd in the points. 8-lap race. We're about to get underway. Chris Dewey on the front row of the grid had his debut in Legends in the 2020 season, but has only been out once so far this season. He's there on the front row of the grid in the 1-2-2 car, about to lead them around. They have all shifted up one, because Connor Mills is up there on the front. In fact, he is there on pole position, so I haven't seen him. He's obviously had some big issue with the car, but he is here. He's a quick driver as well, Connor Mills, so no points yet, but Connor gets to start on pole position, so makes his first appearance of the day with Chris Dewey alongside. As the lights go out, the race gets underway, and they roar up towards Clervaux. These 1,275cc cars, these bike engines power the cars into turn 1. Watch for those 3 coming from the back of the field as well. The perfect start for Connor Mills. He's going to lead coming out of Clervaux into Hawthorne corner. He's got a 2-car length lead over Chris Dewey in the luminous yellow car, who's there in second place. Everybody's got through Clervaux. They're about to wind their way now right then left through the chicane onto the back straight for the first time in this 8-lap race, and then keep an eye on the driver in third place, who's coming good. This is Luke Simmons, who gets a bullet run coming out of the chicane, goes straight up to second, almost went for first place. They're 3 together in the battle for 4th place as well, absolutely side by side. It's been a great start. I think that's Trevor Krause, isn't it, in the white and yellow kart's made a mega start. He's got all the way up from 11th on the grid to be in that lead quartet. He's up to 4th place now. It's a fantastic start for him. See, there have been several places gained already for Tyler Reid, who's, I think, right behind Jack Parker. So the points leader in the red number 6 car has gained places already from 20th. He's going with Jack Parker, who was on the same row of the grid of him. And Ollie Schlupp, of course, the other one to watch. I think Will Gibson's made decent progress as well from 17th on the grid in the other white and orange car. Number 1, who's the other contender. Up to 3rd place now for Trevor Krause. Make that 2nd. He dives up the inside. This is a fantastic first lap from the American multi-New England champion, plus all the other titles he's won in the States. What a debut here at Croft. He's gone from 11th on the grid to 2nd at the end of the first lap of the race. It's Luke Simmons that comes out at the end of the first lap in 1st place. They've both got past Connor Mills out of sight down at Sunny Inn. So Connor has a bit of bodywork flies off one of the leading cars over the start-finish line. He's down to 3rd place in the number 19 car. Then it's Ross Marshall next up in 4th place. He's had a great start as well. That red and white car has come all the way up from 13th on the grid. So Ross looking very racy today and having an excellent start. What about the championship contenders? The points leader, number 6, Reid, gained 6 places up to 14th position as we go side by side for the lead of the race here. And Krause is trying to get around the outside here. Fantastic move all the way around the outside. That was mega. That is brave stuff around the outside at Tower Bend. It's the longer route to travel. In theory, they've got less grip around the outside, and if there's any kind of contact, you'll be the one on the outside that ends up in the gravel trap. So it is always a really good feeling to overtake somebody around the outside, particularly for the lead of the race. Absolutely brilliant driving then from Trevor Krause. He's gone from 11th to 1st in a lap and a bit in this race. Simmons, the driver he overtook for the lead at Tower Bend, number 25 down to 2nd. Connor Mills, number 19, 3rd. Gibson did have a good start, didn't he? 3rd in the championship. He went from 17th to 10th, so he gained 7 places, and 6 places for Schlupp as well. So the top 3 all gained either 6 or 7 places in the race as Trevor Krause comes charging into the complex on this 2nd lap, but this time as the race leader. It's not a massive surprise, to be honest, because he's had great pace all day long, and he's now joined in 2nd place by number 3. He's gone from 4th to 2nd on this lap. So Ross Marshall having an absolutely super day here in the red and white car. That puts Simmons down to 4th position, but the championship frontrunners are all starting to make their way up towards that top 10 now. In fact, into the top 10 has come Gibson, 8th place. 9th place is Schlupp. Number 4, Parker, 10th place. And only a couple back from 20th on the grid is the red number 6 car of Tyler Reid, the points leader, with a day to go, a day and a race to go in this championship. So he's looking very, very solid. He won, remember, from a pretty lowly grid in race 2 earlier on today. Trevor Krause, fantastic, and I'm afraid Steve Traherne, number 12 in the green and white car, who's looked very rapid today. A problem with the car. He's coming to the pit lane. We've got more side-by-side action in that battle for 6th, 7th and 8th positions, and in that battle is the white and orange car of Will Gibson. Into the pits, though, we've got that retiree, I think, Josh.
And the car that lost the engine cover at the end of the first lap, I think, was Connor Mills, and that slowed him down as well, and he's dropped a lot of positions. But you see, Stephen Traherne down here in the pit lane as well. He's got one mechanic looking, well, not so much looking, but feeling into the engine bay. But even if he gets back out, that's really race done, because the races are so short and close. If you make a pit stop, you're basically out of it. But I think Stephen Traherne is going to go out to get some more laps and see if the car is fixed for tomorrow.
Yeah, somebody else that's looked very rapid today is number 79, the silver car of Marcus Pett, and he's made progress on this lap. He's 4th. He's looking for 3rd up the inside. We've got a new race leader as well, by the way, which is the number 3 car of Ross Marshall. He's got ahead of Trevor Krause side by side, still for 3rd place. And in that battle now, joining them is the black car of number 13, which is Chris Needham, who's come from a lowly grid position as well. Side by side for the lead of the race here as Trevor Krause tries to go back around the outside of Ross Marshall. No, that's not happening. Marshall stays 1st. In the battle for 3rd, it looks like the silver and black car of Pett has held on to it, and in between that battle has come Simmons. So Luke Simmons has got ahead of Needham on the run down towards Clervaux. What about the championship leader? He is almost in the top 10. He's in 11th place in the number 6 car, so not losing too many points to his rivals at the moment. Ross Marshall doing a fantastic job here at the head of the field, but they've almost got them all together now. He gets a slightly tardy run, though, coming out of Tower Bend, so Trevor Krause is going to come back at him here in the number 52 car. He gets a better run coming through to the Jim Clark S's. He won't be able to pounce at Barcroft. He might be able to pounce down at Sunny, though. He's certainly got the momentum, and if you're down at Sunny in now, I think you might be about to see a challenge for the lead of the race. Sadly, we can't, because that's the point of view that's out of our vision at the commentary box, but we'll wait for them to come back into view in about 6 or 7 seconds time. And I think we'll have probably about 6 cars for the lead of the race here, because it's that close in this Legends race. About to get to the halfway point as well. And it is side by side for the lead of the race. Trevor Krause around the outside of the left-hander, gets the inside line for the right-hander, gets through, just about gets the corner done. And he'll scramble across to the inside line now to hold off Ross Marshall and hold on to the lead of the race. So fantastic stuff from him. Marshall in second, Needham in third, kicks up the dust now in the black number 13 car. And that will put him under pressure from number 79 Pett as they come nose to tail over the line. Will Gibson is getting in the mix, so too is Tyler Reid. They're both in the top 10 now, side by side for the lead of the race. Marshall gets there first, just about at Clervaux, and back into the lead of the race. So Krause got there, but only for about 10 seconds, and it's Marshall now back up front. But everybody in that lead battle, they've got 8 cars together. You've got Needham in third, you've got Pett in 4th place. Barrable has come up into 5th position now, and gets a really good run as well coming out of the chicane. Ross Marshall just about fending off Krause. Barrable's the one to watch, though, in the yellow and green car, trying to go around the outside of Pett. Still trying to go around the outside of Pett, not quite doing it. So the silver car holds on to 4th place for now, and that will put Barrable on the back foot. He loses a bit of pace as he gets off the throttle in that move, and that might mean that Will Gibson will get after him. There's a big slide coming out of the Jim Clark S's for Ross Marshall, who got a proper crossed up steering wheel there, got full lock on at the fastest part of the course, and that's going to put him in dramas down at Sunny, I think. So Ross Marshall, he's about to come under serious pressure down at Sunny Inn, because he almost lost the car coming out through the Jim Clark S's and into Barcroft. If he's still the leader, it's going to be a miracle, this. Is he? No, he's not. He's dropped down to 4th place. So Trevor Krause back up to 1st place, the American, looking to win on his debut at Croft. What a fantastic job this is, and what a great first lap as well. 11th to 2nd, then into the lead of the race off halfway through lap 2. He's now got 3 or 4 car lengths advantage over Needham, who's into 2nd in the black number 13 car, and then it is the number 79 car of Marcus Pett. And then going through just behind them, Gibson, and then we've got Barrable and Reid up to 6th place now. Simmons 7th, Parker 8th, Ollie Schlupp is down to 10th place. So Ollie Schlupp is losing points to Tyler Reid as it stands. Gibson is outscoring him, but Gibson will move up to 2nd place in the standings if it stays like this. But he's not outscoring Tyler Reid by too many points. He's only a couple of places ahead of him on the road for now. We've had 5 laps done, 3 laps to go, including the one we're on. Everybody trying to be in 2nd place here, including Pett and Marcus Pett all the way around the outside of Chris Needham. But a mistake from the race leader coming out of Tower Bend. No, he has to get off the throttle. Or is it a problem with the car? Because Trevor Krause has dropped way down the order. It looked like he just overcooked it going through Tower Bend, but then the car took a while to get going again. I think it has now. I think it's just that he had 2 wheels on the grass and he lost all his run, all his momentum coming out the corner. Just that circuit has bitten him there. Just one tiny mistake, or maybe one issue with the car, and the lead suddenly is gone. And in fact, any chance of a podium has gone now as well. So I don't think he's even going to be in the top 6 or 7 when they come back into view. And it's going to be side by side for the lead of the races. Chris Needham gets through on the way into the complex. So he hits the front now. Pett 2nd, Gibson 3rd, Barrable 4th from nearly the back of the grid. Tyler Reid is 5th, make it 4th, maybe. Back to go up the inside of Barrable. No, Barrable's not having it. Stays around the outside at the hairpin. But Tyler Reid having an absolutely fantastic run once again here. There he is into 5th place now. Who's going to win this one? Absolutely no clue. Chris Needham's already had 2 wins this year, so he knows how to get the job done. But if you're at the front of the field, you give everybody else a tow down that long straight towards Tower Bend. He's got to try and fend them off somehow. Needs a really good run out of the chicane. And maybe for others behind to start fighting each other. But we've got 2 laps to go, including the one we've started, and this is now all concertinaing up. The battle for the lead of the race, 3 abreast, and Pett goes through, Gibson goes through. They're both slipstream past the race leader. Barrable and Reed are side by side as well. Barrable so late on the brakes there to fend off Reed. Reed's still trying to come around the outside of him in the red car. Nose in front, goes fourth. So fourth place for him. Poor old Chris Needham couldn't do anything about that. Just gave them a huge tow down the straight into Tower Bend. Nothing he could do as he dropped from first to third. So Pett now leads. Now he leads. When to come back into view, I bet he doesn't, because Gibson was all over him as they went down into sunny in, sunny out. And that might give Needham a chance to pounce once again. So absolutely mega race this from the Legends. Nobody that's ever seen a Legends race before is surprised at just how good the quality of the racing is here. They're so close, but you don't see them bumping and barging in contact, do you? It's brilliant stuff from them. So here they go. This time into the lead of the race. It is Pett in the 79 car. One Gibson in second. Needham in third place. Down to third place. Reed is fourth. Barrable is fifth. Parker's come up to sixth place, look. And coming back into the mix after his slight off earlier on is Kraus onto the last lap of the race, the 52 car, back up to seventh, trying to be sixth as they start the final lap of the race here. Down into Clervaux. This is an absolute classic. We've got more of this to come, and a championship thriller, no doubt, tomorrow afternoon as well. 3 more races in this Elite Cup Championship season. And this mini championship that they have within the overall championship. And now, what you're going to do if you're the race leader here, you know what's coming, because Pett is going to give everybody behind a massive tow. All he can do is sit on the inside line, really, brake as late as he can. At the moment, he's staying ahead. No yellow flags at the first corner, so he stays in the lead at Tower Bend. Gibson second, Needham third, Reed in fourth, Barrable in fifth. Kraus has got up to sixth place, ahead of Parker. Great stuff this is. He's got ahead of the Elite Cup champion from last year on his debut here. Could have been looking to win the race. Looking to win the race is his teammate Gibson, who gets a really good run coming into Barcroft. He's going to have the inside line for Sonny as it disappeared from view. Gibson was up the inside of Pett. I reckon he had his nose in front, and he might just have got the lead down at Sonny if he can hold on to it through that double right-hand corner section. We've got just a few corners to go, and that's going to be up at the complex. The checkered flag is waiting. Hold your breath, everybody. Who's going to win this one? No idea. It is Gibson that gets here first into the complex. Second place is going to be Pett, side by side, further back for fifth. Kraus has a look at the inside of Barrable, makes contact, almost loses it, and Parker is going to come past him up the inside for sixth place on the way into the hairpin. But Gibson it is that leads third in the championship. He needed the win here. He's going to get it. The checkered flag is coming out, and Will Gibson wins. Marcus Pett comes home just about in second place. Chris Needham almost did him on the line there, but there was 98 thousandths of a second between them as they went side by side through. Reed, brilliant drive from 20th to 4th. Barrable comes home 5th. Then Parker 6th. Kraus, a valiant effort in 7th place. He's got a podium in him this weekend, that is for sure. Maybe a win as well, the way he's been driving. Simmons in 8th place. Ollie Schlupp 9th. He'll be disappointed because he loses points to not just the championship leader, but also the driver that was only 5 points behind him at the start of that race, Will Gibson, who will now move into second place in the championship with a day to go, and 10th place to BT. The one got shuffled out of it in the middle of that race, who was having a really good race, more side-by-side action, by the way, for, 18th place. 2 cars crossed the line, 18th and 19th. Mahoney and Lawler separated by 44 thousandths of a second. Battles all the way down the field. But it is, Ross Marshall will be the most disappointed in that. He looked like he might win that race at one point. Definitely a podium was on the cards, but the number 3 car, I'm afraid, got shuffled down in the end to 11th place. So the win to number 1 Gibson, second to number 79 Pett, third to number 13 Needham, fourth to number 6 Reed, who will go into the final day of the championship as the points leader. Fifth, number 88 Barrable, sixth, number 4 Parker, seventh, number 52 Kraus, 8th, number 25 Simmons, 9th, number 9 Ollie Schlupp, 10th, number 11 BT, 11th, number 3 Marshall, 12th, number 34 Price, 13th was number 29 Anthony, 14th, number 33 Mike Schlupp, 15th, 122 Dewey, from the front row, remember. 16th, number 19, Mills, also from the front row. He's had issues with that car, and they had some bodywork flying off it, so a frustrating day for Connor Mills. 17th, number 10, Bonza. 18th, number 17, Mahoney. And then 19th, number 99, Lawler. 20th, number 7, Pendleton. 21st, number 63, Hogan. 22nd, he got going again, but was most of a lap down, Steve Traherne at number 12. And one retiree, which was number 22, Matt Knight. So provisionally and unofficially, points-wise, Tyler Reed picks up 4th place, 160 points. Ollie Schlupp he outscores, because Ollie was back in 9th place. He scores 110. Will Gibson outscores both of them. He was 3rd in the championship, but 200 points now puts him up to 2nd in the standings on 2.325. 120 points behind Tyler Reid, but there's still 600 points up for grabs tomorrow. So Tyler Reid looking to get the championship title. He just missed out on last year, but he's going to have to do it against the reigning overall champion and 2-time champion Will Gibson. Chris Needham with a very strong day today as well. He gets a podium finish, and 170 points for finishing in 3rd place will put Chris onto 1975 points. So he is now going to be up to 4th place in the championship. Connor Mills finally gets out on track and finally scores some points today, but not what he wanted to. Only 16th place, only 40 points all day long for Connor. Jack Parker, solid day, 6th place, 140 points he scores. And then Marcus Pett's been very impressive today as well. He gets a very well-deserved podium in 2nd place to pick up 185 points. He started that race 7th in the championship. Peter Barrable also looking very racy today. Started the race 8th in the championship. He got a good 5th place finish there, though, from a pretty lowly grid position, and scored 150 points with Ross Marshall, as I say, disappointed down in 11th place after a drive that looked like it was going to warrant at least a podium, but out of the top 10 in the end. So provisionally 2,445 points for Reid. Gibson 2,325, 120 points between them, and then down to 3rd place Ollie Schlupp on 2,240, 205 points adrift. Chris Needham 470 points adrift, 4th in the championship. And then still mathematically in with a chance, Marcus Pett, who is up to 5th place, and Jack Parker, who's up to 6th place. They're 520 and 540 points adrift. Connor Mills can't do it now because he's 630 adrift, and we've only got 600 up for grabs. So we're going to go into the final day still with half a dozen drivers capable of winning the championship. But there's no doubt about it, today has been the day of Tyler Reid. 2 wins and a 4th from the back of the grid. A fantastic effort, but really top-notch drive there from Will Gibson in what was a fantastic race, wasn't it? And set us up nicely for the finale tomorrow.
Podium is coming up with Josh Barrett in just a few moments on Toka Live.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
And enough time to maybe get through some more of your messages, hopefully clear all of our messages that we've had that have come in. And Josh, as soon as you're ready with the podium, then do please chip in. Matty says, could you tell Abby she's the love of my life and thank her for coming and enjoying the touring cars as much as me as a brand new fan. Matty, thank you very much indeed, and well done, Abby. That's plenty of points, I reckon. This one says, come on Flash, big shout out to, yeah, we only need okay, so that message gets blocked, and you won't get the chance to ever send another message in. We only need your first names. Thank you very much indeed. This one says, hi Al, please say hello to my husband Alistair and son Mac. We've come from Cambridge, seasoned BTCC spectators, but also have never been to Croft before. Mikey Doughball fans, well, they'll be happy. Thanks from Ali. Thank you, Ali, and good news, you'll be happy after qualifying. Sean says, is the big TV screen going up in the middle of the track at Hawthorne? I've just asked the question. 2 big screens will arrive tonight, and they will, as if by magic, so the big screen fairies will appear overnight, and tomorrow when you arrive back at Croft there will be 2 big screens for you. This says okay, I can't read that. I don't understand it. This one says, hi team, can you do a shout out to my husband Michael? We normally come to Croft every year on Sunday, but have managed the whole weekend this time, so looking forward to tomorrow. A bit of fun rivalry because he supports Ash Sutton and I support Tingram. That comes from Catherine, and I think we've had that story a few times today, haven't we? Can you give a shout out to Nathan and Owen representing the Tifosi, but this weekend we are Team Ingram. This one says, hi, my name is Hannah. Please could you give my mum Michelle a shout out as she's taking part in the Darlington 10K tomorrow and having to miss the track action. Well, I'm sure it is a very good cause, and in the meantime we've got a podium.
Thanks, Alan. Yep, the podium presentation for round 15 of the Legends Cars Elite Cup. And we firstly welcome Christy Kraus up onto the podium to do our presentations for our top 3 for round 15 of the championship. In third position, Chris Needham. Well done, Chris. A 5th Elite podium of 2025. And a third place trophy will be handed over by Christy. In second position, Marcus Pett. Well done, Marcus. A second elite podium, a first podium this weekend here at Croft, and he'll make his way over to the far end of the podium to receive second place trophy. The winner of round 15, a first elite win of 2025, Will Gibson. Well done, Will, up onto the top step of the podium here at Croft. Yet another very entertaining Legends Cars race. And Will receives his winner's trophy. Is on the top step of the podium here at Croft. We get the top 3 drivers all together up onto the top step. The winner, Will Gibson, Marcus Pett in second, and Chris Needham third. And once the photographs are done, we'll have a quick word with the drivers, if we can, if you'll hang on for a moment. Well done, Will, a typically close race there.
Yeah, that was insane. Thanks to Chris, because he managed to push me past Marcus. Too wide for those flat left and rights is probably one of the scariest things I've done in a Legend. But, you know, there's so much respect between the guys. We give each other just enough space, and it's epic. It's so much fun to race it. It's probably so much fun to watch as well.
It definitely is. Well done. In second place, Marcus. Will there was explain that the two guys kind of worked together to get ahead of you.
Yeah, this is it. I thought my luck was in. Well, there was a yellow flag out down the back stretch, and I thought this has really helped me out. But then, yeah, Will came steaming by. I didn't realise at the time he was being pushed. I thought I had a poor exit, but I'm still delighted with the second place. It's a good way to round out a day.
Absolutely, well done. And then third position there for you, Chris. Again, highly entertaining race for you all.
Oh yeah, it was just short of carnage. Are we back? Yeah, it was all under control, and like the boys have said there, just enough racing room, a lot of respect, and I just hit the front a lap too soon, really, and but yeah, next time.
Well done to the 3 of them. Third place, Chris Needham. Second, Marcus Pett, and Will Gibson, the winner, and that completes our final podium presentation of the here at Croft.
Thank you, Josh. Great to have your commentary down in pit lane and on the podiums today, and we'll return tomorrow on Toka Live for the same again tomorrow. This message says, excellent commentary today, thank you. Could you do a shout out to James, first time Croft visitor, here with his dad Dave, nice and local from Stockton-on-Tees, loving the day and looking forward to coming back again tomorrow. What do the white, yellow and red squares on the side window above the driver's name mean? That's a question for our commentator, for Chris Hartley.
Should we do it now or should we do it in the morning? I can do it now if you want, or I can do it again tomorrow.
We could tease it, couldn't we?
We could tease it.
Yes.
To do with 2 things. One is what tyre you're on.
And how much boost you've got.
And how much boost you've got. So white relates to you're on the soft tyre, that's the white sidewall. Yellow medium, red hard, blue wet. Not worried about that today. But it's overridden then by the boost, when they're on the boost or not, and
that's in the middle of the little
in the middle of it.
panel.
Yeah, green is they're on the boost, and then there's a colour for when they've run out as well, which is red, isn't it? So
it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for the message. Thank you for the question. This one says, hi, please say hello to Albie and Harry, both 12. It's their first time at Croft. Albie and Harry really enjoyed the Legends race. Lightning McQueen was their favourite. Thanks for a great day. Well, Lightning McQueen had a very good day in the hands of Tyler Reid, and has made a lot of young people very happy here at Croft this weekend so far. And I reckon we'll probably do the same again tomorrow. We're going to be doing it all again tomorrow. We've got 3 races for the Legends cars, 2 races for the Porsche Carrera Cup, and of course we have a race as well for the Virtue Mini Challenge. Everything gets underway at Croft Circuit tomorrow at 10:30 with the pit lane walkabout and autograph session until 11:05. The first little part of that pit lane walkabout, just ahead of the pit lane walkabout, is for people that have particular challenges on pit lane walkabout. walkabout, so they might not be able to walk particularly well. They might be in a wheelchair. So what we do, we did it at Alton Park. The first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that, is just dedicated to those people with a few challenges in everyday life, and those challenges are made, we are more and more aware of them by the great work that Nick Hamilton is doing this year, not just in the car and on the track, but also in the paddock and in the race team as well. So Pit Lane Walkabout 10:30 tomorrow morning. We'll go on air at 10:30, speak to a few of the drivers, and we'll keep you company right the way through until everything getting underway, which is at 12:10, the first race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Pit Lane opens for that at 11:55 tomorrow. On 87.7 FM and around the world at tokalive.net. Thank you so much for your company. We'll do it all again tomorrow. To Chris Hartley, to Josh Barrett, and myself, Alan Hyde, in the studio. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Have a great evening, everybody. Good night.
And you can join us on JB Motorsports from 11:50 from the BTCC Race 1 Pit Lane Open to the final event of the day. And we will hope to see you tomorrow as well. But make sure to check out all of the remaining streams live on the channel. We've got NASCAR Xfinity on later on, and we hope to see you there. Bye for now.